Section 1 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Part 2. Knowledge Special to the Investigating Officer. Chapter 7. Practices of Criminals. In this chapter, we shall deal with some of the smart tricks and dodges employed by rogues and criminals. The investigating officer who endeavors to learn and keep count of these will obtain the knowledge of a great number of facts, will know in what direction and in what manner he must commence and continue his investigations, and will be able, more or less, to form an idea of the personality of the individual under observation. Among modern specialists, F.C.H.B. Availle, in his work Das Deutsche Güntertum, Practices of German Rogues, gives the most accurate information on this subject. Although somewhat out of date in certain parts, his book has furnished us with much valuable information, to which has been added our own observations, collected from special works, from private communications, and from personal experience. Section I. Disguising the Face. Criminals have constantly recourse to disguises. With what cleverness and persistency they keep on disguising themselves, and yet it is not superfluous to urge attention to the matter, for indeed there is nothing which malefactors will not try to simulate, nothing they will not try to dissimulate. Frequently, the medical man alone can decide whether or not there be dissimulation, and it will be the business of the investigating officer to place no faith in pretended infirmities and maladies, and to call in regularly the advice of the medical man. But here again, there are numerous cases where it is impossible to fall back upon the medical man. It may be the nature of the affair excludes medical assistance, or it may be an important decision must be come to before being able to call in the aid of the physician. We may therefore mention some of the disguises which a criminal assumes for the purpose of altering his appearance from the description given in the warrant of arrest. As a general rule, it may be laid down that a novice commits a crime and afterwards disguises himself, while the expert criminal disguises himself before the commission of the offense. The former therefore tries to escape in disguise, the latter on the contrary in his natural appearance, and consequently he finds himself much more favorably situated than the former. If the criminal be captured or even placed under observation, the disguise is easily detected, and the individual is generally quickly convicted of having committed the offense. Suppose then that a novice at the game commits a piece of roguery. He has no beard and wears his hair cut short. He is pursued on this description, but travels disguised, in a red beard and a long-haired wig. This disguise will be quickly detected, and he will be compelled to dispense with it. The expert scoundrel does exactly the opposite. When committing the fraud, he dons the red beard and the long-haired peruke. He is so described in the warrant, he is pursued, but immediately after the offense he throws away his beard and wig, and the most minute search can no longer discover him. When a warrant of arrest, containing a description of the man wanted, is studied, a certain point of view must be assumed. Everything which appears unnatural should be considered as suspicious and unauthentic. It matters little whether this unnatural appearance be artificial, designed only to disguise the individual, or whether it be genuine. In both cases the fugitive will get rid of it if he can. If, for example, the warrant says an unkempt black beard, either it was false, or it has been shaved off after the crime and before the flight. If it is said he wears blue spectacles, either they have been put on specially for the crime and then removed, or the criminal is really in the habit of wearing blue spectacles, and has got rid of them during his flight, however accustomed he may be to wear them. Even special signs incorporated, so to speak, with his person will not be of much value. Thus the criminal may, at the moment of the offense, assume a very high-toned or falsetto voice. Or if the timbre of his voice is naturally high, he will pretend, often with great difficulty, to possess a deep-toned bass voice. He will also thus disguise his walk, carriage, mannerisms, costume, even his height. For instance, a swindler had managed to cash with the banker a number of false coupons most cleverly forged. But the description the banker gave of the man, which was immediately published, was not true in a single particular. The beard, the spectacles, the hair, the dress, the voice, the corpulence, the height, all were false. The strangest part was that the man was described as being below middle height, although he was notably tall. As a matter of fact, on his visit he wore a long greatcoat. The banker's desk, about the height of an ordinary bank counter, was boarded up in the front. Hence the man could easily cover the short distance between the door and the desk and back again with his knees bent. Thus in the bank he produced the impression of a short man. Swindlers also pretend to special characteristics: clubfoot, stiffened arm, deformed hand. And if this be mentioned in the description, generally in big black type, the inexperienced constable or investigating officer sees only this peculiarity and pays no attention to people who do not walk lame, who have no stiff arm or withered hand. It is the same with birthmarks, warts, etc. A well-known railway pickpocket, at the moment of effecting a big theft, made on his cheek a large mole with carpenter's glue mixed with grated leather. A cash keeper, who had committed serious defalcations, had a large natural wart by the side of his eye. This wart was specially mentioned in the warrant of arrest, but the fugitive had, immediately after the offense, shaved it clean off and placed spectacles on his nose. The small cut made by the operation was horizontal, i.e. from the eye towards the ear, and when afterwards a very fine, straight reddish scar was produced, it looked exactly like the mark caused by the pressure of the arm of the spectacles. Waddell, Lian, p. 523, notes that the bruised roots of the lilchitra, plumbago, applied to the skin cause vesication, and quotes a case reported in 1898 of false charge of dacoity having been made at Murshidabad, Bengal, in which the alleged injuries of the complainant were shown by the civil surgeon to have been artificially produced by the application of this irritant. The art of beautifying has in these days attained great perfection. Warts, burns, red stains, scars, freckles, etc. are removed without any difficulty. Even discolorations of the skin can be removed without leaving any roughness, thanks to the process invented by Dr. I. Paschkes of Vienna. The skin covering the portions affected is tattooed with special colors. It remains reddish for 2 or 3 days, but at the end of a week assumes a normal tint. We can readily understand that criminals often display a lively interest in these processes of beautification. An infallible method of making faded scars visible was discovered nearly a century ago by Divergy, 540. The places on which scars, especially of burns, are supposed to have existed, are lightly beaten with the palm of the hand until the spot becomes red. The old scar will appear white and of its original shape. In all this class of business, face massage now plays a great part. The changes in physiognomy produced by changes of complexion are well known, and whoever is acquainted with the excellent composition of the pigments usually employed will not be surprised at criminals making such frequent use of them. It is especially easy to transform a dark rough complexion into one of a delicate rose tint. It is more difficult to turn the blonde into a brunette, especially when the illusion has to be effective at close quarters. A deep rouge tint can, however, in some cases be remarkably well imitated with the solution of permanganate of potash. This color takes well, lasts a long time, and resists washing. An artificial paleness generally goes along with a sickly appearance. The person affecting it walks slowly, painfully, and doubled up. His neck is carefully wrapped up with a shawl, and he coughs incessantly. Women are special adepts at this type of imitation. For tattooing, see pp. 162 et skew. The criminal is enormously assisted in his task if he comes to know the description given of himself, and that is easy enough. In important cases it appears in all the newspapers. In other cases it is inserted in the police journals and circulars, which in their very nature and to attain their object cannot remain hidden in the hands of the authorities, but must be brought to the knowledge of dealers in second-hand goods and antiquities, pawnbrokers and the like, to acquaint them with the nature of the missing articles. But among such people, the person wanted can too easily learn the contents of the warrant. In an extremity, he applies to the authority itself, either directly or through the intermediary of a comrade, who, on the pretext of giving information, obtains a sight of the warrant for the arrest of his friend and his exact description. Such impudent boldness is more common than one would suppose. In no other way can be explained the rapidity with which fugitive criminals obtain such accurate details of the description given of them. But whoever should preach prudence in this direction would do more harm than good. For we cannot overlook the files of descriptions which must remain valueless if not published as widely as possible. Besides, they pass through the hands of so many people that the individual described has little difficulty in obtaining the desired information. The only remedy for this danger, and that but a partial one, is to prepare the description of the fugitive with much thought and minute care. That is to say, in a given case we shall ask ourselves, which are the details that must be necessarily true, i.e., that cannot be changed, e.g., a stature singularly short, a missing limb, the color of the eyes, the form of the nose, etc., and which are those that can be changed. From what we have said above, the number of the members of the former class is seen to be small, and cannot be too much restricted. In fact, it will be well to deem any characteristic absolutely unchangeable more as an exception than a rule. For all the other special characteristics, we must ask in what manner and with what object falsification can take place. An approximate result will soon be arrived at. and we must stick to the description thus obtained. The most difficult task is that of the police officer, who, with the description furnished to him, must search for the criminal throughout the whole town, in hotels and passing trains, etc., without having the time to compare persons one after the other with the description containing characteristics, some disguised, some real. He can succeed only by practice and a natural gift for taking in things at a glance. The task of the investigating officer is easier when an individual suspected of being the criminal wanted is brought before him. If the description does not agree with the appearance of the man, he will, in the first place, bear in mind that almost the whole may be false. He will then make sure that some mistake of observation has not slipped into the description when written down. Finally, he will examine one by one the signs which do not correspond and verify their intrinsic value. That is to say, will see whether the divergence noted may or may not be the result of falsification. We do not say that a definite decision must be immediately pronounced, for no change can be pronounced impossible so long as the specialist has not been consulted. The author has often believed that certain transformations were impossible, but had been speedily deceived by the medical man, the dentist, the orthopedist, the maker of trusses, belts, etc., the hairdresser, and woman expert in the arts of the toilette. Every experienced surgical belt maker can tell us how to conceal and how artificially to produce, e.g., deviation of the spinal column, hunchback, deformity of the foot, etc. Every theatrical hairdresser can furnish information on the changes wrought in the visage, or as they call it, the mask. Having just indicated how important it is for a policeman to have an accurate and rapid glance of identification, we may here call attention to a method introduced by Bertillon of anthropometrical fame. It is called graphically the portrait parlé, or speaking likeness. We all know the remarkable descriptions which are found even in these days on passports, licenses, and police gazettes, etc. Face oval, chin round, nose medium, mouth moderate, etc. The officer, who armed with a description of this kind, is sent in search of the criminal, may just as well stop at home. Even the aid rendered by a photograph, still sometimes employed in case of need, is very much a matter of luck. Failures amount to more than 60%, and for various reasons. The defects of the photograph, difference in age, changes in hair, beard, corpulence, etc. To Bertillon there belongs the credit of having devised a complete process, without the aid of photography, founded solely upon the precise and scientific description of a certain number of the features, which enables the officer who knows how to employ it to find and identify in the middle of a crowd, and that with certainty, the individual whose portrait parlé he possesses. The system is taught to the police of Paris by a teacher employed by M. Bertillon. The instruction, theoretical and practical, lasts for 2 months, 20 men forming a class. The theoretical course consists of lectures or classes in which the professor describes in exact and scientific terms the various characteristics of the forehead, the nose, the ear, the lips, the mouth, the chin, etc. The walls of the lecture room are covered with numbered life-size photographs of heads, so that when the description is finished, the pupils can look around and point out heads containing the characteristics described. Here, for instance, is the description of the nose, quoted from the Recapitulary Table of Descriptive Marks as entered in the new model descriptive card, which is a summary of the lectures on the portrait parlé. The nose. Depth of the root. Small, medium, large. Profile. Concave, rectilinear, convex, arched, irregular, sinuous. Base. Raised, horizontal, depressed. Height, projection, size, small, medium, and large. Particularities. The root of the nose may be very narrow or very large, high or low. The root may be broken. The profile may be in the shape of an S. It may be flat, fine, or broad, and the nose may be broken. It may be curved to right or left. The tip may be tapering or thick, or bilobar or flat, twisted to the right or left, blotched and pimpled. The partition, septum, may be disclosed or hidden. The nostrils may be stiff or mobile, recurved, dilated, pinched up. All the features and the general contour of the head are thus examined and described in succession with perfect precision. The next lesson is on colors. The color of the iris, hair, beard, complexion, then morphological characteristics, first in profile, then full face. As the professor describes a trait, he draws it on the board and asks the students to search for it among the photographs on the walls. The eye is quickly trained, and after a 2 months course of 5 lectures weekly of an hour and a half each, the student is able to construct a speaking likeness, or to search for a person by the aid of the speaking likeness, which he either has written on a card or fixed in his head. Practical work also helps him. From the second month of the course, a descriptive card, serially numbered and drawn up in conformity with the principles of the portrait parley, is prepared for every person arrested and brought daily to the office for anthropometric measurement. These cards are given to the students, and when all the criminals, 100 or 200 or even more, are assembled in the Great Hall, the students are ordered to go amongst them and pick out and bring up the person or persons whose card or cards they possess. In a very few days, the students can pick out their men in 2 or 3 minutes. At the end of the second month, on leaving the school, they are provided with a formidable and accurate instrument for the recognition of malefactors. End Section 1. Section 2 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross, translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Continuation of Chapter 7. Section 2. False names. The assumption of a false name or alias is one of the greatest difficulties encountered by the police and the magistracy. Whoever can appreciate at its real value this difficulty and its troublesome consequences will not perhaps be inclined to laugh at the counsel of despair, namely, to print painlessly, but in indelible writing, on a part of the body not usually visible, the name and birthplace of every convicted criminal, and even of every individual in general. But as this bold proposition, 541, has little chance of adoption, we must find other means of arriving at a solution for those troublesome cases where we cannot help suspecting some individual of passing under a false name. In every case, such people must be shadowed, for no one desires to move about in the world under an alias merely for amusement or for some trifling offense as yet unexpiated. Generally speaking, the reasons for assuming a false name are the following. Either a man has escaped from confinement, or he is obliged to fly in consequence of some serious crime committed, or he prefers to travel under a distinguished high-sounding name, imposing upon and living at the expense of fools. Sometimes we find in the same individual 2 of the reasons indicated, or even all the 3. Of course, no definite rule can be laid out for ascertaining with certainty the true name of such a person, but one can, and not so infrequently as might be supposed, establish a man's identity in roundabout ways, provided always one does not shrink from taking a little trouble. First, we must see if the individual in question possesses any papers of identification. If he has, they must be examined for the purpose of seeing if they have been forged in whole or part. See Chapter 18, Section 2. If they be wholly false, or at least false so far as names and descriptions are concerned, they must be treated simply as non-existent. Perhaps a starting point may be discovered by communicating with the authorities who have issued the certificate, if indeed this portion of the document be authentic. It may be asked, for instance, on whose behalf the certificate was issued, and thus may be discovered the original owner of the paper, who can perhaps inform us how he lost it, and into whose hands it has fallen. Of course, the description of the original proprietor must be carefully compared with that of the man in possession, the height, corpulence, hair, etc., but especially the trade recorded. From this point of view, the person in possession of the certificate may even be examined by a specialist. Thus, one can establish, with more or less certainty, that the individual is in illegal possession of the certificate, however loudly he may protest. If the suspect has got no letter of identification, or if the name found on a genuine certificate is false, we must never forget that almost every man, in assuming a false name, tries to find some assonance or other relation with his real personality. A strange but common obstinacy. Thus the baptismal name is often preserved, or the family name is simply reversed or transformed in some manner. See Chapter 15, Ciphers. The following are some examples of name transformation, drawn from the experience of the author. Schönenberg becomes Sterthal. Reimoser becomes Reihuber. Herlog becomes Reghol, each syllable reversed. Modus, Slav, becomes by permutation Desumi. Mala reversed is Relum. Mondal, Mon, or Latin ver, becomes virile. Mundinger, Munt, Maul, mouth, and Ding, Saka, thing, becomes Malsacher. Such transformations are not discovered at a glance. Of those quoted, Dusami was deciphered, and Malsacher suspected. The others were not observed until the real name was known. In one case, a mother took her daughter's name. In another, the name of the birthplace with the termination was assumed. And in 2 cases, The name of the illegitimate father slightly changed was taken, Hohnmeier for Holmeyer, and Kreuziger for Kranziger. Each individual case will give us some information as to how to proceed to discover the individual's real name. We can evidently only give some hints upon important points. If it is of real importance to establish a person's identity, much time must be devoted to it. A method the author has found very successful is to make the suspect converse as much as possible. This class of gentry have in general traveled much and seen much. It is a good plan, when one knows how to tickle vanity, to make them describe their travels and their career. Most often our man pretends that he was born on board ship, among gypsies on a journey, or in some other romantic fashion. Then he joins a troupe of traveling comedians, bear leaders, rope dancers, circus performers, etc., and traverses the world with them. Then he takes an engagement as servant with a dealer in cattle or horses, or goes to sea as a sailor or stoker. The vessel bears some common name, Pluto, Neptune, Venice, St. Mary, etc., and the captain is dead, and perchance has remained in America, or else he was a disorderly sort of man who failed to maintain his registers in order. In such case it is impossible to establish if the man has really been in the service he pretends to or not. One listens to all these tales, makes note of them, or better still, takes them down in shorthand without being observed by the speaker. Little by little a morsel of truth slips into the recital. Then come descriptions of countries and people that he has really seen. At the same time come relations he has had with these people, in fine reminiscences of his past life. When his story runs dry, the investigating officer interrupts the conversation and proceeds to gather all the information he can from books of travel, etc., as to the countries, people, and things of which the man has been speaking. At the next conversation he can dwell on these descriptions, and thus draw out more precise details. The truth will come to light by degrees, and perhaps it will be possible to form an idea of the man's trade, of his occupation, even of his origins, of his relations, and other ties. Meanwhile, the investigating officer will be able, by noting his language and dialect, to limit more or less closely the area in which he must have been born. He will then have recourse to an expert. If, for example, he has been able to determine that the man is a North German, he will call in another North German to speak to his countryman. He should be able, within certain limits, to determine the district where the particular dialect is spoken. Then, on some pretext, a conversation is started, and if the agent is a clever man, he will always discover some of the countries with which the suspect has some acquaintance, and may, with good luck, light on the exact neighborhood of his birth. When nothing further can be discovered by these means, the investigating officer will apply to the authorities of the supposed place of his birth, and will send them his photograph, his description, and all the details that have been discovered, his probable trade, travels, relations, etc. When this has been carefully done with a sufficiency of time and trouble, then the investigating officer, if he has any luck at all, should easily establish the identity of the individual and have the satisfaction of rendering harmless a most dangerous person. An instructive case may be here related in detail. The author was a magistrate of a small town. About 3 leagues from this town was situated a watering place or spa, celebrated throughout the world. One morning early he rode over to this station on some magisterial business which was soon finished. But as the horse had cast a shoe, and the only reliable farrier had gone out, delay in this watering place until late in the afternoon became compulsory. The mayor and inspector of the baths was an old aristocrat, a retired cavalry officer, who had accepted the appointment as something to do. He was well educated and intelligent, a bachelor, a jolly fellow, who took an interest in everything going on. The author spent the day in the mayor's company, who pointed out a man of foreign demeanor who had been staying in the town for some time. Very tall, of friendly manners, extremely elegant, dressed like a real dandy, he was to be found wherever anything was going on, preferred to mix in the best society, was not an invalid, and spent his money recklessly. He called himself the Baron de V, a native of Hanover. This young man did not look like a genuine nobleman, as also thought my companion, who was most jealous of the reputation of his town, and related all sorts of stories about him. We were both much interested, and resolved to shadow him throughout the afternoon. We followed him in the park, in the saloon of the bathing establishment, in a restaurant, in a cafe, and observed his strange goings-on. The most striking thing about the man was the way he spent his money. He appeared to take delight, not in making purchases, but in throwing his money about. Now this is an infallible sign of a man of little cultivation, who has gained without difficulty a fortune he has not always enjoyed. This mode of spending is as characteristic as it is difficult to describe. It cannot be defined other than by the words spending money for the sake of spending. Further, we were surprised to find our man boasting without rhyme or reason, and often in an inopportune manner, of his high and noble rank, while his manners appeared to show little confidence, and even to betray a certain disquietude, far from being in accord with his boisterous gaiety. All this was so characteristic, and at the same time so interesting, that we continued our study as long as possible. We came to the conclusion that our man was probably dissipating a fortune inherited from an over-selfish father, and that to fit in with his pleasures he had assumed a high-sounding and aristocratic name. The incident had passed from the author's mind, when one day a gendarme brought before him the Baron de V. The gendarme had learned that de V was gambling heavily, and had invited him to establish his identity. De V declared that people of his rank were not in the custom of carrying about papers of identification, dismissed the gendarme abruptly and rudely, and made preparations for quitting the watering place on the morrow. This precipitate departure, immediately after receiving the invitation to establish his identity, appeared suspicious to the gendarme, who arrested him and brought him before the court. This excessive zeal on the part of the gendarme seemed very unlucky, for the court did not know what answer to make to the man just arrested, and who kept on demanding to be informed what fault he had committed. He showed himself polite, but indignant to the highest degree at the insult inflicted on him, talked loudly of the embassy where, he said, the magistrate would be obliged to justify his conduct, and where much unpleasantness awaited him. Soon, however, we began to talk more quietly. His father, he said, was a landholder in Hanover. His family was descended directly from William the Lion, and was closely connected with all the families which, little more than a dozen years after the annexation of Hanover, were still known throughout the whole world: Bories, Hudenberg, Hammerstein, etc. After the annexation, he added, his family emigrated, and since then he had spent his time in traveling far and wide. He related all this quite naturally, and with just sufficient explanation. He appeared really to speak the true Hanoverian dialect, and conducted himself otherwise like a gentleman. What nevertheless made the court doubtful was his refusal to furnish the address of anyone who by telegraph could supply information about de V. He was ashamed, he said, to allow reference to be made through the court to his relations and friends, many highly placed, a course which would ruin his future, etc. As he was absolutely guilty of no offense, proof of his innocence would soon be forthcoming. He would therefore rather remain under arrest than telegraph as suggested. All this not being satisfactory, he was asked to describe his coat of arms. He replied with hesitation: a helmet above, a shield below, arabesques all round, and plenty gold and silver everywhere. But in spite of precise questions, he could tell nothing of his real armorial bearings, crest, colors, supporters, etc. That a legitimist, who had with his king left his country and his fatherland, should be ignorant of his own arms, was a certain proof of his being an impostor, and accordingly he was not released from custody. Fortunately, a copy of the Almanach de Gotha, which gives the list of all the families of barons, was at hand, and a reference to it showed that while there was certainly a family of barons de V, there was no Otto Baron de V, the name given by the prisoner. The information he had given as to the various members of his family was fairly accurate, but contained blunders which no genuine member of the family could have committed. This conclusion arrived at, he was remanded under arrest in spite of his rage and repeated threats. But what was to be done? All that we had as yet proved was that he was a liar passing under a false name, but he could not be accused of any grave offense justifying his detention. On reflection, it was remembered that there lived in the town an old Master Turner, a native of Mecklenburg, who had somehow or other got stranded in the little place. He was sent for, and a fairly long conversation with the prisoner took place in his presence. The old Mecklenburger gave it as his opinion that though the man spoke Hanoverian dialect very well, yet he was a native of Hamburg, a place this expert knew from his infancy. Photographs, descriptions, etc. were then sent to Hamburg, Hanover, Bremen, Lüneburg, and Oldenburg, and within a week it was known that the man's real name was Otto H., that he kept an inn in the neighborhood of Hamburg, and was wanted by the authorities of Osnabrück for manslaughter, and by those at Dresden for a great theft of valuable securities. Further inquiries showed that his mother had at one time been a chambermaid at the family of the Barons de V. Thus he was able to know approximately all about the family. He had retained his own Christian name, Otto. We may here remark that the information afforded by such yearly publications as the Almanach de Gotha, the various peerages, landed gentry, etc., is often most serviceable, although not always quite complete. As the information concerning each family is for the most part furnished by the family itself, its value varies. The historical part is frequently inaccurate. At least the genealogy often goes further back than serious criticism would permit. But this is a matter of little importance for the investigating officer. Dates concerning members of a family still alive or recently deceased are almost without exception accurate, for there is no reason for making false statements which would be immediately corrected by readers who know. Even the ages of ladies are accurate, not being furnished by persons who have already reached an uncertain age, but dating even from the birth of the person and being passed on from year to year. 542. Besides the dialect spoken by the unknown, and which almost always and with little trouble betrays the place of his origin, there are few devices, or rather we should say only petty devices, to fall back on. For the most part they leave us at fault. It is a good plan to make the suspect undergo a medical examination. Such an examination may disclose exterior indications, such as a deformity, birthmark, etc. One may perhaps discover signs of circumcision, indicating the man is a Jew. Perhaps also there may be tattoo marks on the arms or chest. These are very important. They may show the person belongs to the Army or Navy, and sometimes display his initials, etc. 543. It is generally easy to discover signs which are of importance as indicating the trade to which the person has belonged. 544 through 555. Thus, by constant handling of a plane, the joiner becomes lopsided. Tailors and shoemakers, from the sedentary nature of their occupation, develop a characteristic curvature of chest and shoulders. Hairdressers have one shoulder higher than the other. Many striking instances are pointed out by Felix Heyment in an illustrated essay, La Photographique Judiciaire, 557, who further presses the point that photography can reveal what is hidden from the naked eye. See Chapter 5, Section 9b. Thus, handling the reins produces wales on the inner sides of the fingers of coachmen. The chisel causes thickening of the skin between the forefinger and the thumb of engravers, etc. The traces of the last are seen on the right thumb and upper part of the thigh of cobblers. The skin on the ball of the little finger of printers who have to tie the type together with string is thickened. Writers, students, clerks, and artists have frequently a wale on the right middle finger from holding the pen or pencil, as well as a perceptible thickening of the skin of the left elbow. Seamstresses have plentiful needle pricks on the left forefinger. Glassblowers have the cheeks baggy and the muscles developed. Ninepin players have a wale on the middle finger near the nail. The place where the handle of the brush comes can be easily seen on the hands of painters and varnishers. A curious illustration is given by Crook, page 52, as to Malabar Nambudris. The Nambutri Brahmin men bathe 3 times a day, women and children only once. The men may be recognized by the thickened, indurated skin between the first finger and the thumb of the right hand, where the loincloth is being held while being wringed dry. See Chapter 13, Section 2. It is also very important to examine the men's clothes, being particularly careful over the seams, unripping those portions where the cloth is folded several times, as the coat collar, waistband, trousers flap, etc. We often thus discover papers that the suspect does not, for some reason or other, wish to part with, as letters, paper money, even as true papers of identification, preserved for different circumstances. A very curious discovery was thus once made. The man had inserted in the lining of his hat a piece of newspaper, folded several times, as is frequently done to make a rather large hat fit. This bit of paper, filthy with grease and dirt, contained, among other things, a short account of a highway robbery which had been committed by 2 persons several years previously. According to the paragraph, one of the robbers had been caught and convicted, the other had escaped and had not, up to that time, been captured. One might easily look upon this as a mere accident, and indeed the prisoner declared in the most natural way that he had been at school with the convicted robber, that the article in the journal had come into his hands by chance, and had been used to pack his hat bought second-hand. Besides, he added, the sad fate of his old schoolfellow, fallen so low, had painfully impressed him. But on forwarding the extract with the portrait and description of the unknown to the authorities where the robbery had been committed, it was found that the man was, in fact, the second robber, unfound up until then. He confessed he had preserved the article out of a pure interest in his case. Another case, September 1903, made the round of the newspapers. In Paris, a certain Lamotte was murdered, and the police had no knowledge of the murderer. A few weeks later, a policeman found a man asleep in the Jardin des Plantes on a bench, out of whose pocket a number of newspaper clippings had fallen. The policeman read these, which were all about the case of Lamotte, and when the man woke and was questioned in his half-wakening state, he confessed he was indeed the murderer. The psychological method is sometimes successful, but is more difficult to make use of. There are naturally no rules for its employment. We must observe the individual as closely as possible so as to know his intellectual qualities, dive in thought into his private life, and draw our conclusions from the particulars so discovered. Of course, luck must help us here. One day, a police officer came with a request to see an unknown prisoner, believing he was on the track of an absconding cash-keeper. When he saw the man, his belief was confirmed, and he started a conversation. The suspected man knew of the theft, and when he saw that he was suspected of being the thief, he flew into a passion, and declared that sooner than be taken for a thief, he would confess he had escaped from prison, where he was confined as a murderer. Even for high-class malefactors, Hochstapler, swell mobsmen, cases so frequent and so difficult, no other means can be suggested. 558-559. By this designation, we nowadays understand a man who knows how to give himself the manners of a person in easy circumstances and of good reputation, so as to be able under this guise to commit swindles, thefts, and other plants. Generally they are men who have received a good education in their youth, or who at least have had opportunities of picking up the appearance of such. Without exception they are men of ability, full of dexterity and presence of mind, but with a love of easy and idle life which prevents them turning to any regular, honest occupation. The modus operandi of the swell mobsman is well enough known from the daily press, which is always ready to give publicity to his exploits. Fashionably dressed, he steps into a jeweler's shop and steals while pretending to select, or he causes the valuables selected to be brought to his hotel, takes delivery, and disappears through another door. See Chapter 17, Section 6. He goes to the banker and collects the amount of a forged check. He manages to get introduced to the highest social circles, runs up heavy debts, and disappears. He cheats at play, and that on a large scale. He becomes engaged to one or several wealthy young ladies, and makes off with the monies borrowed from presumptive fathers-in-law. He buys houses and estates without paying for them, mortgages them, and disappears. He gets into business relations with a merchant, and runs up debts in his name. In a word, he knows marvelously well how to play upon that weakness of mankind that allows itself to be bluffed by a high-sounding name, fine clothes, easy and self-possessed manners. He knows there are fools to be found always and everywhere, and lives at their expense until he is caught. The position of the investigating officer with respect to this gentry is a delicate one, especially when there is no specific offense to charge them with. The investigating officer has always the fear of committing a mistake and arresting an honest man. We repeat, the only and safest plan is to observe whatever is not quite the thing in these people, and that does not, as a rule, demand much time. In his bearing, his dress, his way of introducing himself, his manners, his tales, his affirmations and denials, contradictions and inaccuracies can be speedily detected, and then the investigating officer can tranquilly set about his real work. The brassy gold, the gypsy coral, the sham ermine appear genuine only at a distance to anyone knowing even but a little of such things. The suspect can be easily upset by making him give a detailed account of his previous career. The improbabilities, the contradictions, the fantastic and concocted adventures are not difficult to recognize. The rest of the work may be safely left to the telegraph, photography, and perhaps Burke's peerage. The time expended in establishing the identity of an individual, or at least in making certain that he is not the person he pretends to be, is never lost, for that accomplished, the crime for which he has been arrested is already discovered and half proven. If the great landholder, the self-styled Chevalier d'Aix, has run into debt, he will be speedily convicted of swindling when he is proved to be a man without a name or fortune. If the self-styled Countess Y, suspected of cheating at cards, is no other than an ordinary coquette, the proof of the cheating will not be very difficult. In every case in which one has to do with a fashionable swindler, one will naturally endeavor to fix the exact scene of the crime. But the greatest care and the most trouble will be bestowed on the identity of the swindler. Above all, this rule should be rigorously followed when a false name has been given or there is suspicion thereof. Our records show a shockingly large number of penal cases in which the most dangerous people have been mildly punished because they have chosen to conceal their real names and given themselves out as innocent. This deception succeeds most beautifully when the accused is cunning enough to take the name and parentage of some real, living, respectable man whom he has perhaps met in an inn and whose papers he may have purloined. The law makes inquiries at the home of the supposed accused and receives the most satisfactory account of his previous life. The only thing to be done in such a case is to watch a man carefully. The old jailbird belongs to such an easily recognizable type that the practiced eye can scarcely be mistaken. But if there be the slightest suspicion that a false name has been given, then one must secure without fail at the alleged home of the suspect a good photograph. If the name and the person agree, the question can almost always be settled with certainty. The author recalls the following case. An honest artisan, a blacksmith, was in prison for rioting and likely to be punished because the records of his own district showed 2 convictions against him for large robberies. The smith denied having suffered the punishments, but when it was demonstrated to him that name, age, birthplace, etc. were rightly shown, he was silent and acknowledged the justice of the punishment. Through the circumstance that his workbook showed work done in Bavaria, while according to the robbery he should have been in Vienna, it was discovered that the convictions did not agree, and at last the silent man admitted that a long time before he had lost his papers of identity. These had been found and used by a vagrant, who had, as supposed owner of these papers, been twice convicted. The name, age, and birthplace agreed, but the conviction was wrong. It is well known that such things happen very often. End of section 2. Section 3 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Part 2. Knowledge Special to the Investigating Officer. Chapter 7. Practices of Criminals. Continuation of Chapter 7. Section 3. Pretended Illnesses and Pains. Hardly one of the afflictions to which humanity is subject has not been worked up and simulated by criminals. The reasons for such shamming are many. If the rogue is at liberty, he often assumes infirmities for the purpose of begging. Blindness, 560, deafness, paralysis, skin eruptions, and other disabilities assumed by beggars are so well known that they require but a passing reference. It is a common trick, too, for beggars to insinuate themselves into houses with stories of children sick at home, always taking care to add that the illness is smallpox, diphtheria, or some other contagious malady, so that to get rid of them quickly, people give them much larger alms than would usually be given. These maladies, as well as pretended cramps, epilepsy, spitting blood, etc., are not particularly interesting to the investigating officer. The following cases are the most important from his point of view. A. Illness of witnesses or suspects summoned before the court. It is often observed that of 2 or more persons summoned before a magistrate, only one turns up. The other is unwell, has been kicked by a horse, or otherwise prevented from appearing on the appointed day. The investigating officer then thoughtlessly questions the individual present, and sends him away with a strict injunction to see the other appears on the morrow without fail. Of course he does, for the person questioned today has learned in the course of his examination what it is all about. He knows what he has said, reports it to his friend, and the 2 can at leisure agree as to what statement is to be made on the morrow. And not only do accomplices act thus, but apparently most straightforward witnesses, who for some reason or other do not wish to speak the truth. Often the accused and witnesses work together for an acquittal, the latter testifying falsely in the interest of the former. In such circumstances, the very fact that a witness, though summoned, is not present, should rouse in the mind of the investigating officer a suspicion that there is something unusual in the affair. Either the accused or the witnesses are anxious to work together, or both have made common cause, and the only resource is to send away, every time, the person who appears, and to see to it that all persons cited appear together, without exception. If this sort of thing happens, one must be doubly careful to ensure that the individuals interrogated succeed each other without interruption, and that the persons to be examined are allowed no opportunity, even in the courthouse or police station, for communication with each other. If only 2 persons are to be interrogated, it is imperative that the examinations follow each other without interruption. If there are several persons, those not yet examined must be kept together in the witness's waiting room, and each one immediately on the conclusion of his examination must be compelled to leave the courthouse, without being afforded an opportunity of meeting the persons not yet interrogated. If the matter is important, it is not sufficient to pass orders to this effect. Persons already examined must be carefully watched, a precaution which will be well compensated for by the accuracy of the depositions obtained. The best plan in important cases is to hurry on the examination of the witnesses as much as possible, without giving them time to discuss the matter in detail. One will also do well to proceed with the inquiry at the scene of the crime, thus preventing the witnesses having to journey together to the courthouse. This journey is always dangerous, for on the way the coming examination will naturally form the subject of conversation, and the matter is discussed at such length that finally nobody knows what he has seen himself and what he has heard from the others. This is of constant occurrence in India, where witnesses have frequently to make long journeys on foot, or packed by the dozen in country carts or third-class railway compartments. But if the investigating officer arrives on the spot soon after the occurrence, and immediately proceeds with his inquiry, the statements he collects will not yet be disfigured. Of course, the witnesses should not be collected together in a crowd so as to give them time to talk. While one is being questioned, another, naturally the nearest, will be sent for, so that no one knows whether he is to be called at all, or has time to talk to another witness. Acting thus, one will take every precaution humanly possible. To sum up, the most important maxim will always be, the more quickly a witness is examined, the more accurate will be his statement. Lapse of time dulls the memory and gives opportunities for discussions which befog the whole matter. B. Sudden illness of accused or witnesses when under examination. 562 to 564. Of course, it may happen that a person under examination falls ill by chance, or in consequence of great emotion and excitement. But in the majority of cases, a sudden fainting fit, an epileptic attack, or some other nervous seizure is not genuine. The trick will be recognized when it is seen that the attack always occurs at a time favorable to the witness. Thus, when the man is driven into a corner, when he does not find a ready answer, when he contradicts, when the investigating officer pulls him up sharp, that is the psychological moment. In such a case little can be done, for even if the trick be guessed, the sick man cannot be compelled to stop shamming. The scoundrel has effectively gained time, and that is all he wanted. It follows that it is not a matter of indifference to the investigating officer whether there be shamming or not. On the one hand, he will be convinced that there is a screw loose somewhere, since simulation was deemed necessary. On the other hand, he may induce the man to throw up the sponge by showing him that nobody is taken in. The investigating officer will then, always and without exception, have recourse to the opinion of a medical man, and meantime will observe closely the phenomena accompanying the faint, fit, etc. He will make a note of his observations on a sheet of paper, so that he may communicate them as completely as possible to the medical man. If the phenomena have been accurately observed, the medical man may be able to give his opinion on the question of shamming with as great certainty as if he had himself seen the attack. This is the best thing to do, for it will seldom be possible to have the medical man at hand quickly enough to witness the seizure, while usually the condition of the sick man improves with extraordinary rapidity on the arrival of the physician. If the latter declares the whole thing a pretense, the investigating officer can take a high hand if it occurs again, explaining to the person that his game is up, that it is extremely dangerous, and adds greatly to the suspicions against him. Some recommend the use of little stratagems or tricks which they consider permissible. Thus they say it is a good thing to talk with the clerk, paying no attention to the individual twisting about in his attack of nerves, about matters which will be unpleasant for him to hear. Thus it may be said that he has already made a confession, or that one of his accomplices has given him away. The shammer, indignant at the lies he is hearing, will suddenly begin to listen, will twist about less, especially if one talks in an undertone. The story is told of a gypsy suddenly fallen in an epileptic fit, who recovered at once when he heard the magistrate say that it would be necessary to send the man to a hospital for the insane, where he would be compelled to sit on ice and be douched with cold water several times a day. The gypsy was at once himself, and promised to have no more epileptic fits. But such tricks cannot be countenanced, however useful they may prove in special circumstances, for in no case should the investigating officer descend to deliberate lying. While on the other hand, if the shammer is not taken in by the trick, the investigating officer is completely disarmed. One permissible device, which often succeeds quite as well when one is right in assuming simulation, is to say calmly and firmly that the whole thing is a sham, and that the accused by his conduct is doing no good to himself. If the latter perceives that he is not believed, he will generally give up the game. But as we have already said, the all-important thing is to make sure that the attack is a sham, and as one cannot always have a medical man in attendance, as the attacks do not always last until a medical man can arrive, and as in so-called chronic affections, as partial deafness, one cannot await the arrival of the medical man, for example on a journey, it is useful to know some methods of treating cases of no great complication. 1. Shamming blindness. Blindness may be simulated in many ways, some of the crudest description. Dr. Littleton Forbes, C. Strand Magazine, March 1906, mentioned an ingenious device. He met a man in Paris who asked for charity on the score of blindness. The writer proceeds, "The man attracted attention. He walked quickly and with an air of confidence. He looked fixedly at me, and his eyes seemed to give expression to his thoughts. There was no uncertainty in his gaze, no shifty movements, no drooping or quivering of the lids. His story told of blindness from deep-seated inflammation in both eyes, which the doctors had pronounced incurable. He had at command a rich vocabulary of technical terms, some of which he misplaced absurdly. On closer looking into, the eyes did indeed present a curious appearance. In each, the pupil had almost disappeared. The iris or colored portion had absorbed the central black spot. The pupils had become mere pinholes, but what remained of them was bright and well defined. A glance was enough for anyone familiar with eye affections. The man was an impostor. He had instilled a drug named Esarin, the active principle of the calibarbine, into each eye. This had contracted the pupils temporarily, without any permanent injury, but the appearance produced was well calculated to lend weight to his other statements. It is added that he might with more effect have used atropine. This alkaloid is the active principle of belladonna, and has the effect of enormously dilating the pupils. In fact, the pupil may be made to absorb practically the whole of the colored portion of the eye, and the black pupils then violently contrast with, and appear in relief against, the white portion of the organ. A very strange and weird appearance, well calculated to move the benevolent, is thus induced. Such a deception could be suspected readily enough from the fact that the size of the pupil was greater than in any known disease. By looking into the eye also with the ophthalmoscope, certain characteristic appearances would be found wanting. The enlarged pupils could also easily be reduced in size by Esarin, or would reduce themselves in a very few days if the individual were kept under observation. Dr. Forbes gives a useful test for detecting simulated blindness of one eye, a common form of deception among conscripts and recruits. If a pencil, say, be held about 2 inches distant from the eyes of the person with natural vision in both eyes, he will have no difficulty in spelling out each letter in every word of a line of small type. If, however, he tries to do the same with one eye closed, the pencil will effectively cover the pupil of the open eye, and several consecutive letters will be lost to view. Hence, if the supposed one-eyed recruit can spell out the letters of each word with a pencil held in front of him, he has, in truth, performed an impossible feat, and the imposition at once stands revealed. 2. Shamming deafness. When deafness is feigned, it is a very troublesome job for the investigating officer, especially when the inquiry is a hurried one which cannot be postponed, and there is neither time nor opportunity to call in a medical man. If we suspect the person to be shamming, it is important to let him see at once that we are not taken in. There are several ways of doing this, which even an amateur can make use of. Availle recommends the employment of ushers or attenders to shout the questions in a loud voice into the ears of the deponent until he gives up pretending. But this is a very irregular procedure. Besides, it is not always easy to carry out, and as a matter of fact proves nothing, for such shouting is painful even to persons really hard of hearing. A simple method is to strike the ground with the foot or let some heavy object fall behind the suspected individual. The man really hard of hearing perceives the disturbance, owing to the conductivity of the ground, the chair, his body. He feels the noise, more or less. On the other hand, the pretender thinks he ought not hear the noise, hence the former turns, the latter remains motionless. If a person, as frequently happens, pretends to be deaf in one ear, the truth can be discovered with certainty by causing 2 persons simultaneously to whisper different words in the 2 ears. If one ear be quite deaf, the person can understand what is whispered in the other ear, and can speak it. But if he can hear with both ears, what is whispered on two sides becomes so confused that he understands nothing and can repeat nothing. 565 to 567. Caspar Lian, however, remarks, and rightly, that the best means of detecting a simulated deafness is to observe the features, though this plan serves rather to enlighten the investigating officer rather than to confuse the pretender. But if the investigating officer during the inquiry continuously watches the features of the person under examination and notes the impression produced by certain questions or remarks on the supposed deaf man, he will soon see, by a flash in the eyes or a protesting motion of head or hand, that he has been understood. If the investigating officer then quietly and firmly explains this, the deaf man will generally abandon his now useless attempt. The same observations apply to deaf mutes, for deaf mutes are only persons deaf from birth, who have consequently never learned to talk. If then mutism is feigned, deafness must be feigned also, for it is very rare that one becomes mute after birth, and such cases are still more rarely simulated. It must also be remembered that, according to the observations of Lian, Naschka, and Toscan, deaf mutes hear almost all the noises produced by solid bodies, stamping of feet on the ground, fall of heavy articles, etc. They therefore turn round, while the pretender remains unmoved. 567. A method which frequently succeeds has been suggested by Klossman Wine, 571, namely to cause the deaf person to write something. One really deaf, who has been taught to write in an institution for deaf mutes, will write correctly and without orthographic faults, while the pretender writes by sound, and hence often incorrectly. 3. Shamming epilepsy. Epilepsy is simulated not only before a magistrate to avoid an interrogatory or a conviction, but before the military authorities to escape from service. Such simulations belong, for the most part, to the domain of the medical jurisprudent, but it is frequently important for the investigating officer to be able to decide at once whether an attack of epilepsy be real or feigned. For example, when about to arrest a person upon a warrant, or, as just indicated, when a suspect desires to interrupt an embarrassing examination. If the investigating officer discovers the trick at first glance, he will of course proceed very differently from how he would act if in doubt. Besides, we may have to wait a long time for the medical report, for shammers are generally very careful not to have a fit in the presence of the medical man. Even if the latter be summoned speedily, our man will cut his fit short, so that no complete diagnosis of it can be made. As a rule, feigned attacks are good imitations, and consequently difficult to detect. The reason, doubtless, is that no one feigns an epileptic seizure without having often seen one. Unfortunately, this terrible malady is so widespread that opportunities for observing it are only too frequent. Much has been written upon the easiest methods of detecting feigned epilepsy. All treatises on medical jurisprudence deal with the question, and army surgeons have also published many handbooks treating of this and other feigned disabilities for military service, as Dr. W. Derblick, E. Heller, etc. Each one has characteristic symptoms on which he relies, deprecating those of his colleagues, so that on the whole little really reliable remains. We can, however, say, 1. An attack is always suspicious when it comes on at a critical moment favorable to the individual attacked, at the moment of arrest, during an examination, etc. It must not, of course, be forgotten that extreme emotion, great fright, etc., may bring on a nervous attack in the case of persons really ill. 2. The manner of the fall is important. The individual whose attack is genuine does not select the spot of his fall. He falls without taking any precautions or guarding himself with his hands. Thus he is often severely wounded, especially on the face, as he falls forward. The shammer sinks down gently, protecting himself in his fall by stretching out his hands or opening his elbows. Even if he does not act thus, and should by chance hurt himself, he cannot completely repress some manifestation of pain, as a contraction of the features, etc. 3. The startling but very characteristic cry of the epileptic, so well known, and once heard so impossible to forget, this unique cry, proceeding from the throat and accompanied by foaming of the mouth, "Oh, plutôt graigu," as the French doctors say, hoarse rather than shrill, will afford satisfactory proof only in certain cases. If the sick man repeats the cry frequently or continues it for some time, he is certainly pretending. But if he cries only once, then the attack is genuine, or the imitation perfect. If the cry be absent, the attack may yet be genuine, for it is often wanting in the case of well-known epileptics. 4. An important symptom, and one impossible to imitate, is the muscular contraction, those convulsive movements and peculiar tremblings of the muscles in the region of the back and the nape of the neck, what might be called muscular anarchy or confusion. Some very strong men, especially expert gymnasts, can produce this contraction in the upper part of the arm, but no one can at will provoke it over the whole body. In the true epileptic, this phenomena occurs spontaneously. The individual who feigns throws his limbs about on all sides, shakes, trembles, struggles, but the play of the muscles is wanting. 5. Perhaps the most important symptom is the color of the face, which in the true epileptic first becomes extraordinarily pale and then changes to bluish-violet. The person feigning can never produce this paleness artificially, although many men can produce the lividity as often as they wish. 575 to 577. When a person under examination is seized with an attack of epilepsy, true or false, it is above all necessary not to lose one's head, for as just stated, fright and emotion may produce a genuine seizure. Such fits therefore do occur from time to time, and in the case of the young investigating officer, unaccustomed to such shocking sights, deprive him of all presence of mind and prevent calm observation. What he usually does in his otherwise excusable excitement is to run about crying for help, looking for water, throwing himself about, so that when the medical man questions him as to what he has observed, he is incapable of furnishing any information. If a case of epilepsy does occur, the investigating officer must, as a man, deal with it as genuine, affording the sick man such help as is usual in such cases. Care must be taken that the patient does not injure himself by removing from his vicinity all angular objects. He must be allowed fresh air, and his tight-fitting clothes must be loosened. The attempt must be made to introduce between his teeth some elastic body, a cork, a folded linen pad, wood, India rubber, so that he might not bite his tongue, taking care that this gag does not slip into his mouth and choke him. Nothing else can be done. Have patience, and look out for signs of shamming, sending at once for the medical man to succor the genuinely afflicted or unmask the hypocrite. But this must be remembered, that nearly every true epileptic lies, is violent, and bigoted. 4. Shamming paralysis. Dr. Forbes points out that physicians themselves are sometimes deceived by cases of sham paralysis, and gives the following details of a particular case. A man was brought into hospital by a sympathetic policeman. He was able to state that, being on the top of an omnibus, he suddenly and completely lost all power in his right leg and arm. His speech was not much affected, nor were any unusual symptoms present. Here was a case apparently of paralysis of one side of the body. All might have gone well so far as the deception was concerned, had not one of the nurses recollected having seen the same man 3 weeks before suffering from similar symptoms. Now a case of genuine paralysis is never quickly recovered from, and suspicion was aroused. In genuine paralysis there are, of course, present various symptoms which affect different parts of the body. These symptoms are all in harmony with one another, and more or less interdependent. The man was, for instance, told to put out his tongue. It came out quite straight, but in genuine paralysis affecting the right side, for instance, the tip of that treacherous organ should distinctly diverge to the left. In this respect, it would be out of the patient's control. Again, when the sole of the foot on the paralyzed side was tickled, the man drew up his leg. This was a capital and fatal error, and showed a lesson but half learned. The leg should have remained quite motionless and insensible. In such cases at public institutions, it is better to let the malingerer himself ask to be discharged. The treatment was simple in this case. The man asserted he had no feeling in the leg. It was gently but firmly explained to him that a hot iron passed along the course of the nerve always gave excellent results, and would in the case be quite painless. A pretty vigorous electric current was also applied. This treatment was so successful that the sufferer there and then decided to walk out, and that without assistance. 5. Sham fainting fits. To be able to recognize a pretended faint is most important for the investigating officer, as the attack rarely lasts until the arrival of the medical man. The infallible sign of a genuine faint, and one easy to observe, is the extreme and sudden paleness which, just before the attack, spreads not only over the face, but also over the mucous membrane, lips, gums, etc. If this phenomenon be wanting, the fit is a sham, for the paleness is not the consequence, but the cause of the faint. It is nothing but lack of blood in the brain and head that brings on the attack, and is indicated by the paleness. The eyes remain motionless, the pupils are generally strongly dilated, the eye does not move when touched, the winking of the eyelids ceases. The awakening from a true fainting fit is very different from the recovery from a feigned one, but special knowledge, or at least considerable experience, is necessary to discriminate. For the amateur it must suffice to note the profound paleness, which no one can produce artificially. There is a spurious fainting fit occurring almost wholly among women. A shock, anxiety, congestion of blood in the head, anemia of the brain substance, is followed by a slight giddiness. The brain follows suit, there is lightheadedness, imagination, a little comedy in short. It is easiest and pleasantest to shut the eyes and sink down. The sufferer is pitied, and a halfway definition is found. The condition is not a real faint, but it is not false. The English phrase, as characteristic as untranslatable, comes to our aid: she fainted away. 18th century writers called such attacks the vapors. 6. Pretended insanity. It frequently happens that a person under examination makes himself out to be a bigger fool than he really is. This is often very advantageous for the accused and some of the witnesses, but for the investigating officer it is as troublesome as dangerous. For the guilty man the advantage is twofold. On the one hand, he may hope not to be suspected of an offense requiring perhaps a considerable amount of ingenuity for its accomplishment. On the other hand, he manages to be thought unable to understand a simple question, and so gains time for reflection. A similar pretense is perhaps quite as convenient to the witness who, for some reason or other, does not wish to speak the truth. Perhaps he wishes to shield the accused, perhaps he is afraid of compromising himself in telling the truth, perhaps he is afraid of contradicting another witness. However wearying and annoying such pretense may be, an investigating officer of ordinary sharpness with a minimum of psychological knowledge will easily discover the trick. Two methods may be adopted, but both lead to the same goal: proof of contradiction. In the one, this contradiction occurs between different statements, some of which are deliberate and cunning, while others are awkward and stupid. In the other, the contradiction is found between the words and the expression in the eyes of the person interrogated. As to the former method, it will be difficult for the cleverest person, especially in the course of a long examination, not to give at least once an intelligent answer. The investigating officer must know how to entangle a witness, provoke him about the case, lead him on to show himself in his true colors, and if he extracts but one answer more intelligent than the rest, he may safely conclude that the man is shamming. It is the same with the antagonism between look and word, between eye and mouth. No intelligent man has idiot's eyes, and no idiot has intelligent eyes. The whole physiognomy, the deportment, the gestures may deceive, the eyes never, and whoever is accustomed to watch the eyes will never be taken in. It is true that what we call the expression of the eyes exists only partially in the eyes themselves. The parts neighboring on the eye produce the chief effect, and these parts can be transformed at pleasure by means of the corresponding muscles. But this forced change cannot last long, nor be mistaken for genuine expression. A comedian of a most intelligent countenance can often make himself look a thorough ass, but his eyes, despite all his art, will never be truly brutish for more than a few moments. If then we have the least suspicion that the person we are interrogating is trying to make himself out a fool, we have only persistently to keep our eye on his, and however hard he tries to appear stupid and indifferent, he will be unable, especially if he finds himself cornered, to prevent at least one intelligent glance escaping. Remember also that the shammer, when he thinks no one is looking, casts a swift and scrutinizing glance on the investigating officer to see whether or not he believes him. If the investigating officer can catch but one of these glances, he can no longer have any doubt as to his man. If he be certain that the man is shamming, he very speedily tells him straight out that he is found out. The investigating officer will then explain to the subject why he does not believe him, will impress upon him the consequences of the attitude he has assumed, will continue his examination without bothering about the pretended idiocy, and frame his questions to suit the intelligence he may reasonably conclude the man to possess. 7. Shamming catalepsy. Catalepsy, which in its extreme form is quite indistinguishable from ordinary death, always demands the intervention not alone of a medical man, but of a medical expert in diseases of this nature. We quote 2 cases, cited by Dr. Littleton Forbes, to show that even such unusual phenomena may easily come within the sphere of the investigating officer. A remarkable case of simulated catalepsy has recently been reported. A man condemned to death threw himself voluntarily into a cataleptic condition. Strong stimulants, such as ammonia applied to the nostrils, needles inserted into the body, and immersion in cold water, all failed to induce any response. At last, alcohol was forcibly administered. This caused partial intoxication, disturbed the mental equilibrium, and so restored consciousness. Another remarkable case is that of a soldier in France, whose death had been certified by the regimental surgeons. In due course, they proceeded to make a post-mortem examination. The first incision, however, at once restored consciousness, and the now wounded man suddenly sat up, while the medical man rather ignominiously ran away. In conclusion, it cannot be said that the investigating officer goes beyond his legitimate sphere of action in unmasking such pretenders. The happiness or misery, the honor and liberty of a man often depend upon the accuracy of a single deposition, and the investigating officer is there to safeguard the rights of everyone. He will be grossly wanting in his duty if he does not consecrate all his attention and all his labor to compel the witnesses to speak the truth. End of section 3. Section 4 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Continuation of Chapter 7, Practices of Criminals. Section 4. Signs and Signals. By the word signs, French signe, German zinken, every scoundrel understands a secret mode of communication. The great variety of these signs, their multifarious application, and their extended employment render them of the greatest importance for the investigating officer. They can elucidate for him facts which without their help would be insoluble enigmas. For example, a robbery committed appears altogether impossible. Only one thief has been seen and caught, but he cannot be made responsible as, for the commission of the offense, the cooperation of several persons was essential, and no connection can be discovered between him and others. Again, secret communications in prison may paralyze the greatest efforts of the investigating officer, who is unable to unravel these communications if he does not know the secret signs. Further, we may lay it down as the duty of the investigating officer, especially in the country, to busy himself not only with the isolated cases which may come up before him, but also with everything which happens within his jurisdiction, as to the people wandering there and the ties by which such vagabonds are connected. If then any such individual commits an offense within his jurisdiction, the investigating officer, personally instructed as he is, will be able to supply his subordinates with useful information to aid them in their inquiries. It will be a great satisfaction to the young investigating officer, when an important case turns up, to find the police, abkari, forest, or revenue subordinates, etc., come full of confidence to apply to him, to get his help and be guided by him. It is just the minute study of the ways of criminals which will, as a rule, enable an investigating officer in any special case to advance surely and methodically. After the crime, it is too late to study the ways of scoundrels. That must be done in time of peace. Anyone interested will find a mass of information in J.M. Wagner's Rothwelsche Studien, Studies in Argot. We give a brief summary. A. Graphic signs. Graphic signs are most interesting from every point of view and deserve special study. They carry us back to the old signs of incendiaries and assassins in vogue for centuries. They were originally used by bands of malefactors with extended ramifications to designate houses destined at an appointed time to be attacked, pillaged, and if necessary, burned after the slaughter of the inhabitants. They were usually simple in form, generally consisting of an oblique line with strokes at the sides, such as are today found in large numbers. Some of these signs are copied in Ludwig Bechstein, Deutsches Museum für Geschichte. Original works containing incendiary signs and surviving to our day are rare. The most interesting, perhaps, is a little work, Signs and Words of Command of Incendiaries, numbering 340, published in 1540 A.D. This book includes several signs used today by wandering vagabonds, although over 4.5 centuries have elapsed since that date. At first, these signs were only a sort of mark for designating houses to be burned or attacked, just as a forest guard marks trees to be cut down. Thus, an arrow with several oblique strokes showed a house to be burned. An arrow with little circles at the end of the oblique strokes showed that the necessary combustibles were already to be found in the house. Later on, there appeared, besides these objective signs, others of a subjective nature, which were merely a kind of coat of arms or crest of the person who bore it. This was the general tendency of the period. Just as the emblazoned bearings of the nobles enabled them to be recognized, though concealed beneath their coats of mail, so the house marks designated the owner of the house and everyone dependent on him. Masons, carpenters, and sculptors also had their emblems serving as distinctive marks of the master workman who had built the house, the marked master mason, or carved a statue. Traders were also distinguished by special marks, and the incendiaries made use of their signs to show that such and such a member of the band had been there and would return. These incendiary signs go very far back, certainly to the 15th century at least. At the time of the Reformation they were very common, and it was generally believed that the incendiaries were members of bands sent by the Pope into Germany to annihilate the Lutheran reformers by fire and sword. Incendiaries and their marks are met with most frequently during the 30 Years' War, and at other times when brigands, vagabonds, and sharpers enjoyed complete freedom. One can hardly imagine the number of cases of robbery, murder, and incendiarism committed in this epoch. The descriptions found in the Simplicissimus, in Philander von Sittwald, in Alexander Smith, in Sigmund Hassmann, and later in the lives of the famous brigands Lipstulian, Schmuel Schickel, Mikkel Hensel, Nickel List, Jonas Meyer, Schmuel Lübel, and many others, appear to us today as horrible inventions of romance. An incendiary sign, dating from that epoch, has been preserved on the wall of a lonely chapel in the midst of the Thuringian forest. The first line in the summons, the second the response to the invitation. The former means, the fourth house from here in the direction of the arrow will be attacked on the night when the moon is next in its fourth quarter. To decipher this line, it is not necessary to know how to read books, for anyone could understand it, and anyone who could understand it was welcome. Now all sorts of vagabonds passed that way. They read the invitation, and each one who wished to have a share in the job added his mark with black lead, red chalk, a burnt stick, or a knife. For every criminal had, and has to this day, a mark known to all his friends. Thus we find in the lower line a bird, a die, a key, a pot, a chain, 5 marks of 5 incendiaries, and the organizer of the crime had only to come and look to be sure of the assistance of these 5 individuals. We shudder even today in thinking of the terrible significance of these marks apparently so harmless, but few among us know that the tamed offspring of these savage ancestors still exist, and make under our very eyes their marks, which are read and understood. We have only to observe closely chapels, farmhouses, crosses, palings, walls, especially in lonely places and at crossroads, to find signs of criminals in abundance. Certainly they do not often nowadays point to murder and incendiarism, but they indicate that such and such a comrade has been at that spot, alone or in company, on a certain date, and that on a certain day he has departed in a certain direction. The most important indications of these birds of passage are those pointing out the houses where beggars are hospitably received. The most dangerous is the intimation that a robbery is about to be committed in the neighborhood, and that assistance is required. A few of these signs may be usefully given here. Availle cites as an example a key with an arrow, mark of the burglar; 2 crossed swords, mark of the begging student; cards with an arrow, mark of the wandering card cheat. Availle takes the figure 14a as the sign of tramps in general, but it is badly copied, and ought to represent a heart with 3 nails, figure 14b. This is the ancient distinctive mark of the nail-maker, hence of the nail-maker on the tramp. The author was able personally to note this as the sign of a nail-maker who subsequently took to the road. Figure 15 is the mark or sign of the tramp in general. It indicates only direction and date. The zeros stand for children, the long strokes for companions, the half stroke for the wife. The date 4/12/58. The mark sometimes differs in different countries, e.g., the strokes may be children and the zeros companions or accomplices. The following marks are taken from the author's own collection, formed over a series of years. Figure 16. A country scene with a fir tree, drawn without lifting the pencil or graver. The very common mark of a famous tramp who had once been a landed proprietor. Such pictures, traced with a single stroke, are much favored by malefactors and bear witness to their great antiquity. They are met with especially during the transition period from the 15th to the 16th century. Albrecht Dürer had wonderful skill in this class of work, and drew the magnificent designs on the borders of the prayer book of the Emperor Maximilian. Figure 17. The sign of a baker, signifying, I was here on 5/11/72, I shall return on 20/12/72. Figure 18 is one of the most interesting the author has met with. The bird, drawn with a single stroke, represents a parrot, alluding to the great loquacity of the owner of the mark, who was a famous housebreaker. The second sign is a church, the third a key. Below, we see 3 round objects on a line. This, according to the calendar of the Styrian peasantry, is the emblem of St. Stephen, i.e., 3 stones placed on the ground, alluding to the martyrdom of the saint by stoning. They here indicate the day, viz. St. Stephen's Day, 26th December. By the side is an infant in swaddling clothes. This indicates the birth of the Savior, the date being 25th December. The whole thus means the owner of the parrot sign intends to break into a church on 26th December. He desires accomplices, and will, accordingly, be in the neighborhood of the sign, a lonely chapel in a wood, on 25th December, to meet whoever turns up. The police, knowing the importance of the signs, took a copy to the magistrate. A priest helped to interpret the liturgical emblems, and on Christmas Day, 4 dangerous criminals were captured near the chapel in the woods. Figure 19. An open book, a broken baton, a human foot, and 3 dates. The interpretation is unknown. Besides these signs, there are others intended to communicate useful information to other wanderers. This shows clearly the comradeship, one might almost call it the organization, existing among these vagabonds. All the members render each other mutual services without even knowing each other, in the hope at some other time of obtaining assistance in return. Figure 20 is very common. An open hand signifies that one will find a generous hand in the 4th, 7th, 11th, and 20th houses to the right, and in the 3rd, 6th, and 10th to the left. It is thus an indication that one may beg successfully at these houses. Sometimes a special mark is put on each house to show if it is worthwhile stopping there to ask for alms. The sign is generally very simple, an empty circle. Figure 21 shows that here something may be obtained, probably a coin. A cross, figure 22, indicates that nothing can be had. While a combination of the 2 signs, figure 23, means people do give something here, but nothing a tramp wants, i.e., you will only get a piece of bread, a glass of cider, potatoes, an egg, or something else to eat, no money. English criminals employ similar marks. Figure 24 is found in England as well as on the continent, and means that stolen goods can be disposed of at the house thus designated. Marks of a violin and flute in their simplest forms are also very common, figure 25. The violin is a good sign. People are bountiful. Here is an allusion perhaps to the old saying, the heavens are full of violins. The flute means just the opposite, taken perhaps from the proverb, you can come here to play the flute, and no more. Figure 26 is a sign giving warning that the police are very active. The signs speak for themselves. Sometimes also, these signs are accompanied by other marks containing a menace or a prophecy, or perhaps also inviting to join in the attack. Some years ago, in eastern Styria, a gendarme was found murdered, his body being pierced with innumerable stabs with knives. An inspection of the scene of offense showed that he had sat down by the roadside to fill his pipe, the tobacco spread out, the pipe half filled. On account of his conscientious strictness, he was feared and hated by the tramps and gypsies who had traitorously attacked and murdered him in the manner indicated. A few days after his death, there was found on a ruined wall not far from the scene of the crime a rough drawing, figure 27, the meaning of which is evident. It was an easily recognized caricature of a face surmounted by the gendarme's plumed hat. The military mustache is very typical. Round the head, 4 daggers are clearly drawn. The drawing was certainly not made after the murder, for it had been half effaced by rain, and no rain had fallen between the day of the crime and the day of the discovery. Here was clearly a threat and call for help. If the discovery had been made in time, the officer could have been warned and thus saved his life. At least he would not have taken such a lonely night journey alone. This shows how carefully the places where such signs are likely to be found should be scrutinized and the signs themselves noted. But the old heraldic signs, formerly used by criminals, are being gradually supplanted by international written signs, which can be used anywhere. Just as heraldic ornaments and the distinguishing of houses by escutcheons and crests are disappearing to be replaced by monograms without color and without meaning, so the old, original, and interesting marks of the criminals are disappearing. Nicknames take the place of the picturesque crest. This is, of course, due to the great modern spread of reading and writing. Thus, inscriptions of the class shown in Figure 28 are frequently found. In contrast to this modern tendency, we may cite criminal marks found in the mountainous and lonely district of Lorraine inhabited by well-to-do peasants, Figure 29. All these are shown to belong to members of the same band, for the marks are all taken from the same book. According to this book, these signs mean 1. Damian Mercurii, 2. Intelligentsia Saturni, 3. Sign of the guardian angel for Saturday, called Causiel. These marks are found in the Pneumatologia Occulta et Vera, published at Salamanca. This celebrated book of magic probably came into the hands of a band of rogues who were so captivated therewith that the magic signs in it awoke from their sleep of centuries to a new life. To this class also belong gypsy signs, which in some way or other indicate their presence in a neighborhood, not only when they have made an innocent transit, but also when they have committed some crime. In the latter case, however, they conceal the sign more carefully or mark them on places difficult to find. The most common mark is a shaded triangle, which is supposed to represent a harp. It is generally found on houses where the gypsy has passed the night, Figure 30. The gypsy also suspends strips of clothing from a house, a stake, a tree, etc. This is a certain sign that one of the fraternity has passed that way, and he has been able for centuries to make the country people believe that these rags are bewitched, producing diseases in the persons touching them. Hence no one is bold enough to lay hands on them, and they remain there for the information of other gypsies as they come along. As a general rule, this sign is found near crossroads or wherever the gypsy following may be in doubt as to the route taken by the one in advance. At other times, gypsies employ wands twisted together, branches or even blades of grass or straw rolled one onto the other. They take, for example, the branch of a tree with 3 shoots, being careful to bend the middle branch in the direction to be taken. Or they place by the roadside 3 stones, one on the top of another, a sign not likely to be noticed by the uninitiated, but quite plain to him who knows. Figure 31-32. The author for a long time believed that these signs were special peculiarities of the gypsies which they might have brought with them from their Indian home. This is, however, a mistake, as the German Schoenbach has shown. In an unprinted sermon, Leipzig manuscript, number 496, of Berthold von Regensburg, who was without a doubt the greatest preacher of the Middle Ages, the speaker says, "The devil does as the robbers who put certain signs on the way, so that wanderers think they are on the right way, while these signs lead straight to the den of the robbers. Of these signs there are 3, cross twigs, stones placed together, and connected rods or briars." These are exactly the 3 last mentioned signs showing the gypsy's road, and we must accept it that these signs have for more than 500 years been widely known and used among the common people, though they are now forgotten by these people and remembered only by the conservative gypsies. But even this acceptation must be limited by the fact that the use is specially of German origin. For evidence of this, pointed out also by Schoenbach, see Gross Archives. As, however, the gypsies were certainly in Europe as early as 1417 AD, and if, as one theory makes out, they were fugitives themselves, they would naturally make common cause with the invaded inhabitants. It is just as likely that they were teachers as taught. The latest research on the subject is thus summed up by W. Crook, Things Indian, 1906, page 247. The connection between the European gypsies and the East is obvious from philological considerations alone, but the circumstances of their westward migration have long been disputed. On one theory, their arrival in Europe, which is recorded for the first time in 1417, was due to the escape of fugitives before the armies of Timur, who reached India in 1398. Another suggestion connects them with the body of Jat minstrels imported from India to Persia by Bahram Gur about 420 A.D., whence they gradually worked their way into Europe. A third theory identifies them from various Indian vagrants of the present day, such as Doms, Bedets, and Nats. Lastly, Dr. F.H. Groom identifies them with a prehistoric body of wanderers from the East who brought with them the art of working in bronze. On this view of the case, the modern gypsies may be akin to some of the present vagrant tribes, but the separation occurred at a very early period. Attempts have been made to identify the gypsies in a special way with two of these wandering tribes, the Changars and the Doms, the former name being supposed by some to be the origin of the title Zingari, the latter of Romani. The Changars, whose name is supposed by Leitner to mean grain sifters, are a vagrant tribe of the Punjab, the men employed in agriculture, and particularly in reaping, and the women in sifting and cleaning grain. The Doms or Dooms are a widespread race, found all through North India. The best group of them is found in the lower Himalaya, where they are mostly respectable artisans. The Doom Marasi, if he be really identical with these people, is a wandering minstrel. The Dom of Bihar is a foul outcast, a scavenger and eater of carrion, and is employed on the duty, odious to the Hindu, of providing the fire for cremation. If along the road there should be sand or bare earth or snow, the gypsies make their marks on the ground, which are clear, but of course not lasting. As a rule they make 3 strokes, the middle being the longer, and indicating the direction in which they have gone, figure 32. A list of gypsy signs has been published by von Weslicki, Theodor Gillman, and Heinrich Glucksmann. The latter declares that gypsies of a certain stock, and particular gypsies of that stock, have special signs, hairs of animals, rags, bits of wood, etc., as if they were families of tribes. These signs are combined with others in order to give information to stray gypsies. The personal sign, for instance, partly covered with cow dung, gives warning of police. Human excrement betokens success and luck. An elder twig, illness. A half-burnt elder twig, with straw, a death. A fir twig, an engagement. A willow twig, a birth. An oak twig, the return of a traveler or an arrested comrade. A birchen rod, a capture by the police. Skin or leather cuttings notify a person to hurry to a rendezvous. Holes in the leather betoken a town, when square; if round, a village. If, for instance, 2 round, 1 square, and again 1 round hole are found in a piece of leather, then the gypsy must pass through 2 villages and 1 town in order to reach the next village, the place of meeting. Pigs' bristles portend approaching luck, the hairs of dogs, danger and insecurity, fragments of glass, a dead animal. To understand the somewhat startling science of gypsy fortune-telling and card prophecy, one must also pay attention to the graphical signs which the wanderers draw on the walls of houses, either with a nail or a bit of coal. Figure the inhabitants do not notice, as they are scarcely distinguishable from the marks made by time, wind, or weather, but which, to those who have the necessary knowledge, are of extreme importance. According to Weslicki, a cross means that there is nothing to be had, a double cross, rough usage, a circle, liberal treatment, a double circle, unusually benevolent people, 2 longitudinal lines, and over these 2 cross lines, the home of a magistrate or an investigating officer, a double circle, and under it 2 lines, a theft of which gypsies are suspected, a vertical line, the joyful news, here we have found, that is stolen, a triangle, here by cards or fortune-telling money may be had, a circle over a cross urges to a deed of revenge, 2 serpentine lines show the desire of a woman of the house to have children, 2 vertical lines bound together by 1 serpentine line show that the woman will have no more children. 2 serpentine lines through a circle betoken the death of an old woman. Through 2 circles, the death of an old man. Points on a circle show inheritance through death. A serpentine line cutting a triangle, the death of householder. 2 such lines through the same figure, the death of the householder's wife. A serpentine line through 2 circles, the unfaithfulness of a wife. A circle between 2 serpentine lines, the unfaithfulness of the husband. A vertical with a horizontal line under it, and under this again a circle, matrimonial designs, etc. It is easy to see that these signs are very useful in fortune-telling and card prophecy, and it is worthwhile to notice the camaraderie of these people who help one another, expecting in the same way to be helped in return. All these gypsy signs are certainly met with among other tramps, but they prove that the man employing them, if not a gypsy himself, is at least in close touch with the gypsies, and has become practically one of themselves. These marks of criminals must not be confounded with those of peripatetic grinders made on the houses where they have received scissors, knives, etc. to sharpen. There is no doubt that their marks closely resemble those of criminals, and trace their origin to the times when knife grinders, who were also generally umbrella menders, were wont to wander along the roads in company with tramps of all sorts. When then a grinder has collected during the day a number of knives and scissors, all so much alike, it would be impossible for him to return them to the true owners without a special mark for each house, such as dyers, laundrymen, and dobies use. These marks often furnish a useful memoria technica. They are curious and sometimes ancient, but their only importance for us is to distinguish them from true criminal signs. When we are in doubt, we must ask the first grinder we meet, whether perambulating or stationary, for each knows accurately the marks used by other grinders. A curious and somewhat impertinent sign was at one time believed by the author to be purely local, but is now shown by Klausmann of Berlin to be very widespread, is that of a human caricature followed by 3 marks of interrogation. The plain meaning of the sign, whenever it is discovered, is unmistakable. Where's the thief? Can't you catch him? End of section 4. Section 5 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Continuation of Chapter 7, Practices of Criminals. Parts B and C. B. Hand signals. Signals or signs made by the hands as means of communication between malefactors constitute a complete alphabet, the letters being formed by the different position of the fingers. Sometimes the ordinary well-known deaf and dumb alphabet is employed. But this alphabet is not identical in all countries, and though the changes are not essential constituents, yet they are sufficient to prevent the dumb and deaf of different countries communicating with each other by this means. It is said to be different in the case of criminals who have so altered the alphabet as to make it in a sense international. Be this as it may, the important thing for the investigating officer is not so much to understand the alphabet employed as to realize the fact of its existence, to know that 2 accomplices can carry on a conversation from prison windows across a wide courtyard. If this fact be borne in mind, he will be spared many surprises arising from an unexpected harmony between the statements. The investigating officer who does not bother himself about these communications, or think it beneath his dignity to take account of them, not only makes himself ridiculous when he comes to interrogate the suspects, but conducts his inquiry merely as a matter of form, for the sake of appearance, and so fails in the performance of his duty. Another mode of communicating with the hands is to write slowly in the air with the fingers words that a quick observer can easily read. All such modes of communication are specially employed during those confrontations, or bringing of the parties face to face, which many persons are so enamored of, but which the present writer considers both insufferable and dangerous. One may confront honest and unsuspected witnesses. A mistake leading to grave consequences may thus often be readily cleared up, and also fresh starting points may thus be obtained which repeated interrogatories could never furnish. But beyond that, confrontations have many drawbacks, and at most afford an easy way of getting out of a corner by simplifying the rest of the inquiry. Whoever knows with what ease and rapidity 2 malefactors can come to a thorough understanding by means of their secret alphabet will take care not to let them have such a simple and easy means of communication. At the moment of the confrontation, and during the preparation of the record, they will perfectly comprehend each other, in spite of the strictest supervision. In the widest sense of the word, these signals include every kind of mutual understanding arrived at by means not comprehended by the uninitiated. These understandings, often leading to serious consequences, are arrived at when prisoners are allowed to communicate with their relations and friends, even under the very eyes of the investigating officer. Often the latter will be astonished at the explosive violence with which persons, deemed absolutely incapable of any emotion, throw themselves on each other's necks, weep, cry out, express their feelings in the midst of renewed embraces, until the investigating officer thinks this exhibition of grief has lasted long enough and separates the weeping participants. Generally, the only object of all this scene is to slip into the possession of the accused a letter, a file, or some other small object, or to whisper in his ear hints for his defense or the name of an alibi witness. On the other hand, the accused may slip over to the visitor some small object which he has hitherto been able to conceal, or in turn to whisper some words in his ear. Availle relates the case of the concubine of a prisoner who passed from her mouth to his a piece of gold, with which he shortly afterwards attempted to bribe the warder. The same writer suggests, and on good grounds, that the infants women bring with them are often dangerous. It is not surprising that the prisoner should spend a long time nursing and caressing his child, but at the same time he takes care to secure all the objects which the infant is made use of to convey. True, a certain amount of smartness is required to thus give and receive, in spite of the close supervision exercised over prisoners, but those who are dangerous are not precisely the unskillful ones, and all possess more or less the cleverness of the pickpocket. To prove the adroitness of these gentry, an example may be given to show how readily such exchanges may be effected. A police official one day informed us that he had something interesting to communicate. On going to the lockup, we found a pickpocket who, having just completed a sentence of imprisonment, was about to be handed over to a foreign power. The criminal had been ill and well cared for by authorities, and on the eve of his extradition had offered to show something. This something was then shown. The specialty of our man was to ask for a light. The prisoner asked one of the company to place an object like a pocketbook in the inside pocket of his frock coat, but without buttoning it. Then the victim was requested to light a cigar and hand one to the experimenter. The latter, in a natural manner, threw his greatcoat over his arm and advanced with a polite bow requesting a light for his cigar. The person addressed consented, keeping all the time an eye on the book that represented the pocketbook. The man took a long time to light his cigar, and was very clumsy over the job. The cigar would not catch fire, and the other party had to take 2 or 3 strong pulls at his to give more fire and make the lighting easier. At last the cigar burned. The thief made another polite bow and retired, but the book was no longer in the pocket. The hand under the greatcoat had worked so cleverly that the book was extracted without the slightest contact being felt. It was certainly remarkably clever to distract the attention of a person forewarned by a show of pretended clumsiness. How easy it must be then for criminals of this nature to transfer objects when both parties are active and can warn each other by a glance, a sign, a movement that there is something to give or to take. But even the overprudent investigating officer, who deems he has avoided all danger by forbidding embraces, handshakings, etc., cannot prevent these people from communicating with each other by signals, glances, movements of the hand, etc. The communication may be short and swift, but it will convey everything essential and compromise the success of the inquiry. A single moment may cause the irrevocable loss of all the trouble taken, all the skill employed. Among the modes of communication, reference may be made to the secret writing of prisoners. Everyone knows that this writing exists, for persons even use sympathetic or invisible ink for perfectly inoffensive purposes. These inks are solutions of salts of cobalt, copper, iron, etc., sulfuric acid and water, milk, urine, etc. Some of these are not worth much from the present point of view, as they necessitate the use of chemicals both for writing and for reading what is written. The prisoner under lock and key will not find it easy to find chloride of cobalt or protochloride of iron to write with, nor a solution of gallnuts to enable him to bring the writing to light. Only substances easily procured are dangerous and important. Such are, as concerns writing coming into prisons, all inks that become visible by heating, rubbing with burnt paper, ashes, dust, etc., for such agents are easily found in every prison. If, for example, one writes with a solution of chloride of cobalt, the gentle heat of a stove or of a burning match will make the writing appear, at least for the moment. If the writing be made with a solution of gum arabic, one has only to breathe on the letter and then rub it with ashes or dust, and the written characters stand out quite distinctly. The breath causes the gum on the surface to become sticky, and the dust thus adheres to the gummy characters, but not to the paper. Evidently, the necessary ingredients, especially dust, are found in all prisons. Particularly dangerous inks are such as can be made to appear and disappear several times. The accused can thus read them over and over again. He can also, with this ink, make notes of things he does not wish to forget, and even carry them about with him. Whenever he wants to refresh his memory, he can do so at his ease. Such inks are very numerous. The best and best known is called Weidmann's ink, 1 part of linseed oil, 8 parts of liquid ammonia, and 100 parts of water. Before writing, this ink must be well shaken, and the paper moistened when the writing will be visible, but will disappear when dry. Another ink, easy to prepare and consequently much used, is the following. Copper is dissolved in hydrochloric acid. A little acetate of potassium is added, and the whole diluted with water until the writing obtained is no longer visible. Every time the paper is heated, the writing shows up in dark yellow, completely disappearing when cold. Great attention should be paid to writings of this kind, and it must not be forgotten that such secret intimations are generally found between the lines of documents, otherwise perfectly harmless. Letters coming out of prison are almost always written either with urine or with milk. The writing is easily made clear by heating or rubbing with dust. Such communications generally pass between one prison and another, but are also sent to the outside world. Even when the very natural precaution is adopted of not allowing the prisoner to write except under the supervision of the warder, it may be possible to change the paper for another on which he has previously written with urine, or to scribble, without being observed, a few words with urine during the formal writing of the letter. The author knows of the case of a female prisoner who, while writing in the office of the superintendent of the jail himself, moistened a small piece of pointed wood with milk from her own bosom, and thus inscribed several lines between those written in ink. There are two expedients to get over these tricks: to heat every letter that enters or leaves a prison, or, better still, to let nothing either come in or go out. The first method should always be employed. The second should be adopted in all important cases. When a letter arrives addressed to an accused under detention, he should be sent for. The letter should be read to him, several times if he desires it, but should never be handed over to him. The fact of reading the letter should be entered on the record, and the former attached to it. In this there is an additional advantage. No paper enters the prison, and it is well known that the margins and backs of letters are often used for fresh correspondence. When a letter of a person under detention is sent out of a prison, the letter should be carefully copied, and then compared and signed by the prisoner in the presence of the superintendent or the magistrate himself. The original should be attached to the record, and the copy posted. But in spite of every precaution we may be taken in, as the following case will prove. The proprietor of a small piece of forest land was suspected for many years of receiving stolen property and conveying it across the frontier. He was arrested, his wife being allowed to remain at liberty. She was under her husband's orders and could not be suspected of wishing to run away, and had in the house several little children, one being an infant at the breast. The man at his first examination denied everything, but expressed a strong desire to speak to his wife. In spite of the distance, she was accordingly brought to the courthouse. The unusual insistence of the man appeared suspicious. Accordingly, an interview was refused, but the prisoner was allowed to send any message he chose to the woman. After a lot of bother, he stated that all he wanted to say to his wife was that she should look well after the cattle, as he had done until his arrest, and to see that they had plenty of nourishment. This apparently harmless message was accurately communicated to the wife, but doubts remained, and the same day a police constable was sent to see the cattle possessed by the couple. His report was that they possessed 3 goats and a half-starved horse, used for carrying the stolen property across the border. Undoubtedly the investigating officer had been humbugged, and had been made the agent of conveying an ambiguous and disastrous message. The latter remained an enigma for a long time. Later on, the investigating officer had in confinement a young woman who had grown up among gypsies and had been taught to steal with great skill. A great deal of interest was taken in the girl because it was suspected she had been stolen when a child, although inquiries as to her origin proved fruitless. She showed her gratitude for the interest taken in her and the kindness shown her by giving a great deal of hitherto unknown information about the manners and customs of the gypsies, and among other matters about their double speech. Asked as to the meaning of the expression "feed the cattle," the girl said it meant locally, "deceive the officers of the law and admit nothing." Thus the meaning of the message from husband to wife was, "I have admitted nothing, do not you admit anything on any consideration." Of course, the language of swindlers and thieves is full of ambiguous expressions, most of which are, however, perfectly well known. Another mode of communication is by means of letters deeply cut into wood. Thus, if letters be deeply graven in soft, smooth wood, so that the deeply cut characters form together a word or phrase, and if, above these characters, the wood be scraped with a sharp knife, or better still a piece of glass, until the writing is no longer visible on the surface, it may be made to reappear by soaking the wood. In fact, the fibers of the wood where pressure has been exerted to form the letters remain compressed, although no trace of the compression is visible to the naked eye. If, therefore, the portions of the wood thus compressed be soaked in water, they swell and the writing stands out clearly in relief. Any wood may be used, but the finer the grain, as maple or pear, the better the chance of success. Accordingly, every morsel of wood coming from outside must be examined, as the handles of brushes, combs, and mirrors, or of tools, boxes containing provisions, etc. In one case, the writing was on a wooden spoon, and only appeared when the spoon was put in the soup. It was represented that the individual was so accustomed to this spoon, and no difficulty was therefore raised to his using this harmless utensil. Of another kind of communication, the following example may be given. In a big affair, 28 persons were arrested. The cells were limited in number, and it was quickly seen that the persons under detention communicated with each other in various ways. The inquiry was seriously interfered with, and military supervision was requisitioned. Accordingly, soldiers did sentry go night and day in the corridors. This supervision was at first successful, but after a few days it was seen that the answers of the accused were changing all round. They were evidently again in communication. The superintendent of the prison went on watch himself, and observed that from the peephole or inspection hole of each cell, left purposely open to render supervision more easy, a hand was protruded as the soldier passed, and deposited a small article on the top of his cartridge pouch, hanging on his back. As the soldier passed the next cell, another hand appeared, removed the object placed on the cartridge pouch, and so on. Thus the soldier guards were the innocent means of communication between the prisoners. As they had no paper, the prisoners had scraps of linen torn from their shirts. The only pencil they had traveled with the letter, and all the world could use it. C. Signals of recognition. These are essentially international, and enable members of the criminal classes to recognize each other anywhere, wherever they may be, in a hotel, in a shop, at church, on a railway, in prison. If two members of the criminal classes meet, it is important they should recognize each other at once, so that they may act together, or not interfere with each other, or perhaps not to try their games on each other. A card cheat, for example, only wastes his time in endeavoring to entrap another cheat. For the investigating officer, it suffices to know that these signals exist, are known, and understood wherever criminals congregate. If an investigating officer ignores this fact, he will be continually meeting strange things he cannot explain. For example, a man is accused of having attempted to rob a fellow passenger in a railway carriage. The accused, in his defense, pretends that it was impossible for him to make such an attempt, as a gentleman was seated opposite to him who would have seen everything, and besides, he would not have dared steal under the very eyes of the gentleman. The latter had continued his journey to an unknown destination, but could not be an accomplice, as he had got onto the train half a day before the accused. One might perhaps believe this story, did not one know that a single movement of the hand exchanged between the two was enough to assure them that neither had anything to fear from the other. Again, in a hotel, a swindler sells something false as genuine, pretending to be absolutely honest, so much so that two perfect strangers are greatly taken with the article, declaring they would have bought it if the dupe had not previously practically completed his purchase. True enough, the two men are strangers, but just as truly, a single sign enables them to play the game of the cheat. It is exactly the same with card sharpers, who assemble, especially on market days, in hotels and other places of public resort, and immediately assist each other, even though they may have never met before. They play with each other a harmless game, in which now one, now another wins. This works admirably, and the people about gain confidence. Or they play at guessing puzzles, and the guesser generally gains, although he who has propounded the puzzle declares it insoluble. They play, at first, only for love, but when the spectators get excited and join in, they play no longer for love, but for the hard-won money of the countryman who suspects nothing and loses everything. Or one plays while an accomplice sits behind his partner and indicates the cards held. In any event, this recognition prevents a swindler from wasting his time in trying to dupe another member of the fraternity. The signals employed are numerous. Among the Roman nations, especially among Italians and French, a great number are recognized. Pitre, Archives de Labrusso, 9, 1888, has collected 48 signals of recognition employed by Italian criminals alone. For our purpose, the two here illustrated are the most important, being known by all the scoundrels of the civilized world for centuries. Figure 33 is most commonly used in the north of Europe, Figure 34 in the south. By taking note of these signals, we can understand how certain crimes which we would have refused to credit become possible. We were sure they could not be carried out without accomplices, and we could discover no trace of connection with third parties. Another signal, of less interest to the investigating officer, but of great importance to criminals, consists in closing one eye and squinting with the other towards the nose. It is a piece of face play we all know, and often indulge in as a joke, to show some secret understanding. In the life of a swindler, the sign is of great importance, and often forms the starting point of a more or less prolonged partnership in crime. It must be remembered that the friendships of these gentry do not generally last long. There are many causes leading to the disruption of the harmony between them: the division of the spoil, suspicion of treason, difference of views as to the mode of carrying out a scheme, jealousy of the superior cleverness of one, discontent at the clumsiness of the other, etc. Often, too, they are dispersed as consequence of the miscarriage of some plot, by imprisonment for different periods of detention and other accidents. Besides, it is not to their interest to remain too long in company, for the foregathering of a number of persons who enjoy a bad reputation with the authorities is suspicious and attracts an amount of supervision most disagreeable to them. Thus there is a continually changing in criminal partnerships. They unite for one or two schemes, share the danger, the booty, and the secrets, and separate, never to meet again. Thus they are always under the necessity of seeking new accomplices, and for that only a little address is required. Men pursuing the same aim, whether good or bad, meet and recognize each other easily, we might almost say instinctively. This phenomenon is based to some extent on our knowledge of ourselves. Each of us knows to some extent his own qualities and easily recognizes them in others. An observer will quickly perceive that ardent huntsmen recognize each other as quickly as pederasts, that chess players and men of science will take to each other as quickly as gamblers and taproom companions. So one sharp will pick out another among hundreds of honest men. A wink of the eye to make sure one is not deceived, a responsive recognition, and the same evening they commit a robbery in company. Both alike risk their liberty, but each is absolutely sure of the devotion of his new comrade. This is the only explanation of the inconceivable rapidity with which these people make friends who come who knows whence, and who have hardly arrived before they are found working hand in hand. We may here recall the report of a police officer upon a big housebreaking, which stated that the author could be no other than a famous operator, who had always a very characteristic plan of operations, were it not that he had been released from a long period of imprisonment only 2 days before, and who could not, therefore, have had the time to recruit the 3 or 4 accomplices absolutely necessary for the commission of the offense. Accordingly, he let the man slip quietly away, and only later was it proved that he had organized the robbery. One of his accomplices admitted that he had found and enlisted his assistance by this sign. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Dolinger. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Practices of Criminals. Continued. D. Acoustical signs. These may be divided into 2 classes. 1. Calls and cries of warning. Calls consist almost exclusively of imitation of the cries of animals, especially those that are accustomed to make a noise at night. Naturally, persons planning a night attack on a person in a forest or jungle, or a night attack on a house, do not call each other by name or make any noise that would attract attention. The cry of an animal, especially when well imitated, is never suspected, and when there is a previous understanding, it is as certain a call as the names themselves. Thus is imitated the crowing of a cock, the pipe of a quail, the croaking of a frog near water or of a toad, but above all, the hooting of the owl. Owls are everywhere, in the forests, in the fields, in the mountains, in the marshes, in isolated spots, and close to human dwellings. Early in the evening, as well as before dawn, the cry of the owl is never suspected. It is even used in broad day by hunters summoning each other to the woods. No animal fears it. White men have a superstitious dread of the hoot of the owl. Hearing it, they will sooner stop their ears than watch their pockets. According to the distance, the hoot of the small barn owl, Strix scops, or that of the great night owl, Strix noctua, is used. This matter may be important. When the question is whether an attack in a forest or a housebreaking has been committed by one man or by several as accomplices, the witnesses should be asked whether shortly before or after the crime they have not heard the hoot of an owl. If the answer be in the affirmative, it will be a strange coincidence if just at the time and place of the crime an owl should have been hooting. Watchmen of all kinds should also keep their ears open for such sounds. As for cries of warning, all kinds of noises are made use of. As a rule, they are heard only when things are going amiss, and the only resource left is flight. For this, a very distinctive convention is necessary. A whistle, a clapping of hands, a loud cough is enough as a signal of danger. In each country, and in each division of every country, as in North and South Germany, special words have become appropriated to such purposes. These belong more particularly to the argot of the various districts, and it would be of no practical use to make an enumeration of them here. 2. Phonetic communication in prison. This means of communication is more widespread and more dangerous than ordinarily believed. It is generally imagined that it is impossible for criminals to transmit long and precise messages to each other. Short communications, it is supposed, are useless and not worth wasting time over. Such an opinion shows that a man has never known his own prison, that he has never taken into account the consequences of such correspondence. In short, that he is a silly dupe. Take the situation of an accused under remand, who has nothing to do but to sleep or to wake as the humor takes him, who has nothing to think about but his case, who knows that prudence and a reasonable explanation can alone save him. What is most important to him is to come to an understanding with a co-accused, so that both should stick to the same story, or to get another prisoner about to be released to undertake to find him witness for an alibi, to cause the traces of the crime to disappear, or even to remove the corpus delicti to a place of safety. Of course, there is no great mischief done when a young peasant who has killed a hare to make a pair of breeches of the skin gets by chance into communication with a servant who has stolen a silver watch. But it is otherwise with two dangerous criminals whose conviction will be a boon to society. The whole life of these people is spent in gaining an existence by illegal methods, in avoiding justice, and, when they are caught, in recovering their liberty. They know how to profit by the slightest chance of intercommunication. All their thoughts, all their efforts are directed to the discovery of the little loophole that is necessary to them. Whoever will take the trouble to carefully study prison life will very quickly learn how things go on even in the best managed establishments. Near the doors and the windows, by day and by night, in the cells or at the walking exercise, one hears phrases, words, numbers, inarticulate sounds, which prove that noises have been heard, for otherwise the system would not be carried on so methodically. The most extraordinary stories are told as to means of communication employed. One man pretended to be a fool and uttered nothing but numbers. In a neighboring gallery, another man was wicked enough to mock the poor fool. When the one below had finished bawling out his numbers, the man above commenced his mocking. And so they went on, time about. When at last it was discovered that the two were carrying on a conversation, it was too late. In another prison, two very pious Jews were confined, who daily chanted Hebrew melodies. But the peculiar thing was that they never sang at the same time, so as to interfere with each other. It was only found out later by chance that the pair were communicating by means of their chants and psalms, and that they had been able to tell each other everything they wished. When persons under detention sing in prison, everyone is quite pleased. The prisoners are assumed to have nothing to complain about, and they are permitted to sing away at their heart's content. But no one pays any attention to the meaning of their songs. But if the investigating officer would take the trouble to bestir himself, he would be surprised to find that the text or motif of the songs is some portion of the investigation. Signals, and not unimportant ones, are made by whistling. It is said that by practice, persons can thus come to understand each other perfectly. This is quite possible. One has only to consider the wide vogue of the system, Hakkasen, that is, communication by means of blows struck on an object. In certain countries, the practice became so extended and common that completely new buildings had to be erected at great expense. Cells were built with triple walls, and Availle says that once at Weimar, clocks were placed in the prison corridors, so that the vibratory sound of the pendulums should interrupt the communications of the prisoners among themselves. The most interesting example is that of the unfortunate Frank v. Spaun, who, towards the end of the 18th century, was confined as a state prisoner for 10 years at Mukaz and Kufstein. He had discovered that a certain Frenchman, afterwards Duke and Minister, was confined in the next cell and wished to communicate with him. He began by knocking frequently on the wall, but always 24 blows at a time, until his neighbor came to understand that the 24 knocks designated the 24 letters of the alphabet. After this response, Spaun commenced knocking once, twice, thrice, etc., until the other understood that this meant A, B, C, etc. Thus, in a short time, the two could perfectly understand each other and talk freely. The Frenchman was released before Spaun, but did not forget him, and later on procured him a pension. It is said that Spaun went to see the Frenchman at Munich, and began to knock on the door as of old. "It is either Spaun or the devil," cried out the Frenchman. Availle declares that at the present time the Morse telegraphic alphabet is in common use in prisons, the dash and dots being representative by sharp and prolonged knocks. When we remember that many persons, besides telegraphic employees, such as railway clerks and other railway servants, night watchmen, etc., who are acquainted with the telegraphic alphabet, or at least have opportunities of becoming acquainted with the system, when we also consider that these signals are to be found in every popular treatise on physics, we can understand how easy it is for criminals to come to an agreement as to the use of this alphabet. Thus, anyone in prison can always telegraph by the Morse system. It is a good plan for superintendents and warders, when they hear this knocking, to knock back. This will at least interrupt the communication. It should always be done when a new prisoner is brought in, the ultimate result being that the intercommunications are thrown into utter confusion. It is stated that prisoners confined on the same story often communicate in the following way. They lie down flat on their faces on the floor and speak slowly and distinctly along the planks. If the person in the other cell, however far away, places his ear to the plank, he can hear perfectly everything said. Of course, for this, the co-prisoners must have a previous understanding, and must also have arranged the hours of the interviews. It is certain that correspondence can be thus carried on. One has only to think of the incredible distances at which one can hear the sound of cannon, the galloping of horses, the tread of men, etc., when the ear is applied to the ground. It can also be tested in practice by trying it in our own houses between rooms most distant from each other. 3. Marks of stigmata on the face. To stigmatize is to place a mark on the person of a criminal who has been guilty of treason to his fellows. In old times, among bands and criminals, spies and traitors were killed outright or tortured until death ensued. Later they were beaten and left half dead in the street, with a vertical cut on one cheek, and sometimes on both cheeks. A cut on the cheek heals quickly and leaves no mark when the edges of the wound are accurately brought together and sewn up, as is done after a student's duels. But if the wound be not thus carefully treated, it remains gaping and results in a large fleshy scar, which continues red for a long time. If then a criminal perceives such a scar on the cheek of one of his associates, he knows to beware of him. But the investigating officer also will be on the lookout when he has to do with the man with a villainous face and a cheek disfigured by a great scar. Some assert that these stigmata are very rare at the present time, and Availle avers that he has only seen one man, an old Jew, so marked. This may perhaps be true for the north of Germany, but in Austria and Eastern Europe the thing is common enough, especially among gypsies. The author has frequently had to do with gypsies of both sexes bearing marks which, by their own admission, were those of stigmatization. The admission itself does not go for much, as the marks are there to speak for themselves. Not far from the Hungarian frontier is a district infested with gypsies. In the east of this district is a police station. The station house officer, a middle-aged man, very active and intelligent, had by long experience acquired a most intimate acquaintance with gypsy customs. The way he travels, the route he follows, the neighborhoods where he steals, how he gets his information, what he steals, how he gets clear away, where he sells his booty. In fact, all the special customs of gypsies were as well known to him as if he had lived with them for years. Of course, this station house officer was equally well known to the gypsies, and so feared by them that he had become practically useless at the station. He was accordingly transferred to another district, equally ill-famed for the numerous housebreakings committed by gypsies. One day, a gypsy came to this station house officer and endeavored by mysterious cries to enlist his confidence. At last, he showed a fresh scar on his cheek, stating that his comrades had unjustly accused him of treason and thus stigmatized him. Now, out of revenge, he desired to become a traitor in real earnest, and offered himself as a spy in the service of the station house officer. The latter accepted the offer. The gypsy was well informed and worthy of confidence. The station house officer was apprised of many housebreakings before they took place. If he always arrived too late to catch the robbers, that was not the gypsy's fault. No more was he to blame if he could assist the station house officer to discover only a small portion of the booty, and that of little value. But in time, it was observed that by some strange coincidence, every time the gypsy gave information about a proposed housebreaking, a much more serious one took place several leagues away. In short, the whole thing was discovered to be an imposture. The gypsy, Anuzopyrus, had caused the wound to be inflicted on his cheek, so as to be able to assist his comrades. He also diverted the attention of the authorities to some trifling occurrence, while his confederates thus safely carried out the most profitable expeditions in other quarters. True, on another occasion a member of a band with wide ramifications denounced a most serious crime which was to be committed. Some years later this informer, a woman, was seen with a great scar on her right cheek. We may well suppose that here was cause and effect. In all cases, investigating officers are bound to be extremely careful when face to face with persons thus hallmarked. The only rule is, each case must be treated according to its particular circumstances. End of Section 6. Recording by Ken Dolinger.
Section 7 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joseph Tabler. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers. Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 8. Slang of Criminals. In this chapter, the author treats of the slang peculiar to German criminals. To us, the study of such slang can be of but little practical utility. Those whom it interests, we refer to the German original of this work, 4th edition, Volume 1, pages 346 to 400. As regards India and other parts of the empire, each district and dialect has its own criminal slang, and it will be the duty of investigating officers to make themselves acquainted with those words peculiar to the districts in which they have to work. Much ingenuity has been exercised in finding philological explanations of slang words. The difficulty of tracing the fons et origo of slang words is extremely great, as there is no law to guide one. Generally, a perversion and a pun may be looked for. Much slang is due to rhyme, and when the rhyme is a compound word, the rhyming part is sometimes dropped and the other part remains. Thus, chivvy is slang for face. Chevy, chase, rhymes with face. By dropping chase, chivvy remains and becomes the accepted slang word. Similarly, daisies, boots, thus daisy roots, will rhyme with boots, and by dropping roots, the rhyme daisy remains. By the same process, sky is the slang for pocket, the compound word which gave birth to it being skyrocket. Christmas, the slang for a railway guard, as ask the Christmas, is of course from the rhyme Christmas card. And raspberry, the slang for heart, is from the rhyme raspberry tart. Cobham Brewer, Phrase and Fable. Barrère, in his introduction to Argot and Slang, quotes Charles Nodier as follows: "Everybody must feel that there is more ingenuity in argot than in algebra itself, and that this quality is due to the power it possesses of making language figurative and graphic. With algebra only calculations can be achieved. With argot, however ignoble and impure its source, a nation and society may be renovated. Argot is generally formed with ability because it is the outcome of the urgent necessities of a class of men not lacking in brains. The jargon of the lower classes, which is due to the inventive genius of thieves, is redundant with sparkling wit, and gives evidence of wonderfully imaginative powers." And he goes on to point out how slang is but a bastard tongue grafted on the mother stem, and though it is no easy matter to coin a word that shall remain and take rank among those of any language, yet the field of argot, already so extensive, is ever pushing back its boundaries, the additions surging in together with new ideas, novel fashions, but especially through the necessities of that class of people whose primary interest it is to make themselves unintelligible to their victims, the public, and their enemies, the police. Argot, again quoting Nodier's words, is an artificial, unsettled tongue, without a syntax properly so called, of which the only object is to disguise, under conventional metaphors, ideas which are intended to be conveyed to adepts. Consequently, its vocabulary must needs change whenever it has become familiar to outsiders. It may be remarked that to the student of English slang, French and other continental argot is not without considerable interest. A large proportion of the vocabulary of argot is of Romance origin, and of this English slang has absorbed much. Many other languages have also lent us slang words. From the French bouilli, says Dr. Latham, the philologist, we probably get the prison slang term bull for a ration of meat. Chat, thieves' slang for house, is obviously chateau. Steel, the familiar name for Coldbath Fields Prison, is an appropriation and abbreviation of Bastille. And who does a tray serves 3 months' imprisonment, therein borrows his word from our Gallican neighbors. So from the Italian we get casa for house, fili, figlia, for daughter, donna, donna, for woman, and ome, uomo, for man. From the German we get Durinacker, for a female hawker, from Dorf, a village, and Nachgehen, to run after. From the Scotland we borrow duds for clothes, and from the Hebrew shofel for base coin. We cannot do better than reproduce with additions the list of books given by Barrère dealing in some way or other with slang. We expressly recommend the writings of Rev. J. W. Horsley, who has had intimate acquaintance with criminals as a prison chaplain. For the rest, as we have stated, each investigating officer must study for himself the slang of the criminals with whom he comes in contact. He will find any knowledge thus acquired will be of inestimable service in the elucidation of crime. In India, the various district manuals may be of some assistance. Many of them give useful vocabularies of local dialects, while Mr. Papa Rao Naidu mentions some useful slang words and phrases common among railway thieves, especially Koravars. The following list is in addition to that in Appendix 1. Barrère, Albert. Argot and Slang, London, Whitaker and Company. Ainsworth, W. Harrison. Rookwood, Jack Sheppard. Bamfield Moore Carew, The History and Curious Adventures of, London. Brewer, Cobham. Phrase and Fable, Cassell, London, 1904. Brome, Richard. Jovial Crew, or the Merry Beggars, 1652. Chatto and Windus, The Slang Dictionary, Etymological, Historical, and Anecdotal, London, 1885. Davies, T. Lewis O., A Supplementary English Glossary, London, 1881. Dickens, Charles, Works. Farmer, J. S. and Henley, W. E., A Dictionary of Slang and Colloquial English, 1905, Rutledge and Sons. Fielding, Henry. Amelia, The History of the Life of the late Mr. Jonathan Wild, the Great. Greenwood, James. The Seven Curses of London, Dick Temple, Odd People. Harman, Thomas. Caveat or Warning for Common Cursitors, London, 1568. Hobson, Jobson. A Glossary of Anglo-Indian Colloquial Words and Phrases and of Kindred Terms, London, 1903. Horsley, Rev. J. W. Autobiography of a Thief, Macmillan's Magazine, 1879. Jottings from Jael, 1887. Kingsley, Charles. Westward Ho! 2 years ago. Lytton, Henry Bulwer. Paul Clifford. Ernest Maltravers. Paupa Rao Naidu. The History of Railway Thieves with Hints on Detection, Madras, 1904. Pascoe, C. E. Everyday Life in Our Public Schools, London. Sims, G. R. Rogues and Vagabonds. End of Chapter 8. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 9. Wandering Tribes. Section 1. General Considerations. We shall commence with some remarks upon the manner of living of wandering tribes, the author having learned by experience that it is difficult to have relations with so remarkable a people when not sufficiently known, and that the elucidation of a case in which they are involved is very much facilitated by some amount of familiarity with them. The gipsy differs in every respect from the civilized man, however coarse and degraded the latter may be, and all that one has learnt and brought into practice in dealing with other types is of absolutely no utility when one's business is with the gipsy. Northern Europe is not so exposed to this terrible scourge as to induce its investigating officers to pay much attention to it. A few hints as occasion arises seems to them quite enough. But in South and Southeast Europe, and especially in Austria-Hungary, a case is rarely met with in which gipsies do not play some role, and here investigating officers may perhaps find a few things of which they are ignorant. The difference which separates the gipsy so entirely from other criminals is as great as the resemblance which gipsies have to one another. Gipsies have remained unchanged since they have lived in civilized countries, and on reading the oldest documents, government orders, and reports of cases in which they have been concerned, we cannot help thinking that we must be dealing with the gipsies of our own time. In the course of centuries, gipsies have spread throughout all countries. They have remained until the present day, and wherever they are to be found, similar as regards height, build, appearance, language, manners, and way of living. Dr. A. F. Pott and Dr. Milosic, the latter is one of those professors who have a closest acquaintance with their language, in speaking of Romani or Gypsy language, say as follows: "The gypsy dialects of all the numerous countries from which we have collected information, in spite of the infinitely varied and powerful influence exercised upon them by foreign idioms, are united in homogeneous and form really but one language." Thereupon Miklosic reduces all the gypsy dialects of all countries to a single Neo-Indian dialect, forming with the Kaffir language and the Dardu dialects a single linguistic group. De Gerondeau says, "Between the gypsy of the French departments neighboring on the Pyrenees and the gypsy of Hungary, it is impossible to establish any difference." Schweiger says, "Almost the same habits, the same virtues, and the same voices are found among the gypsies of all countries." And Liebig, a well-known criminal lawyer, remarks, "One real and authentic gypsy is a type of all the rest." On reading descriptions of the gypsies of countries other than our own, we cannot help thinking that it is our own gypsies who are being described. These ideas regarding a resemblance as remarkable as it is difficult to explain, ideas which are shared by all those who have any knowledge of gypsies, are apparently contradicted only by the fact that one observer is delighted with the beauty of the figures and faces of gypsies, while another finds them much less beautiful, or that, e.g., two gypsies, the one a French gypsy and the other an Indian one, hardly understand one another. But the reason is simply this, that on the one hand the French gypsy has mixed with his language as many French words as on the other hand the Indian gypsy has mingled Indian words with his, and long sojourn in the same country leads the former to speak in the manner and with the accent of the French, and the latter in the manner and with the accent of the Indian. If the Indian gypsy were able to write something in his language, and if the French gypsy were able to read it, the latter would be sure to understand what his Indian brother had written, and the small number of foreign words would not trouble him very much, and even when gypsies would, owing to modifications in pronunciation, not be able to understand one another, it would be found that they nevertheless speak the same language, a language which is the daughter of the root language of India, and the European gypsy would none the less be found to be nephew of the Indian. They call themselves Sint because they assert that they come from Sind, i.e., Ind, Hindustan. Speaking of Romani, the gypsy language, a learned Slavonian said that he found it interesting to be able to study a Hindu dialect in the heart of Europe. Leland, English Gypsies, Chapter 8, page 109. This language contains about 5,000 words, the chief of which are corrupt Sanskrit. All over India, numerous wandering tribes are to be found, like the Bediyas of Bengal, the Nats, Sanasyas, and Kanjars of the United Provinces, the Mang, Mahar, or Dead of the Deccan. These tribes practice the usual gypsy industries, mat and basket making, knife grinding, and the like. The facility of their occupation makes it an easy cloak for more nefarious practices, as is the case with the European gypsy. Some, like the Gogolias of Bengal, live by begging and pilfering, and exhibiting trained goats and monkeys. The women sell drugs to cure ear and toothache, and for less reputable purposes. The Panjab, again, has a tribe of wandering blacksmiths, whose home is their cart, in which they carry about the tools and materials of their craft. There are, again, wandering bodies of tumblers, rope dancers, acrobats, jugglers, and snake charmers. Many of these groups are perhaps not ethnologically connected, but their way of life closely resembles that of their brethren in Europe. These people speak a variety of thieves' slang, based on one or other of the dialects of Prakrit, a later tongue allied to Sanskrit. Landa, the West language, spoken in the Panjab along the Indus Valley, roughly speaking from about the latitude of Delhi to the Kashmir border, the ancient country of Kakaya, has been identified by Dr. Grierson with the tongue of an Aryan race, the Kakaya Pisachas, of whom he thinks the modern gypsies are the descendants. The so-called gypsy dialects of India, of which no less than 13 are spoken in the province of Berar, have not yet been thoroughly investigated by Dr. Grierson in the course of the linguistic survey. Many of them are mere thieves' argot, as when a London thief transforms police into islop, and finally slop. The Indian dom calls a jamadar or police sergeant majadar, the sweet one. A large part of the crime of the country is due to these people. Their methods of crime vary in different provinces. In the United Provinces, much of the dacoity and gang robbery is their work. Some years ago, the Coercion Act was applied to the most notorious tribe, the Sansiyas. The most criminal were interned in a reformatory, while the younger members were dispersed on the estates of native landowners, and efforts were made to train them to agriculture and other industries. But the experiment failed because they were indisposed to follow any respectable occupation, and constantly deserted their settlements. Crook, Things Indian, pages 248-249. Mr. A.T. Crawford, Reminiscences of an Indian Police Official, chapter 17, says of them: "They are exceedingly intelligent and observant, very active in their habits, the lads being as carefully trained in running and athletic exercises as they are trained in the skillful use of their fingers. They are good actors and able to assume almost any disguise. Very plausible and insinuating in their address, scrupulously clean in their persons and habits, and somewhat addicted to finery withal. They rarely drink, their women kind, all expert thieves themselves, have or had a reputation for virtue. They are very staunch to each other, and no police officer ever succeeded in getting any reliable information out of a Bamtia." Willis Locke, who has lived among the gypsies and knows them perfectly, has characterized them the best. "Their moral qualities," he says, "are a strange mixture of vanity and vulgarity, of coquetry, seriousness, and lightheadedness, and an almost complete want of manly judgment and intelligence, accompanied by a perfidious ingenuity and cunning, which are the usual complements of a general ignorance. In addition, they have also, in their ways and habits, an outrageous sycophancy tending to the spoliation of others. They have not the slightest regard for the truth, and sustain the per and the contra with an effrontery at which they cannot blush, shame being to them entirely unknown. The pain of blows alone can make them pause, and in their sentiments they are even more sensual than they are cruel and vindictive." To this excellent picture we may perhaps add that Wisłocki was acquainted with the Kortorar, a wandering Transylvanian tribe, the members of which, if all the descriptions of it are to be believed, are considerably superior to the general run of gipsy. When dealing, therefore, with gipsies with whom we have business, any praise which may be found hidden away in the passage we have just recited must be greatly diminished, and, while not forgetting the incorrigible laziness, thirst for vengeance, and extreme cruelty common to the ordinary gipsy, we must also mention a trait of character which he possesses in a very high degree, namely, an incredible cowardice which passes all limitation. Indeed, this fundamental trait of the gipsy is the most important from the point of view of the criminal expert, since not only to judge of the character of the gipsy, his acts, intentions, motives, and his aim in view, but also to know whether a particular act has been committed by gipsies or not, the fact must be continually borne in mind that a gipsy and cowardice are inseparable. In answer to this, we are often reminded of how, in 1557, the gipsies defended on behalf of François Perigny against General Puchheim the castle of Nagy-Ida, near Kaschau, and there showed proof of bravery. In the first place, this is almost the only case that we know of in history of gipsy courage, and moreover, on this occasion they were sheltered behind walls and entrenchments, and finally they only defended themselves with the courage of despair in order to save their own lives, which indeed they ended by losing. Nor can any conclusion be drawn from the fact that gipsies sometimes make good soldiers. Another case has recently cropped up in which some gipsies showed fight on being evicted from some waste land on which they had squatted. But these gypsies, who were known as the Black Patch gypsies, soon gave in, and it appears that only one or two of them, and these women, did anything more than throw a stone. It is only after having been a soldier for a long time and become a practised pillager, says Captain Sulzer of the Austrian army, a man who had a thorough knowledge of gypsies, that the gypsy exposes his breast to the bullets of the enemy with the ordinary courage of the soldier, nor does he seize a wayfarer's purse without first, from the ambush of a thicket, killing him or rendering him incapable of resistance. On more than one occasion I have had experience of this in Transylvania, Wallachia, and Moldavia. I have seen one determined man, a stick in hand, put to flight half a village of gypsies, and in Transylvania there is a proverb to the effect that with a wet rag 50 gypsies may be put to flight. But there is no need to travel in Wallachia to become convinced of this. Hardly a day passes in which we have not occasion to see how a single policeman, or even a gamekeeper, armed merely with a sword, can make short work of a whole band of gypsies. At one period of the author's professional career he had dealings with gypsies extending over a considerable space of time. One day a single policeman brought in a band of more than 30 gypsies, about 20 being men, whom he had arrested on suspicion of theft. They had only one van with them, and the policeman had seized the horse by the bridle. None of them had tried to escape. Their jailer related to the author that he had asked them why they had allowed themselves to be arrested by a solitary policeman. "Sir," the eldest of them had replied, "the policeman had a rifle, and in that rifle were 7 cartridges." To the remark that the policeman could not have killed them all, the jailer received the following characteristic reply: "Oh no, certainly not all, but at least 7, and none of us was desirous of being one of the 7." A gypsy, says Smith, a big, cowardly, hulking fellow, and an Englishman had long had a grudge against one another. The Englishman could not get the cowardly gypsy to fight it out. At last the Englishman offered the gypsy half a crown and a gallon of beer to let him have one round with him. The gypsy consented to this condition. The money was paid and the beer drunk, after which the gypsy wanted to back out of the bargain. Before the big gypsy would at the last minute undertake to fight the little Englishman, the gypsy stipulated that there was to be no hitting upon the noses. The Englishman did not like this shuffling, but he agreed to it, and they stripped for the encounter. For a few minutes they sparred about until the gypsy saw his opportunity to hit the Englishman full tilt upon his nose, which he did with a tremendous force sufficient to break it. When the gypsy was asked why he did it, he said, "I could not help it, my hand slipped." Equally characteristic is the fact that all murders committed by gypsies of which the author has heard tell have been committed only upon persons asleep, or attacked from behind and from an absolutely safe ambush, or killed with the aid of poison. It is certain that a gypsy has never been known to commit a crime where there has been any danger to be faced. The truth of this is not impeached by the fact that gypsies often make excellent spies. It is particularly interesting to note how a gypsy does not mind being employed in this trade, for the skill he can make use of when engaged in his own work of thieving is thereby proved. Swiker relates how in 1625 Wallenstein was able to congratulate himself on the employment of gypsies as spies. Jean Zapolya, the Hungarian usurper, employed them against Ferdinand of Austria, and the imperial general Count Basta would have been unable, without the assistance of a gypsy, to have introduced a letter into Bistritz when that town was besieged in 1602. In Upper Hungary, 7 gypsies and a French engineer named Pierre de Roy, who had lived among them for 7 years, were made use of in 1676, and with their assistance the King of France was enabled to obtain plans of the principal strategic positions of Germany and Austria. Grellman remarks, and with reason, that the gypsy lends himself perfectly to spying because he is so easily attracted by a money prize, and because he is always in needy circumstances, and also because his peculiar ideas of ambition and pride lead him to think that he becomes in this way quite an important personage. It must be remembered that the gypsy has wandered for centuries, and often in difficult circumstances, over countries entirely unknown to him, and has thus acquired a strongly developed bump of locality. He must know what it is to have to seek out a locality with which he is acquainted only by hearsay, and where, e.g., the band is going to commit some theft. That is, he must know how to find the shortest and safest way, how to split up the band and bring it together again, to follow with the plunder a different but as safe road on the return, to find his band suddenly scattered and yet able to pick up one another again in a predetermined spot. All without maps or compass, without knowing how to read, and without being able to question the inhabitants. And this is what a band of gypsies has to do every day. In the campaign of 1878, immediately after the taking of Sarajevo, it was necessary to establish communication between the eastern wing and the main body of the Austrian army. One night, about 2 o'clock, 2 hussars rode up to the outposts with despatches for the commander-in-chief. They had only been pointed out the direction which they had to follow, and had been ordered to find the Austrian outposts who would send them to General Filipovic. The 2 hussars, a corporal and a private, left on horseback about nightfall, had to cross a most difficult portion of country, occupied on all sides by the Turks, had on 2 occasions to take to the water and swim, and yet arrived safe and sound in a very short space of time. The author asked the corporal how he had been able to find his way in a country absolutely unknown to him, and he made the characteristic reply, "I didn't know, but my comrade there is a gypsy." Thereupon the author looked at the other hussar and noticed by the feeble light of the campfire the ruffian-like face of the veritable gypsy, who at that moment was 10 times more interested in a half-smoked cigarette than in the whole countryside. It was learnt later that this gypsy and his corporal successfully effected their return. If you would know how the gypsy finds his way about, you have but to ask his brother the bird of passage how he finds his way to a far distant country and returns. This faculty, which we can hardly realize, must never be lost sight of when we wish to know whether a particular act has or has not been committed by gypsies. We must remember that they find their way about everywhere, that they never make a mistake in direction, that they see everything and take part in anything. It may be said without too much exaggeration that all is possible to the gypsy, and if it is asked what this word all means, we may say that it embraces cunning in the highest degree, skill, effrontery, astuteness, and greed. The gypsy must be considered to be the product of his natural character and the life which he has led for centuries. His food, dwelling, combat with the elements, the fact of his having been persecuted like a beast of prey, added to the natural intelligence peculiar to man, when compounded together, must produce a being in a sense powerless, but to whom in another sense nothing is impossible. It must be remembered that since his appearance in Europe, the gypsy has always been governed in all his preoccupations and anxieties by the same narrow and limited circle of thoughts. He desires to go freely and without being interfered with wherever it is his pleasure to go. He does not desire to rule anyone, and he does not desire that anyone should rule him. It is his greatest happiness to be able to abandon himself to his laziness, and he consequently seeks to obtain from him who works all that is necessary to satisfy his small number of wants. Honor, country, family, government, nationality, the past and future of his race, ideas which have led every civilized people to the highest rungs of destiny and to the finest actions, are things absolutely unknown to the gypsy. On the other hand, we find that he possesses an idleness which passes all bounds, an animal hunger, a sensual love, and a trace of vanity. He has no other resources, and the combination of these factors has naturally no other result than to induce him to obtain by illegal means the goods of others. If we remember that civilized man has for thousands of years stubbornly consecrated his efforts to the attainment of diverse aims and ends of which each man claims for himself an exclusive application, while the gypsies have from time immemorial consecrated their knowledge and their forces to trying to live at the expense of others, we will not be astonished to find that the latter can do many things which would seem impossible to other men, and the fact that they are endowed with almost an equal number of attributes as the civilized man is thus explained. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Wandering Tribes, continued. Section 2, Their Methods of Stealing. The most important thing for us as regards thefts by gypsies is the extreme skill which they employ. This importance arises especially from the fact that when a theft is committed, people who form part of the household, and particularly domestic servants, are often accused, and accused wrongly, of being the authors, simply because it is supposed that it is impossible that an outsider could have had sufficient knowledge of the habits of the household to be able to commit the theft in question, and that the skill and effrontery necessary to get into the house were of a kind that could not be reasonably attributed to anyone. But in most of these cases gypsies have had this skill, effrontery, and gift of observation, which could be attributed to no one. What the servant who has lived for many years in the house, and what the neighbor who has lived for a long time near by have not noticed, the old gypsy woman who has come begging or fortune-telling has observed in a very few minutes, and with the aid of these revelations, such combinations have been made as have enabled the most brazen-faced theft to be carried out. The place where a mouse cannot have passed has been passed through by a little gypsy boy as easily as if the door had been opened wide, and where an acrobat could not have gone in spite of all his skill, the gypsy can conquer with his hook, that instrument that he never fails to carry. The locksmith is capable of quickly and surely finding the faulty point in a grating, the system of a lock, or the feeble spot in a door hinge, only if he is allowed to observe these objects from all sides. The gypsy needs but a glance or a jerk from outside to know exactly what he ought to do. Compare the time and the trouble taken by a mason or an architect in measuring and examining a wall before pronouncing an opinion upon its capacities of resistance and solidity of construction, with the hole dug by the gypsy in a wall. The latter has found the thinnest, dampest, and most easily broken spot, where moreover no obstacle is made by furniture inside. At the place chosen by him we will find no stone of large size which he might have to turn, or which might cause him to demolish unnecessarily a larger portion of the wall. He generally attacks that part of the wall which is not so thick as elsewhere, owing to the situation of the chimney, and where he has no fear that pieces of tile or of mortar will make a noise in falling. He is able from outside to take his bearings in the house, so as to find the wished-for room without having first to open closed doors or pass near the sleeping inhabitants, and, if at times he cannot do otherwise, he knows better than anyone else how to pass near sleeping persons without knocking over the smallest article or making the slightest noise. "It can only have been a ghost," says his victim afterwards. "How can anyone have passed so near my bed? I who hear everything." Yes, the gypsy goes and comes like a phantom, noiselessly, one might almost say without existing, desiring evil and doing it. All that remains to him is his particular and persistent odor, which can never deceive one, and which one never forgets when one has once smelt it. It resembles, they say, the odor of the Negro, which is equally characteristic. Judges who know this odor and have a fairly keen sense of smell perceive, on entering the law courts, that gypsies have been brought there. It seems to stick to the walls. This circumstance can often help to give us information about the presence of gypsies. If gypsies have committed a theft somewhere, they have had to stop a certain amount of time and must have touched more than one object. The greater part of the time They have opened boxes, unmade beds, etc., so that the clothes and linen are scattered about pell-mell, and have had an opportunity, especially cotton cloths, of becoming impregnated with the odor, which they preserve for some time. If then it happens that a person who knows the odor of gypsies comes along a little time after the passage of the thieves, he will be able to say with great certainty whether or not they were gypsies. One cannot give a better idea of the odor of gypsies than by comparing it to a mixture of the smell of fat and the smell of a mouse. If the skill of the gypsy in penetrating into the interior of the house is remarkable, it is still more admirable to observe the prudence with which he prepares his way of escape, and guards against all surprise. Like every other hardened thief, the gypsy thinks always of flight, but with his dexterity and promptness he has no need to prepare it so conveniently or in such detail as the ordinary thief. One bar of the window grating bent over to one side, a little opening in the wall, or a half-opened cleft in the door is sufficient in case of need to enable the gypsy to disappear once for all with the agility and the suppleness of a weasel, so that when his victim arrives on the scene of the theft, he always believes that the thief has gone a long time, whereas in reality he has only just escaped from under his nose. The gypsy always guards against surprise by means of sentinels and outposts, who, with an incorruptible and indefatigable attention, observe and give warning of everything that happens. They have the sight of the owl and the eye of the fox, enabling them to recognize, even during the night time, each passer-by long before the latter has perceived the sentinels, and in the silence of their immobility they hear all steps which approach. Gypsies are moreover trained to this service from infancy, and they are consequently better suited to this task than anyone else. Add to this that the gypsy is hardly ever alone, or in company with but a few others. He is much too great a gossip and too fond of society to live in isolation. Nothing is more displeasing to him than to be solitary. Therefore he travels and steals as a member of a large band, and each member of the band, man, woman, and child, is a comrade in theft, upon whom he can count, so that his sentinels are many and his outposts well recruited. The gypsy sets out to thieve accompanied by his comrades, including women and children. The men help him in the theft itself. The women mount guard and assist him in carrying away the plunder. The children do the same, and are besides obliged to pass between the bars of windows or squeeze through little openings so as to open doors from the other side. It is of the greatest importance for the success of the enterprise that the outposts be well furnished. This is an old principle which they vigorously observe, for the more numerous the outposts, the greater is the security. The greater the security, the calmer the thief will be, and the calmer the thief, the greater will be the booty. Calmness in carrying out the theft itself is a distinctive trait of the gypsy. After the theft, one gathers the impression, which it is difficult to get rid of, that the thieves have searched for, chosen, and carried away the stolen articles with the greatest calm and tranquillity. This can only be explained by the great safety in which the gypsy works, for he has as many associates as there are members in the band to which he belongs. The second precaution always taken by a gypsy is to bar the doors to prevent any surprise from the inside. See Part 4, Chapter 17, Theft. As soon as he has penetrated into the place which is to be the theatre of his activity, he starts by seeing to the doors which lead to the other parts of the house from that in which he is going to operate. Even when he finds a key on the inside, he is not content with turning it. He knows too well that the ordinary lock of a door offers but a doubtful guarantee of safety. He therefore proceeds to prop the door when it opens towards him, or to tie it up if it opens away from him. The first operation is very easy. See theft, as above. The second requires a certain amount of skill, for it is necessary to tie up sufficiently firmly the latch to the bar so as to prevent the wood being split or a knife introduced and the cord cut. For this purpose the gypsy prefers a metal wire to a cord. In all cases, the skill which the gypsy shows in tying up doors must be recognized. If it can be said that the operation has been executed promptly, simply, noiselessly, and with much ingenuity, it is for certain the work of a gypsy. It would be an exaggeration to say that, each time such a discovery is made, gypsies are at the bottom of the case, for one finds often enough that all sorts of vagabonds of forbidding aspect form part of these gypsy bands, living and thieving with them for a time, and afterwards, having learned from the gypsies their manner of stealing, starting work on their own account. No civilized man, however degraded he may be, can live with the gypsies for long. Their mode of existence is so injurious to the health that the gypsy alone is capable of supporting it. Moreover, their habits are so shocking, they are so dirty, so cruel to animals, their food is so disgusting, etc., that in time their manner of living must become quite insupportable to anyone who is not himself a gypsy. Outsiders may also use gypsy methods, but they use them in quite a different way to the real gypsy. It must sometimes have been noticed that whereas the gypsy works with much elegance, the outsider who has learned his methods proceeds very clumsily. We may say that whenever the doors are not barred, the authors of the burglary are not gypsies. They never omit to make fast the doors, unless they have some reason for not doing so, as when, for example, the doors lead into rooms which have no other doors, and whose windows are covered with gratings. Before starting work, the gypsy knows the exact situation perfectly. Another means of recognizing whether or not a given crime is the work of gypsies is to compare the qualities necessary for the accomplishment of that crime with those qualities which are well known to belong to gypsies, and to then consider whether a gypsy could have committed the crime in question. In this connection, his great cowardice must not be lost sight of. As has already been seen, the crime should not be laid to the account of a gypsy when the circumstances show that the criminal has been exposed to some danger. For example, if in a case of murder he has boldly faced his victim. A theft will never be committed by a gypsy in a house where several men reside from whom resistance may be expected. If a thief who has been surprised has taken to flight, and made good his escape with incredible skill by following the gutters, eaves, waterspouts, creepers, or leads, etc., he may very well be presumed to be a gypsy. If, on the contrary, he has made a bold leap, without exactly knowing the height, at the risk of breaking a leg, impaling himself, or doing himself some other injury, he is certainly not a gypsy. It may be remarked that when the gypsy goes thieving, he very often has arms in readiness. He takes with him his cudgel and his battle-axe. He even goes to work with an open knife in his mouth, to have it ready to hand if he be surprised. If surprise takes place, he tries all means of getting away before having recourse to defense, and in every case he attempts to make off as fast as his legs can carry him. It frequently happens that gypsies, when in flight, fire upon their pursuers, but only when, thanks to the darkness, they are out of danger and can hide behind a house or a tree, and there take aim in comfort. When they do dare, the manner in which they commit a crime is also very significant. The policeman who has been treacherously attacked and killed by gypsies will be found to carry numerous deep wounds, which for the most part must have been inflicted after death. The gypsies have continued to strike, partly to increase their safety by making certain that their victim is quite dead and can do them no harm, and also partly to satisfy their cruel desire to kill. They glory in being able to hack a detested enemy with impunity. A very striking trait in the gypsy is his insatiable and bestial greed. To see something desirable and to lay hold of it are with him one and the same thing. In those countries which suffer most from gypsies, it is known what care ought to be taken of the swine flesh when gypsies are about during the slaughtering. And what we must notice here is that it is not from having learned by the fact of the slaughtering that there is swine flesh at such and such a place, for no gypsy is unaware that peasants have from time to time swine flesh, but it is entirely the sight of this flesh itself that has incited the gypsy to return and steal it. "We cannot do better," an old gypsy once said, "than place a piece of gold on a gypsy's tomb. His hand will grow and shoot from the soil to seize it." Every peasant knows how dangerous it is to allow anything valuable or which may induce covetousness to be seen when gypsies pass. But how often does it happen that the gypsy sees the peasant? And how rarely is it that the peasant sees him? The gypsy glides like a fox round the house, the village, the temple, or the palace, seeing all and being seen by no one, and only when he has departed with his booty is it supposed that, perhaps, gypsies have been there. The lawyer Kavanagh of Laibach has drawn the author's attention to a particularly crafty method of gypsies with regard to horse stealing. He has noticed that gypsies regularly steal horses when a horse fair will be held within the next day or so in the neighborhood of the theft. The man from whom the horse has been stolen expects to catch the thief and the horse at the fair, and so he neglects to follow the thief and take steps for the recovery of the horse. The gypsy counts on this, and calculating that it will be the argument of the man he has despoiled, by the day of the fair he is far away. Such incidents truly show the gypsy to be a shrewd psychologist. Section 3. Child stealing. Do gypsies really steal children? Everywhere it is said and believed that they do, but no one has ever seen them do it. Stories have been written about gypsy child stealing which make one creep, but no authentic account of any such case exists. It must also be remembered that gypsies are very prolific, and in consequence have no need to bring up other people's children, without taking into account the fact that such thefts would expose them to great danger. Indeed, thanks to this general widespread belief that gypsies steal children, a strange child, perhaps blind or crippled, found in their hands would always awaken people's suspicions, and would probably lead to the gypsies being lynched. In the author's opinion, the stories of thefts of children bring one back to former times, when the gypsies used to be accused of cannibalism, and when they were executed by hundreds after having made confessions obtained by torture. All that must have been only a product of popular imagination, which fixes everything that is strange and monstrous upon people of peculiar appearance, who cannot be understood and who are predisposed to do evil. There is one particular which may deceive us. According to popular belief, gypsies steal for preference children who have red hair, bolo hamashro, and indeed, according to the gypsy, golden or red hair is lucky. And from this circumstance it may be said that gypsies, who have only black-haired children, except albinos, have only a step to take to procure these lucky children, and that step is to steal them. There is no doubt that gypsies who come begging and telling fortunes, as a rule, take particular notice of children with red hair, and have perhaps even gone so far as to state in terms that this was a quality which carried happiness. And since the belief that gypsies steal children exists, it is permissible to believe that people who have children with red hair have sometimes been greatly upset on account of the gypsies, fearing to see their darlings subsequently abducted, for do gypsies not steal everything they want? This fear that the child runs a risk of being stolen may, by the mere force of repetition, have led people to believe the gypsies have at times really stolen red-headed children. Does one not see every day fiction thus turned into fact? As such stories are so often related, it can but be expected that they will give birth to the belief that gypsies do carry off red-haired children. In this case, the general opinion of the people upon the subject and the superstition which gypsies are known to possess concerning golden hair cannot be a purely fortuitous coincidence. But the one must proceed from the other, and here we have an example of that common fault of logic, which has been the cause of many paralogisms, and which consists in considering phenomena, one of which is not the consequence of the other, as being complementary to one another and having mutual support. Simul cum hoc, ergo propter hoc. In the only case in which the author has suspected gypsies of having stolen a child, the missing child was indeed a little girl with red hair. Section 4. Their good points and their superstitions. It is unhappily never possible to be sure that a gypsy has any good points at all. His gratitude, for example, is often hypocrisy, though he protests it in such a way that it seems humanly impossible not to believe it. Not one single case does the author know of in which a gypsy has shown real gratitude, whereas those in which he has shown black ingratitude do not need seeking for. One day gypsies broke into a large peasant's house and stole everything that it was possible to carry away, so much so that the owners were reduced to the direst straits. Everything led to the supposition that the authors of the theft were gypsies. On the victims being asked about this, they replied that they had not had gypsies in the house for some time, and that they had not even had any of them calling at the house, at least to their knowledge. They also related, to show that it could not have been gypsies, how a little time before they had found in the forest, during a snowstorm, a gypsy woman who was in the pains of childbirth, and was incapable of proceeding on her way, and how they had taken pity on her and gone to her assistance. The woman was delivered in their house, was ill for a long time, and she and the child were loaded with care and attention, this latter fact being also spoken to by the neighbors. When she was well enough to continue on her way, she expressed her gratitude in such a manner that those standing by her could hardly keep back their tears. On her departure, as well as during her illness, she had often assured them that they would find that she at least was not wanting in gratitude, and would take care that no gypsy would ever harm this good house. These people affirmed that it was impossible not to believe her, but the police were less credulous, and so obtained as accurate a description as possible of the woman. She was blind of one eye and extraordinarily big, and in a short time afterwards caught her, her band, and a part of the stolen property. She had shammed at least a part of her illness in order to obtain information as to the disposition of the house, the habits of its inhabitants, and other details. She had even taken impressions of the keys, and the gypsies had thus been enabled to profit by all the information that she had been able to gather. Nor can we any longer believe in their boasted reverence to the dead, any more than in their pretended gratitude. It is said that the gypsy ceases to lie when he is asked to repeat what he has said, adding thereto the words, op inimuande, by the dead. The author has no experience of this. If it be true that the gypsy dare not lie when he has taken this oath, it is not by reason of piety to the dead, but only an account of his ridiculous and childlike fear of ghosts, which is, so to speak, the alpha and the omega of all his religious sentiments. It is very characteristic that the word mulo means among the gypsies at the same time a corpse, a spectre, and a vampire, so that to a gypsy a dead person and his ghost, which they fear beyond everything, are practically one and the same thing, so that they dare not take to witness insincerely a mulo or a mulenda. There is another point which the author would like to mention, and to which sufficient attention is not paid, and that is that the gypsy, who has always some Christian knowledge, we do not say ideas, makes practically no difference between dual, God, and beng, devil. Dual has nothing in common with the diabolus, teufel, diable, devil, but belongs to the Indian family, du, an idol, in Persian dev, an idol, and divos, God, and to the root du, from whence is derived deos, Zeus, and the genitive of Jupiter, Zeus pater, Jovis. These two words, dual, God, and beng, devil, mean to the gypsy supernatural powers of good and evil, and he does not take the trouble to differentiate between them. For purgatory, he says bengus kari jak, devil's fire, as well as duals karoyak, God's fire, and things for which are far from agreeable to him he calls divine. For example, duals karo zero, God's weather or tempest, or again, he says, speaking of an animal which has died, God has killed him, an expression which the ordinary person would turn into, he's gone to the devil. See also borrow, footnote 644. When a people have so few religious notions that they may be said to have practically none at all, God does not appear to its members as the Father of the universe, a good and protecting Almighty, but only as an irritable, hostile, and superior power. They confound the idea they have of God with that which they have of the devil, and come to believe in spirits and ghosts, which soon take a more important place in their minds than their ideas, confused as they are, of God and the devil. The investigating officer who has to deal with gypsies and has learned to know this people, so different to all others, will not be astonished at this view of them. All that has been done for them in the course of centuries is to hound them from place to place and persecute them. Attempts to civilize them have been, for the most part, temporary, violent, and as much in contradiction as possible with gypsy nature. Nothing more has been done for them. We criminal experts have only to deal with them when they thieve or commit other criminal acts against the public. No one troubles about those crimes of which they are one another's victims. Have we ever intervened when one gypsy has received from another gypsy a cruel beating or mutilation? Who has ever placed his veto upon the numerous cases of procurement of abortion practiced among the gypsies? Who has protected the honor of their young women, many of whom become mothers when they are still children? Who has avenged a gypsy who has been poisoned by others? Who knows exactly what is that terrible poison of theirs called dry? Who has seen a gypsy cared for in a hospital? Of what do they die? Where do they go? Where are their graves? End of section number 9.
Section 10 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Wandering Tribes. Continued. Section 5. Instruments used for theft, poisoning, etc. Asking ourselves what we find remarkable about gypsies, when our profession places us in direct relations with them, we are forced to the conclusion that the results are deceptive. Rarely do we find a gypsy in the possession of a house-breaking implement which is really of use. such as other professional thieves are accustomed to carry and regard as their most precious possession. Though working hurriedly, the gipsy is none the less a skilled blacksmith at need, and he is a locksmith by birth. Yet in spite of this he makes no instrument of theft, false key, etc. He is too lazy to make them, and too timid to carry or keep them. Nor is it in his nature to work with false keys and artificial instruments. He gets into a house by the window or in any other convenient manner, for he has previous and accurate information as to the strength of the locks, and with a knife, twisted nail, etc., can open almirahs with astonishing skill. He may be primitive, but he is practical and sure. Gipsies are always found in possession of fish hooks and lines. The hooks are put to various uses according to their size and shape, but are hardly ever used for fishing, in which sport the gipsy rarely indulges. The fish hook of the gipsy principally serves to catch with ease and certainty all kinds of birds, hens, ducks, geese, and if need be, even pigeons. The men, and sometimes the women, approach quietly a flock of such birds, not in the immediate neighbourhood of a house, but at a little distance and not under supervision, and throw some breadcrumbs to them. These crumbs are said to be impregnated with a substance likely to attract the birds, sometimes said to be chives, sometimes asafoetida, and sometimes crushed aniseed. When they have been baited with this food, larger balls of it are thrown to them, and finally one containing the fish hook. This hook is attached, as in fishing, to a silk cast, fastened to a strong gut cast, or sometimes to a thin metal one. The bird is naturally enough caught on the hook, pulled in, and gets its neck twisted. It is then fastened to a lace already arranged under the gipsy's clothes. The other birds are frightened for the moment, but soon come back, and the operation recommences. At times, also for geese, artificial bait is used. In this case the gipsy uses pieces of green rag, or even, in case of need, leaves, fashioned into an artificial frog, which easily deceives a goose. A hook is hidden inside the frog, which is then drawn before the flock of geese, and at the same time being made to jump by means of the line. A goose cannot resist this temptation. Thus the gipsies procure a dinner, and the peasants believe that their birds have been lifted by a fox. They do not suspect the game the gipsies have played upon them. Another use for the fish hook, and a much more dangerous one, is its employment as a throwing weapon. 3 or 4 hooks are bound together and set into a leaden ball split open and then reclosed. A single hook may be used, but it is much less efficacious than a system of hooks, which becomes attached to an object whichever way it falls, in the same way as does a ship anchor. The leaden ball is to lend the apparatus the necessary weight to allow of its being accurately thrown. As regards the throwing, gipsies, especially the children, are remarkably skilful. Among all races, children amuse themselves by throwing stones, but their particular object in doing so is to throw them as far as possible. Not so with the young gipsy. He gathers together a heap of stones of about the size of a nut, and then chooses a target, such as a fairly large stone, a small plank, or an old cloth, and at a distance of from about 10 to 20 paces, he then launches his stock of projectiles, never tiring of throwing them at the same target. He keeps going for hours, and soon acquires such skill at this exercise that he never misses anything larger than one's hand. When he has reached this stage, he is given a throwing hook and a rag, the latter being placed at a certain distance from him. He soon ends by catching it every time. The young gipsy throws the hook in all possible and imaginable ways. The occupation is very characteristic of the gipsy. It gives him a distraction devoid of trouble, and offers him the prospect, when his skill has increased, of gathering in valuable spoils. The young gipsy comes out of his apprenticeship when he is able to strike and carry off a piece of rag thrown upon the branches of a tree, among which he has to cast his hook. The practical utility of this accomplishment is to enable him to carry off linen, clothes, and such like things, in houses into which it is difficult, not to say impossible, to penetrate. In this way he fishes for linen hung up to dry in an enclosed courtyard, entrance to which is difficult or dangerous. It is really with astonishing skill that the gipsy fishes in the downstairs rooms through a barred window for the clothes of a peasant who is eating in the next room. He even goes so far as to fish clothes hanging from pegs. Here he raises them until they are just on the point of falling to the ground, and then draws them towards him until they reach his greedy hands. This operation is as quick as sure, and it rarely happens that the coveted article gets caught by a chair, etc., so that the hook has to be abandoned. As a rule, the work is brought to a happy conclusion and results in a good haul. Sometimes the fisher removes articles through the open windows of lofts and granaries, if they be not too high. Or again, he hides behind a hedge and fishes off the horse jewels from the backs of horses standing waiting for their masters in the road. No doubt the latter can, through the window of the inn, see all the people passing up and down the road, but as to the gipsy behind the hedge, neither has he seen him, nor will he see again his new jewel. A great number of those mysterious thefts, the authors of which have not been seen, and whose approach to the scene of the theft cannot be explained, are thus quite easily accounted for. Gipsies have even, they say, fished hams hung in the chimney for smoking, after having hoisted themselves onto the roof, which in such cases is not very high. Gipsy talismans and medicines are always more or less cabalistic in nature. Various greases and burnt or unburnt hair play an especially important role in the composition of love potions and erotic powders. The author is not aware of the composition of their famous medicine for procuring abortion, which all gipsies are said to know and possess. It seems to be infallible and the only real abortifacient. The gipsy is generally found in possession of phosphorus and arsenic. This does not indicate that any danger need be expected from them, for the former is exclusively employed as a medicine for animals, whereas the latter only seems to be used for the destruction of rats and mice. Every gipsy willingly engages in this sport, and does so the more readily, as it is an excellent way of visiting a house, and its outhouses, in the most minute manner, without attracting any suspicion. When the gipsy wishes to poison someone, he uses neither phosphorus nor arsenic, nor the like. He uses his infallible dry, also called dri or dry, which is unknown to anyone else, and is the most terrible of poisons. It is said to be a fine brown powder made with the spores of a mushroom, perhaps the Aspergillus niger. These spores grow in animal organisms, developing a greenish-yellow shoot of about 12 to 15 inches in length. This powder is dissolved in lukewarm liquid, and the spores, becoming fixed in the mucous membrane, and rapidly developing there, bring on consumption, coughing, often spitting of blood, and death finally ensues after 2 or 3 weeks. When the body becomes cold, the mushroom also soon dies, and disappears so completely that after death no trace of it can be found. Section 6. Attitude before the authorities. It remains to speak of the attitude of the gipsy before the authorities. We commence by repeating that one must know the gipsy in order to be able to find out the truth, and even in order to do him any justice. The difference between the gipsy and any other man is very great, and the more one knows of this remarkable race, the more is one astonished that in civilized countries, in times when everything levels, a race which has no resemblance to any other has survived. Later on we shall mention a few proverbs which are significant of the gipsy, and which may help to characterize him. When brought before the authorities, the gipsy at first conducts himself in a manner which is at the same time savage, prudent, and somewhat groping. Like the Jews and Oriental peoples, he is fond of answering all questions with another question, so as to gain time for reflection. This is so much a habit with him that he often says, when asked his name, "What name can a poor gipsy have?" If asked his age, he replies, "What age can I be?" "How can I tell when I came into the world?" "Who is able to say my age?" If asked if he has already been punished, he replies by a perfect deluge of protest. "Why do you wish me to have been punished? Who has said that I have been punished? Have you ever seen me in prison? Do I look like a man who has already been punished?" Then commence his protestations of innocence in the past, the present, and the future. Soon he comes to himself, his modesty disappears, and his effrontery, self-consciousness, and even his pride come to life in a torrent of words which it is preferable to allow him to give vent to. The author agrees with other investigating officers that it is best to allow all great talkers to finish without interruption rather than pull them up, as some advise. It is useless waste of trouble to ask a gipsy to be brief. He will then begin his story all over again, and not only will nothing be gained, but the time already spent will be wasted. It is excellent, on the other hand, to write down, or to have written down by a clerk, everything the gipsy says. He is often discovered in the most flagrant contradictions. Often, also, this procedure bothers him, and he commences to express himself more briefly. In all cases, his boldness and self-confidence increase visibly as the examination goes on, especially when the investigating officer is calm and silent. The gipsy takes this for stupidity, and gets bolder. One may perhaps appear to be somewhat convinced by his reasoning, thereupon he lies the harder, Suppose one doubts just a little some good action or other, or some noble quality which he pretends to possess, he exaggerates it all the more. He should be allowed to work himself up for a while with his own words. A certain dose of frankness may always be expected from even the boldest and the most intelligent. And then, when the moment arrives, his contradictions should be shortly and energetically pointed out to him, and the proofs against him brought together. Rarely can we obtain the real truth from a gipsy, but one quickly notices that his crime may be brought home to him when he loses his boldness and begins to supplicate and complain. The naivete which induces him to lie all the more, while pretending in the rest of his conduct consciousness of and repentance for his crime, must not be lost sight of. The gipsy does not know the proverb which is otherwise so true: the more one recognizes that one is wrong, the more pig-headed one becomes. And the more he notices that his crime is out and that he is vanquished, the quieter he becomes, and the more does his confidence and effrontery desert him. But even when the gipsy makes a confession, he does so not without hesitation, the ample use of equivocation, and even, if possible, a fresh batch of lies. The author only remembers one single case of receiving a full confession from a gipsy, with at the same time important information concerning his accomplices. A man and his wife were suspected of having committed, some time previously, a crime with which a gipsy had some distant connection. This gipsy, a little while after this first crime, had been convicted of wilful murder and sentenced to imprisonment for life. He had already been in prison for several years. During his examination he denied, as also did the couple above mentioned, with imperturbable obstinacy, ever having known the victim, or yet the suspected couple. He knew nothing about anything. He made the mistake of relying on the circumstance that some time had elapsed since the crime was committed, and did not know that immediately after the crime a searching inquiry had been carried out, the results of which were now before the authorities, and enabled them to know exactly how the crime had been committed, and reconstitute it even as regards its smallest details. When the gipsy, who was a cunning rascal, found himself to be so grossly mistaken, and that everything was known much better even than the authorities actually allowed him to think that it was known, he remained silent for a little while, and then began: "I am a poor devil shut up for the rest of my life. You surely do not wish to hang me for this new business, and besides you cannot sentence me to a longer term of imprisonment than imprisonment for life. This couple wishes to throw unjustly the whole blame upon me. I shall tell all." He then related the whole story of the crime, the accuracy of which was immediately verified, and he added some supplementary information which the author found of great interest from a psychological point of view. The man and the wife were not of the same nationality, the man being a German and the woman a Hungarian. The gipsy said to me, "If you do not wish to condemn the innocent unjustly, and make the case even more notorious than it is, these two people must be tried on their merits, that is to say, the German in one way, and the wife, who is not a German, in another way." Thereupon he began to characterize the German and Hungarian races with surprising acuteness and clearness. All that he said concerning the German race was not exactly flattering, but all the same he was right. The author was even inclined to abandon in some degree his unfavourable opinions concerning gipsies, if this one had not spoiled all by giving him some advice as to their capture. His instructions were so mean and so diabolically cunning that all the baseness of this infamous race was shown up anew. We tried to make him understand that the authorities could not possibly take the steps he advised, but he looked at us in stupefaction, shrugged his shoulders, and was silent. Section 7. Their corporal characteristics. As regards the corporal qualities and capabilities of the gipsy, they must in no way be judged according to the ordinary standard by which we judge the rest of mankind. This is especially true when the question is whether such and such a thing is possible or not to a man. One can in general say that a man has been able to do such or such a thing, but it is not the same with the gipsy, and it is best to believe him capable of anything. This is especially the case when distance is in question, as when it is said, "If the roads are good, and if one knows the way, and is unencumbered, one may go there in so much time. If the road is bad, and one does not know the way, and is loaded with baggage, in so much time." This may very well apply to the average mortal, but not to the gipsy. Be the road good or bad, know he it or not, carry he anything with him or go he free, it matters not to him. When necessary he can cover his distances with incomprehensible rapidity, knowing no obstacle but one, the wind. This peculiarity has been often marked. Gipsies cannot bear the wind, and are distressed when they have to struggle with it. Another thief steals for preference on stormy nights, not so the gipsy. He hides himself when his enemy howls. If he be obliged to set out in the wind, it takes him longer to cover his journey than any other man. If a theft has taken place on a stormy night, it may be safely presumed from the outset that the authors of it were not gipsies. The illnesses and the sufferings of the gipsy ought also to be judged differently to those of other people. Care must be taken not invariably to conclude that illnesses contracted while a gipsy is in prison are mere shamming. Even when the doctor is unable to discover what is the matter with the gipsy is none the less often ill, and dangerously ill, just as the hillsman is when he is forced to live in the plains, or the dweller in the plains when transported to the hills, and just as is the bird of passage when shut up in a cage. The gipsy has become accustomed for centuries to a life in the open air, and cannot support the deprivation of it any more than he can the change of food and clothing, and the imposition of the order and employment consequent to regular life. He falls ill, at first in mind and then in body, and if his liberty, the sole means of curing him, cannot be given to him, he should not be tormented the more by taking him for a sham and treating him as such. It is important for the Investigating Officer to notice the rapidity with which the wounds of gipsies heal, owing doubtless to their Oriental origin. At least this peculiarity has been remarked among Eastern races. The author has been informed by a German doctor, who was attached to the Viceroy of Egypt, and was for a considerable time head of the Cairo hospital, that the power of healing among the Arabs, for example, is extraordinary. One day a fairly old man fell from a roof of a somewhat low house upon a stockade, in such a way that he was transfixed on 3 bars, which entered the upper part of the thigh and passed out again for about a hand's breadth. And that was not enough, for the unfortunate man had been removed from his position so unskilfully and with so few precautions that the bars considerably enlarged the wounds, and yet the 3 wounds healed without suppuration or fever. No doubt the climate there was not without its influence, but all the same, the wounds of gipsies, both in Europe and in other parts of the world, cure with astonishing rapidity. The gipsy is very sensible to bodily pain, and yet he is able to continue his wanderings with severe wounds, and above all, it is wonderful what he can support when he is in flight. A gipsy had been run down at a horse-mart by a carriage, and had been so badly hurt that the doctors of the hospital to which he was carried in an unconscious condition considered that it would be several weeks before he would be well. Probably the conscience of the patient was somewhat troubled, for the 3rd night after the accident he escaped by the window and disappeared, not forgetting to carry off with him his bedclothes. If, then, the question is whether or not a gipsy, wounded at such and such a moment, has been able, in spite of his wounds, to do such and such a thing, care must be taken to view the matter in a different manner to that in which it would be viewed if he were not a gipsy. In the same way, if the question is, at what time a wound already cicatrized has been received, in the case of a gipsy, the time must be considerably diminished, for as an experienced surgeon once told the author, one sees the wounds of gipsies closing before one's eyes. The gipsies and their partisans attribute the promptness of these cures not to bodily constitution, but to the medicines they are supposed to employ. Recently, a constable wished to arrest an extremely dangerous thief, who had lived for a long time among the gipsies. The thief engaged, in an inn, in a fight with firearms with the constable. The constable fell. As to the thief, his lower arm was completely shattered by a bullet of the constable, but he was able to take flight, and meeting a lad who had often given him shelter, he said to him, "If I can only get to my people, the gipsies, they will soon cure my arm, otherwise I am lost." These words prove the confidence which this man had in the art of healing as practised by the gipsies. The same may be said of the illnesses to which the gipsy, like other men, is subject, but with this difference, that the former remains in the open air without shelter, and is sometimes even obliged to continue his march. There are many gaps in the statistics regarding gipsies, but all the same it may be supposed that mortality is no greater among them than among others. We meet among them a surprising number of old men of astonishing freshness and vigour. In the small number of cases in which the gipsies have illnesses, it would be false to conclude that the theft could not have been committed by a band of gipsies simply because, for example, their children were stricken with the smallpox. Such a circumstance would in no way deter them, a fact which also explains the sudden appearance of contagious illnesses which have been communicated by gipsy beggars and thieves. Section 8. Gipsy Proverbs. We shall end this chapter with a few specimens of proverbs of and concerning gipsies, for as we have already said, no better aid to knowing a people exists than the proverbs of which it is the author, or those which others have applied to it. Above all, the investigating officer ought to know the people with whom he has to deal. The following proverbs have been selected from various sources. Better a donkey to carry you than a horse to throw you. If you keep a secret in your heart, no one will ever know it. Choose neither a wife nor a cloth by the light of the moon. Do not seek for what you cannot get. It is not thieving that is shameful, but the being caught. It is easier to steal than to work. He who holds the ladder is as bad as the thief. He who loads you with flattery has deceived or wishes to deceive you. To wait to be asked to eat is to risk being often hungry. A happy life makes good friends. Children tell what they do, men what they think, old men what they have seen. The fool has his heart on his lips, the wise man has his lips in his heart. The foregoing are specimens of proverbs of the gypsy's own making. The following are about the gypsy. They live like gypsies, when husband and wife come to blows. To be a gypsy, you howl like a gypsy. The gypsy does not know how to hold the plough, doesn't work. He rides a gypsy horse, he lies. Gypsy trade, i.e. theft. All that is bad, valueless, or deceitful has the epithet gypsy, e.g. brass equals gypsy gold. Fish full of bones equals gypsy carp. Wild grapes which no one can eat equals gypsy grapes. Bad wine equals gypsy wine, etc. All this shows how the gypsy imposes upon the countryside, and is hated for it, detested and harried by everyone. It is by injuring and destroying that he lives out his wretched life. For gypsy signs, see Chapter 7, Section 4. Gypsy Magic and Superstition, Chapter 10. See also Chapter 17, Section 6, A and E. End of Section 10.
Section 11 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katherine Edman, Mason, Ohio. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers. Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 10. Superstition. It is curious to notice the effect of superstition, even at this day, upon the criminal classes. Criminals often rely upon the superstitions of others. Often, also, they are slaves to superstition and allow themselves to be led by it to quite inexplicable acts. An accurate knowledge of superstitious practices will be of some utility to investigating officers, for such a knowledge may obviate much confusion and prevent many errors in criminal inquiries. Great importance is often attached to a fact or action when one has merely to deal with a piece of superstition or other practice of the kind having no connection with the crime itself. The grossest superstition still reigns today in the world of crime, and is much more alive than it is generally believed. The author has himself seen soporiferous candles made of the fat of virgin children, and used to see whether anyone is still awake in a house about to be burgled. Many great crimes are only explicable by superstition. If one were to reject these abominable acts as being due to an abnormal state of mind, one would be committing an error. The doer of them is perfectly sane, but is wrapped up in a cloud of superstition. Even today we meet, not only with all those doings of the slaves of the South connected with the belief in vampires, but also those necessitating the use of the blood of innocent children, and, above all, acts connected with what is called the Feast of the Heart. At all times it has been believed that the heart of a stillborn child, eaten while yet warm, gives supernatural force and renders the eater invisible, thus aiding him to steal. F. C. H. B. Availle, cites numerous cases of this kind. Similar cases have also been reported more recently, such as the murder of the Swedish woman, Andersson, who was well advanced in pregnancy, at Heiligengeistfeld, Hamburg, in 1879, and the murder committed several years ago at Simmering near Vienna. Also the recent Irish case where a woman was diabolically ill-treated because she was believed to have a devil. Parenthesis, Crossland, The Wild Irish, 1905. Close parenthesis. To show how strong superstition still is in Berlin, we have but to turn to the many curious requests made to the officials of the Society for the Protection of Animals in that city. A woman went to the depot and asked to buy 3 drops of blood from a coal-black dog, which she affirmed would ward off illness. The dog must not be killed by poisoning, but by hanging. Dog's fat is in great demand by the superstitious multitude, for it is asked for almost daily at the institution. It is supposed to be a preservative against phthisis. With a white cat killed at midnight, a woman expected to discover hidden treasure. That donkeys are lucky animals, the officials learned every day. These long-eared gentry were only bought to bring luck. Among the Londoners, it is a common superstition that a piece of raw steak buried in the garden at dead of night will cause the disappearance of warts from the person. The steak, however, must have been stolen, or it will not produce the desired effect. A stolen herring tail serves the same purpose on the continent. An investigating officer should take superstition into account when he cannot otherwise explain an act or motive. He cannot proceed with too much prudence, for it is almost incredible what actions are committed from superstitious motives. To this day in Italy, and especially in Sicily, it is believed that treasure can be unearthed with the assistance of the blood of innocent children. In 1894, on one occasion 24 children, and on another 20 children, were murdered for this object. This superstition traveled to Germany more than a century ago with the Italian stone seekers, half miners, half diggers for hidden treasure. It is today firmly believed by Italian stonemasons and builders. On the continent of Europe, there is everywhere a firm belief that the Jews use the blood of Christian children in their ritual. This has been exemplified by recent law cases. In India, superstition often leads to the gravest crimes. Only the other day, the disciple of a holy man was consentingly done to death. The facts of this case, which was tried before the Sessions Judge of Dhaka, are most instructive, and we take them from the judgment of the High Court of Calcutta, to which court the case was referred. The accused were 3 in number, namely, Lal Mohun Muzumbar, a small, unqualified medical practitioner living and carrying on his profession in a village in the Dhaka district, Prasanna Mundal, a sannyasi, and one Kala Chand Sadhu. The 2 former were disciples of the sadhu, who was a religious mendicant. Lal Mohun became acquainted with the accused Kala Chand, called the sadhu, in August or September 1904, when the sadhu, accompanied by the accused Prasanna, came to Lal Mohun's village, and by his, Lal Mohun's, invitation, took up their quarters in his bari, and stayed there in the Mantab Gur for some days, after which they went away. The sadhu returned during the middle of November. During all of this time, the sadhu appears to have obtained a great influence over Lal Mohun, who was told by him that he was the Kalikavatar, or last incarnation of Vishnu, who is to come before the end of the world. After the sadhu's return on the second occasion, and on the Monday preceding the day of the crime, which took place on Thursday, the deceased, Ananda Buimali, appeared at Lal Mohun's bari and was given food. The accused Prasanna arrived on Tuesday. On the next 2 days, all these accused and the deceased, Ananda, were together, the 2 sannyasis and the deceased living in Lal Mohun's Mantab Gur. According to the statement of Lal Mohun, on the day preceding the crime, Prasanna told Ananda to surrender himself to the sadhu and he would have a celestial body. According to the statement of Prosonno, the deceased said to him, "Why the Gossain remains unknown to the public so long? You better kill me and preach the true religion. Gossain is Jugut Garu, parenthesis, universal preceptor, close parenthesis. He will give me life. After your killing me, the Englishman and all the people will come to know of the great power he possesses." It also appeared from the evidence of Jitendro, a witness for the prosecution, that a day or two before the occurrence the deceased said to Prosonno, "Kill me for the sake of true religion, that the glory of Kala Chand may spread over the world." Prosonno, in his confession, says that at 3 o'clock on the day of the occurrence, the deceased requested him to preach the true religion after killing him, and made a shastanga before the sadhu, namely, saluted the sadhu by lying prostrate before him. What follows appears in the statement of the accused Lal Mohun and Prosonno, and in the evidence of the witnesses Jitendro and Jogmaya, who witnessed the killing, and of the witness Umesh, who spoke to the first assault upon the deceased. In the presence of the sadhu and Lal Mohun, Prosonno knelt on the deceased's back and pressed the sadhu's trisul, trident, into the nape of his neck. After that, he dragged him away by the hair to the south. Sometime after, Ananda returned to the sadhu. According to the confession of Prosonno, both he and Ananda took the charnamitra, parenthesis, sacred washings from the feet, close parenthesis, of the sadhu. Then Ananda said, "You have failed to do anything with the trisul. Cut me down with some cutting instrument." The witness Jotendra deposed that on the return of the deceased, the latter prostrated himself at the feet of the sadhu, who said, "The Jom, or incarnation of death, has come back." Lal Mohun asked, "Is this the time?" The sadhu said, "Yes." Then Lal Mohun caught Ananda by the hair, and Prosonno put his feet on him and cut his throat with a ganja knife. Then both Prosonno and Lal Mohun pulled Ananda's head backward in order to break his neck. When attacked, Ananda is said to have cried out to the sadhu to save him. The sadhu then told them to throw the body away. After this, some houses were set on fire, and the wife of Lal Mohun and the womenfolk of his relations were brought before the sadhu. They were stripped naked and made to prostrate themselves before him, and some of them, including the accused Lal Mohun's wife, were made to stand astride a fire. They were subjected to various forms of ill treatment, the details of which, being of an obscene character, will not be repeated here, but which were fully described in the evidence. Lal Mohun took an active part in the ill treatment to which his wife was subjected. As there was no doubt that the man who was killed was party to his own death, the accused were only convicted of culpable homicide, not amounting to murder. Prosonno and the sadhu were sentenced to transportation for life, and Lal Mohun to rigorous imprisonment for 10 years. A universal Indian superstition is that of the foundation sacrifice. This probably took its rise in an attempt to propitiate the earth deities of the spot. The sacrifice is considered so indispensable that the superstition is transferred to the English. Quote, "Whenever we build a great bridge or harbor mole, our engineers are suspected of being on the lookout for victims, and people are careful not to wander abroad at night during the time the foundation is being laid." Close quote. Parenthesis. Crook, page 263, and see Sir E.C. Cox in his Indian detective work, John Carruthers, Cassell, London. Close parenthesis. Cases in which a person attempts with the help of alchemy to become younger are also not unimportant. The means used are nearly always dangerous to life, and when death is caused by them, murder by third persons may easily be wrongly suspected. A case is reported by M. Friedman of Wiesbaden of 2 soldiers who agreed that the one should shoot the head off the other. The victim firmly believed that the survivor could, with certain words of sorcery, charm his head on again, and that after the operation the latter would be able to discover hidden treasure. The first half of the experiment was duly performed, and apparently without any difficulty. But the sorcerer dismally failed to replace his comrade's head as agreed upon. It was established that he did not intend to kill his friend, but, with his assistance, for them both to discover hidden treasure. Nor could he be considered negligent or careless, as he did what he did carefully and on purpose, being convinced of the harmlessness of the act. If he was punished for anything, it was for mere ignorance and stupidity. This incident actually took place as recently as 1900. In another direction, a knowledge of superstition can explain a previously inexplicable laxity of morals. For instance, the almost universal superstition that sexual illnesses can be cured by intercourse with a girl under the age of 7. Proudhon rightly says that the superstitions of people often closely approach to a law of nature, and so a lawyer must take superstition into account when motive and precedent cannot otherwise be found. Section 1. Superstition attaching to dead bodies and to objects abandoned at the place of the crime. Almost every thief carries upon him a magic sentence or formula of immunity, and it often happens that he leaves behind him on the scene of the crime some object which belongs to him, for he believes that in this way his act will pass unperceived, or at least that he will not be suspected. The mistress of a famous housebreaker had abandoned one winter's night her child of 10 months old, leaving beside it her own shoes, which a shoemaker had just made for her. The shoemaker lived only a few furlongs from the place, and therefore was able to point out the criminal. The latter confessed later that she only abandoned her shoes so as not to be discovered. For the same reason, a rough, who had already undergone 18 years' hard labor for murder, had relieved himself near the body of his victim at the scene of the crime. This latter circumstance, it may be said in passing, served, in a roundabout way it is true, to discover the criminal. The doctor of the district noticed that the excrement must have belonged to a man of Herculean build, and in fact the murderer was the most robust man the author has ever seen. In North Germany, murderers believe that they will never be discovered if they leave their excrement at the place where they have committed a crime. While the excrement preserves a vestige of warmth, the crime itself even cannot be discovered. It is therefore often found carefully covered up with a cloth or a hat, in order that it may retain its heat the longer, and so put off the discovery of the crime. Only last year, a quantity of excrement was found on the scene of a large burglary in a jeweler's shop in Berlin. For the same reason, a criminal washes his hands or intentionally leaves footprints on the scene of the crime. In these cases, he also leaves behind something belonging to him, and thus hopes not to be discovered. In a big burglary case, the bloody impression of a man's hand was found upon an almirah, and many conjectures were raised on the matter. It was believed that the criminal was badly wounded, or that there had been 2 of them, and that they had come to blows over the division of the booty. When at last the burglar was discovered, it was found that he had inflicted a slight injury upon his own hand, and then rubbed it over with the blood, in the hope that he would not be discovered if he left behind him his blood and the impression of his hand. A discovery of quite peculiar significance when made upon the scene of a crime is that of datura seeds. The datura (European variety, Datura stramonium) is a species of weed commonly called thorn apple or Jimson weed. It is a plant which is interesting by reason of its effects, of its history, and of its employment. It is a poison which brings on giddiness and insensibility and occasions death even when used in small quantities, especially on an empty stomach. And moreover, not only the seed but the whole plant is harmful. The root, the leaves, the flowers, which are particularly fine, and the magnificent fruit are all dangerous and must be handled with precaution. If the leaves of this plant are placed upon a heated stove and the vapors given off inhaled, a sort of feebleness accompanied by visions and cramp supervenes. An ointment made from the crushed seeds, applied to certain parts of the body, especially in the armpits, produces a sensation of lightheadedness, upheaving, and flight, and a feeble dose of a decoction of them produces erotic sensations. Camphor, while traveling in Japan, came across a narcotic prepared with datura and tried to smoke it. He says that he seemed to be riding the clouds on horseback. If we consider the whole of these effects together, we find an explanation of the avowals made by the unhappy victims in trials for witchcraft. But if the days of such trials are past, yet datura is still employed. It was introduced into Europe rather late, and came through the south of Russia and Siberia from India, the true Indian species being the datura alba. It is alleged to have been the poison used in the honey eaten by the soldiers of Xenophon. Its first appearance in Europe was undoubtedly with the gypsies, who brought it with them. It still plays today a large role in gypsy legend, and gypsies have some always on their persons. The gypsies have their own story of its origin. They relate that there was once a sage who commanded his wife never to do anything without his knowledge. Once she disobeyed him, whereupon he bit her and changed her into datura. Her children, who as a result of the parental curse were forced to spread over the whole world, took the seeds of their maternal plant with them to all the cardinal points of the globe. Such is the gypsy story of their own origin, and the reason why they always have seeds of datura, parenthesis, pesho, sheskro, close parenthesis, upon their persons. This is what they themselves affirm, and facts seem to bear them out, for we find, almost without exception, seeds of datura at places where gypsies have committed a crime. They are said always to leave a few seeds, but as at times it happens that they are short of them, and as they often hide them in out-of-the-way corners, they are frequently not noticed. This peculiarity is little known to other people, and no one else would be likely to use this as a means of diverting suspicion from himself and throwing it upon the gypsies. As for the reason for this habit, an old gypsy once told the author that it was because of the evil spirits who sometimes annoy thieves at their work. He also said that they throw seeds at evil spirits, but as the seeds are often hidden and not thrown, the old man was probably telling a lie. At all events, it may be presumed to be an act of superstition, since they put these seeds to other analogous uses. Datura is employed in India to make people unconscious, and also to take away any memory as to what has gone on around them. The native women of India are supposed to deliver themselves over to their lovers in the very presence of their husbands, to whom they have given a decoction of it. The husband sees all, but it matters little, for he can remember nothing. Indian thieves also employ it in the same way as do the gypsies. The connection we find here again between the gypsies and India is noteworthy. Parenthesis. For a full description of its appearance, employment, and action as a poison, see Cheevers, pages 179 to 219, close parenthesis. Another common practice of gypsies is to leave at the place of the crime a stick, generally a walking stick. A gypsy informed the author that this was done to prevent the dogs barking. End of section 11. Section 12 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Katherine Edman. Criminal Investigation. A Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 10, Superstition, continued. Section 2, Superstition attaching to objects carried on the person. We have only so far spoken of superstitious articles which have been found left behind upon the scene of the crime, we must also discuss those found upon thieves themselves, which must be considered in the nature of charms. They throw a characteristic light upon their possessors. One finds, for instance, up in the hills, while searching houses of people accused of poaching, small roots in the shape of a hand, which, so say those questioned on the subject, are very efficacious in warding off the illnesses of domestic animals. A cunning poacher has already secreted in the forest his arms and ammunition, and all instruments of the trade he follows. He assures us that he has never fired a gun in his life, that he has never tasted goat, and that he would hardly be able to distinguish between a stag and a cow. But even when he has no ammunition, poaching instruments, or remains of game in the house, this little root suffices to betray him. It is a little hand of St. John, shaped from the root of a fern dug up on the night of St. John, the summer solstice, 24th of June, and which has an important use when the poacher, at the time of the new moon, makes his enchanted bullets, which he fires with unerring aim. It is also very suspicious to find a person in possession of sacramental bread. Either he will perpetrate a crime, or he has already done so, for the possession of such is supposed to make, quote, the magistrate inaccessible to the bearer, close quote. It is well to pay attention to such things, which most people would consider quite harmless. Special attention must be paid to those objects which their owners believe to be little capable of awakening suspicion, and which, for that reason, they do not hide. So also with the spring root, or mandrake. This plant, which was esteemed and so much boasted of in the Middle Ages, is still in our times more believed in and more extensively used than one would suppose. In many places, crafty criminals, who to all appearance are well educated, pay a high price for it. When it is pure, it is the root of the alruna, Mandragora officinalis. But the roots of the peony and of the white vine, Prionica alba et dioica, are also employed, as well as certain roots of ferns and of the Euphorbia lathyrus and the Allium bictarialis in case of need. All of these, but especially the first mentioned, when dried and shaped a little with a knife, have the form of a little man, and in the 18th century were supposed to be productive of happiness, riches, love, and influence. Today they are only useful in opening closed locks, or at least in opening them without too much trouble with the help of a picklock and skeleton key. If one of these alruna or mandrake gentlemen is found upon a suspected individual, we may be sure that we have to do with a veritable expert in housebreaking. Resembling the soporiferous candles made of the fat of innocent children, which have already been mentioned, is the slumber thumb, used only by gypsies. It is the left thumb of a corpse 9 weeks in the grave and disinterred at new moon. Possessed of one of these thumbs, a person may penetrate at night into a house without fear of awakening the people therein. Gypsies of all countries are said to possess a slumber thumb. The author has himself never seen one. French thieves, among whom these theft thumbs bear the name of main de gloire, are today no doubt in possession of them. Amongst the objects found on suspected persons, and which render them all the more suspect, are proverbs, incantations, and exorcisms. These always point to criminal conduct. The right hand of a suicide is also made use of in Eastern Europe, especially in Poland and the countries adjacent thereto. The right hand of a corpse of a suicide, 9 days in the grave, is taken and dried, and the door of the house in which stolen goods are suspected to be concealed is knocked therewith 7 times. If the inhabitants do not wake, it is presumed that the dead person, quote, holds them in sleep, close quote. This was exemplified in a recent case reported in many newspapers. That human fat is used for various erotic objects and for love charms, and that warm human blood effects superhuman cures, especially for epilepsy, is shown every day by numberless newspaper reports and law proceedings. Human fat is kept, in spite of the assurances of apothecaries to the contrary, in the shops of nearly all country apothecaries. And for the same purpose the lard of dogs, bears, badgers, apes, and wolves is taken and preserved. But warm human blood cannot be obtained from an apothecary. That can only be had with the help of the criminal. An abominable superstition, which is not served for robbery, but may have caused many cases of poisoning, is the belief that the froth from the mouth of a lately deceased person will cure habitual drunkenness, if the froth is mixed with the drink, wine or brandy, that the tippler is in the habit of taking. In the same way, it is believed that all that is loathsome and unwholesome can be removed by love potions and love charms. The same and similar superstitious means were used for prolonging life. A careful attention to such things, which are often neglected, can prevent many mistakes. Often by such knowledge a strong suspicion will be aroused which will lead to the discovery of a criminal. It is believed, for instance, that epileptics can be judged by drinking water in which a corpse has been washed, or by masticating rotten coffin wood, and that wounds in middle life can be cured by adipocere, i.e., the extraordinary transformation of adipose membrane and muscle of a corpse found in stagnant water or a damp grave. Written charms and incantations must not be considered to have no existence. The author has come across two, on one occasion on a gypsy half-blood, and on the other upon a card-sheet of most elegant appearance. That they are so seldom found is no proof whatever that they have practically ceased to exist. They are not found simply because they are not looked for. No doubt they will not be discovered carefully folded and put away in a pocketbook of the criminal, but tattered, filthy, almost repulsive, they are preserved in some hidden pocket or sewn into a hem or collar. The value of these documents, apart from their historical worth, is very great to criminalists. By their means, indeed, the investigating officer can find out one side of the character of his man, and be sure that he has to deal with an individual who has to exercise caution, for honest folk have no need of such incantations. Footnote. As an example of the form of such formulae, one is here given which, in the summer of 1897, was found amongst the property of a person suspected of stealing a large sum of money, 7,550 florins. Into the judge's house I went. A vision of 3 dead men was sent. The first is dumb, the second winks, come. O help me, Holy Mother of God of Lasendorf. C. H. Gross, Archiv für Kriminalanthropologie und Kriminalistik, Volume 2, page 88, where remarkable variations of this widespread benediction are given. End of footnote. The spells called the stick spells are not less remarkable from our point of view. They are of several kinds. The spell is uttered and committed to writing when the stick is cut, which is done only at appropriate times and accompanied by particular formalities. It differs according to the use to which the stick is to be put, be it to facilitate a journey or strengthen a cudgel with which defense is to be made against brigands, vagabonds, and dangerous animals of all kinds, in particular against snakes. If these incantations only serve to strengthen and develop the natural qualities of the stick, there are yet others which give it supernatural qualities. They prevent the owner from losing his way, protect him from the will-o'-the-wisps and other terrible dangers of the journey, and even enable him to strike down an absent person. For each operation, a special stick, cut for the purpose of the person to be chastised, whose name must be included in the spell, is necessary. Such a stick has played an important role in establishing the culpability of a woman and brought about her conviction for poisoning. This woman had been imprisoned on purely circumstantial evidence, and her prosecution was about to be dropped, for there was no proof forthcoming that she had lived on bad terms with the person whose life had been attempted, or that she had ever uttered anything which might lead to the supposition that she hated the victim and desired to be revenged. Before liberating the accused, the investigating officer made further search of her house, and he found in a prayer book an old letter upon which was written a stick spell. In this formula, the object was indicated by his initials and those of the place where he lived. There was a demand that the stick, which remained to be cut, would strike him in absentia, quote, because he loved one other than he ought, close quote. The existence of bad terms between the two was thus established, and not long after, the woman made a complete confession of the crime. We also have picture charms and picture spells which trace their origin to a similar belief in working in absentia, or from a distance. The possibility of influencing from a distance a person of whom a model in wax, etc., has been made, has been accepted from the earliest times. It is necessary, however, that an objective resemblance be established between the person and the picture. In the wax of which the image is made, such things are needed as hair, nail parings, blood, urine, perspiration, etc., of the person concerned, or the wax must be brought into contact with his footwear, clothing, etc. One is reminded of the great significance which the Atzmann, or image made of wax, etc., had in German witch cases, and the Vol, or Vu, had in the French royal law cases, when it was asserted that the lives of kings had been aimed at by such pictures. In Catholic village churches, especially in places of pilgrimage, copies of human and animal figures or single limbs in wax, lead, or silver are to be found, which owe their existence to the belief that by their assistance illnesses can be caused to vanish from men and animals. Finally, we have murder prayers and murder masses. The murder prayer means that with the help of mystical accessories, parenthesis, hair of the person concerned plays an important part, close parenthesis, the life of someone is spirited away. Persons still exist who firmly believe this, and the author has himself met a woman who was convinced that she understood the art. The murder mass is used with the same object. On a certain day, generally the birthday or the name day of the person who is to die, a mass is said for his soul with certain precautions, and a piece of money is given to a priest who has formerly confessed the person to be got rid of. The discovery of such a murder prayer may possibly give us a starting point for further investigation in cases where more violent means have been subsequently used. Numerous and apparently harmless forms of superstition may also be of importance in our work. Indeed, every superstition that reigns in a particular district has its own influence in investigation. Perhaps an important witness who has received a summons does not appear in court because she does not wish to make her first appearance in a law court on a Friday or other unlucky day, or during the Rahu Kalam, which is discussed later. Perhaps the honor and freedom of a man depends on a superstition and the knowledge of it. So not long ago, in Vienna, a poor girl was arrested because she had sold a very valuable opal ring. She declared that an unknown person of elegant appearance had given the ring to her in the street. Naturally, nobody believed this, but the lawyer contended that it might be correct, because it occurred to him that the opal is, quote, an unlucky stone, close quote. Inquiries proved that a lady of position had inherited the opal ring. Opals bring misfortune, and this can only be avoided by giving the unlucky stone to the first person one meets in the street. This the lady had actually done, and so had caused the girl to be arrested and had thus brought misfortune upon her. Section 3. Divination and fortune-telling by cards, etc. A manifestation of superstition, often very disagreeable for the investigating officer, and which may lead to error, is the, quote, discovery, close quote, of the criminal by means of superstition. Whether popular education has made progress or not seems almost indifferent here. In all countries, and amongst almost all classes, divination, fortune-telling by cards and otherwise, and other magical sciences and superstitions are believed in. The author has indeed met with such belief in the best society. How many, on spilling the salt, dare not neglect to throw it over the left shoulder? How many are unhappy all day if they pass someone on the stairs? What trouble there is in the house when a looking-glass is broken or a portrait falls down. What consternation has often been caused by the ticking of a death watch or the screeching of an owl. So, too, do people believe in horoscopes, fortune-telling, and lucky and unlucky days and hours for the accomplishment of important pieces of business. Appended to this section is a list of these latter, universally considered in all important transactions by the natives of India. How many people there are, and especially women, who have presentiments. Every investigating officer has received during his career denunciations accusing with inexplicable certainty a certain person of having been the author of a crime. This certainty only grows when the victim, generally a woman, is questioned, although she is not able to allege any particular facts capable of proof. The investigating officer finally becomes convinced that the victim cannot or will not give any sure indication, but at the same time has sufficient motives for considering the person named to be the author of the crime. Aided by these indications, the investigation is commenced, inquiries are made, and warrants are issued, until the moment arrives when the investigating officer perceives that he has been misled. He often even discovers that the suspicions communicated to him repose only upon the revelations of some old fortune-teller with regard to some person at first regarded by the investigating officer himself with suspicion. It also sometimes happens, on the other hand, that the person upon whom his suspicions rest is defended with energy simply because the revelations of some old woman show that person to be innocent. The author once had to elucidate a big theft case, the victim of which was a young noblewoman, all of whose jewels, which were very precious, had been stolen. Everything pointed to the thief being a young manservant who had just entered her service. The Countess defended him with such force and energy as to lead to the belief that very intimate relations existed between them. But the practical effect of her deposition was that the man remained for a long time at liberty, and was not arrested until he had already sold a large quantity of the stolen articles. The lady then confessed that a celebrated fortune-teller had assured her that the thief was not one of her servants, but an outsider. It finally came out that the diviner was the aunt of the servant, who had recommended this Pythia to his mistress. The manner in which these predictions are made varies greatly, though the result is nearly always the same. Ordinarily, the person who divines is the magician or the seer, to whom must always be shown an object touched by the thief, such as a pocket-book from which he has abstracted money, an almirah into which he has broken, or even, in the case of need, a latch which he must have lifted. Our magician then examines this object with the greatest attention, at the same time carrying on certain mysterious practices and asking all sorts of questions. She then gives her reply, which is naturally very vague. A neighbor, a member of the family, a person of the house, a stranger, or a pretended friend is suggested. Certain other complementary indications are given, and when the victim combines what he or she has heard with his or her own point of view, a certain conclusion is come to as to the identity of the author of the crime, an idea which is sufficiently precise to communicate to the authorities and send them off on a false clue, thus doing a great deal of harm. It is known that such performers often make use of middlemen to obtain information regarding the previous history of the foolish persons who come to them. In many cases, however, the fortune-teller does not require a middleman, for he is a good reader of human nature and is helped by his client's simplicity, who, all unawares, gives him more materials than he requires to produce an impression as a great reader of the past. Quite recently, an immense sensation was created in the spiritualist world by the exposure of a famous medium, one of those curses of modern society, who enjoyed a great reputation, members of the peerage even having been to consult him. To show the methods of these gentry, we cannot do better than to give a report of the exposure as told to a representative of the London Morning Leader by a gentleman well known as a believer in spiritualism, who indeed expressed his gratification at himself being the person to show up the fraud. A séance had been held at which some interesting phenomena were said to have taken place, which astonished most of those present. After the séance, the chair which the medium had used was placed aside and wrapped in a rug, the medium expressing his desire that it should not be handled, lest any detrimental psychic force residing in the handler should affect it. But there had been present a gentleman of very great literary experience, who was a student of, and a writer on, the subject of criminology. This gentleman was a man of keen powers of critical observation, who was always desirous of knowing and seeing everything of a psychical nature. Hearing how the chair had been desired to be taken care of, he suggested its examination. To continue in the words of the morning leader's informant, quote, "We went into the room where the chair was and removed it from the rug. But the moment I touched the chair, my psychometric power asserted itself, and I exclaimed, 'You're perfectly right. Here is a secret chamber.'" Close quote. This gentleman defined psychometric power as the ability to read, by sensation and intuition, the surroundings of persons, places, and things through the magnetism which surrounds such persons, places, and things. "The next thing we did," he continued, "was to search for a spring. But finding none, we forced the back of the chair open and discovered that it had been locked, a keyhole becoming visible in the forcing. We therefore had a key made to fit the lock, put the chair carefully together again, and had a photograph taken, showing the secret apartment. Last Sunday we called a meeting with the object of laying our plans for the séance, which was to take place on the following night. I need not say that, as the sequel has shown, they were laid well. On the night of the séance, the medium, as was his custom, offered himself at the outset to a searching personal examination, which was carried out by Mr. M., who is also the possessor of the psychometric power. Mr. M., with another, entered the cabinet in which the medium does his spiritualistic work. It is his own cabinet, by the way. After the medium had been stripped and examined, Mr. M. asked him whether anything was secreted either in the curtains of the cabinet or anywhere else, and whether the chair was all right. "I think," said Mr. M., "I'll examine the chair outside the cabinet." The chair was accordingly brought out. The keyhole was speedily laid bare, and when the specially made key had been inserted and the secret chamber laid open, the scene was most dramatic. The medium turned ghastly pale. His eyes protruded. He clasped his head in his two hands. Close quote. The secret chamber revealed the following varied contents: a collapsible dummy head made of pink stockinette, with flesh-colored mask, with pieces of stockinette gummed over the eye holes. The loose stockinette was doubtless used to represent the shrunken skin at the neck. 6 pieces of fine white China silk, containing in all 13 yards. 2 pieces of fine black cloth, doubtless used in the so-called dematerializations. 3 beards of various shades. 2 wigs, 1 white and 1 gray. An extending metal coat-hanger for suspending drapery, to represent the second form, with an iron hook on which to hang the form. A small flash electric lamp with 4 yards of wire with switch, which could be used when the medium was away from the cabinet to produce so-called spirit lights within. A bottle of scent, pins, and a powder box to produce the necessary ghostly pallor. Another kind of divination is made with the aid of an instrument which, according to von Wlislocki, quote, concerning wandering gypsy folk, close quote, was formerly employed by the gypsies of Transylvania, but is nowadays very extensively used and finds numerous applications. This apparatus consists of a little box pierced in one side with a small hole to which the eye is applied, a diaphragm being inserted on another side, which only allows as much light to penetrate as the owner of the miraculous box thinks proper. Opposite the first-mentioned hole is a mirror, inclined in such a way that a person looking through the hole sees reflected an apparatus placed in the box. This apparatus consists of a cylinder, fan, or circular slide, representing several different things, such as an old woman, a young girl, or even the devil. The magician then asks the person seeking information and wishing to see the thief that has pillaged his or her house to look through the hole. He lets in a little light through the diaphragm into the interior of the box, and by means of the cylinder, fan, or slide, shows what seems to him best fitted to the case in point, for example, the old woman. The portrait shown is obliquely reflected into the mirror, which again reflects it at the same angle of reflection into the eye of the observer, who is thunderstruck. It goes without saying that the portrait itself is not a good one, that the lighting is insufficient, that the time is relatively short, and that imagination does the rest. In this way is completed the portrait of a person who has already been suspected by the victim of the theft. She pays well for this revelation, and then runs to the authorities, whom she assures that the thief can only be the person whose portrait she has seen in the box. Naturally, she does not mention how she arrived at this discovery. The magician takes care by the use of threats to prevent her from doing so, but she explains the matter, (the magician has generally given her the necessary instructions), in such a way that the authorities are obliged, whether they wish it or not, to take some action upon her depositions. There exists another apparatus which is very often employed by gypsies, and if the author be rightly informed, only by them. It is a large hoop of thin wood, like that used for a drum or a sieve, on which the skin of an animal has been stretched. The wood of the hoop should have been cut in a particular manner, and the skin must be that of an animal stolen at a particular time. Footnote. This belief that a thing used in certain superstitious practices should be stolen is as widespread as the belief that certain things should be found, begged, acquired by heredity, or made by oneself. This may throw some light upon thefts committed by persons who are otherwise perfectly honest, as in the case already referred to, where warts are removed with a piece of steak or the tail of a stolen herring. End of footnote. Figures are then made upon the skin, generally 9 or 18, or 7, 14, 21, as in figures 37 and 38 below. Figure 37 is a circle with Roman numerals drawn upon it. There is a Roman numeral 1 in the center. There are 4 Roman numeral 2s at the corners of an imaginary square around the central one, and then encircling those central figures are a series of alternating Roman numerals 1 and 2 laid end to end and in a circle. Figure 38, again, is a circle in the center of which is a Roman numeral 1, then halfway between the center and the edge of the circle are 8 Roman numeral 1s laid end to end in a stop sign shape encircling the central Roman numeral 1. To reply to a question, the gypsy throws upon the skin as many seeds of datura as there are figures drawn on the skin, then strikes as many blows with a hammer or a piece of wood upon the frame as there are seeds, at the same time pronouncing magic formulae. These blows make the skin vibrate and the seeds jump. The manner in which the latter group themselves during the blows is of some importance, and their position round the figures after the last blow gives the true solution, and it is according to that position that the question is answered. The drum is especially employed for questions of love, and when it is necessary to know whether or not to put into execution a formulated plan, and whether the issue will be good, but above all, for the discovery of thieves. For this purpose, the instrument is of very great importance. Some years ago, the author was informed within a few days of a number of thefts. The theft was generally stated to have taken place some time before, in some cases, indeed, a very long time before, and the reason assigned why information of the crime had not been given was simply because no one had been suspected. All these denunciations, as numerous as they were sudden, had this in common, that they stated the names of the criminals without indicating any precise or convincing facts to prove that it was indeed such and such a person who had committed the theft, itself, in most cases, already forgotten. At last an old peasant woman, from whom a considerable sum of money had been stolen 30 years previously, came and accused her brother, with whom she had lived on excellent terms ever since. He was a man of the highest character, rejoicing in the universal esteem of all who knew him, and in fact at the time of the denunciation he was mayor of his town. Being unable to understand such an accusation, the author began to question her very closely, and finally learned that, a little while before, a celebrated old gypsy woman had traversed the country working miracles with her magic drum. People had crowded to her, and the good wife who had come to the author had thus learned that the theft had been committed by one of her near relations, who at present occupied a high position. As she had no other near relations in a high station, it could be no one but her brother the mayor. Further investigation showed that all the surprising accusations received were without exception due to the gypsy's magic drum. If the accusations had been less numerous or less surprising, much harm, or at least much useless work, might have been the result. The hereditary sieve, which is well known all over Germany, has some analogy to the drum. It is employed in various ways to discover a thief. Beans, stolen if possible, are thrown into it one by one, a name being pronounced as each goes in. If the bean jumps out of the sieve, the owner of the name pronounced is innocent. If the bean remains in the sieve, the person named is the thief. Sometimes also the hereditary sieve is suspended from the edge of an hereditary table by an hereditary key, all these articles having come down from the father or grandfather. Then various persons are named, and when the sieve begins to move, the thief is found. Similar is the still popular sieve spin. Here 2 fingers are inserted into the handles of the blades of a pair of scissors, the points of which are stuck into the wooden ring of the sieve. The operator begins calling out names of suspected persons, and at the right name the sieve moves. The most important role in divination belongs to card reading. It gives information regarding the unknown and has more influence and is more widespread than is generally believed. Card reading is as old as cards themselves. Neither ignorant nor highly intelligent people have ever been wanting to believe in the captivating charm found in the mysterious position of cards. The co-religionists of Wallenstein and of Napoleon I have no more disappeared than the disciples of Marcolini, Alietis, and Lenormand. Man is naturally keen to raise the veil of the future in a simple and convenient way. There are people full of spirit but devoid of conscience, to whom it is a great satisfaction to ferret out what they can learn concerning their neighbors, combine what they have heard with what they can penetrate with the aid of psychology, and use the whole for the purpose of prophecy, gaining thereby a rich and easily acquired income. It is but another fundamental trait of the character of man, which vanity, avarice, and love of well-being do not allow of being easily hidden or even disguised. It seems, therefore, to be a natural necessity that the card reader has throughout all ages replied to innumerable questions of the heart, commenced many a dispute, and laid many an investigating officer by the heels. It is the last case alone that is of interest to us here, and what has already been said concerning the influence of divination applies also. The victim of a theft often runs to a card reader before going to the authorities, or at least after but a little while, if justice has not immediately placed its hand upon the guilty person. She or he then comes back with very precious data about the author of the crime to be communicated to the authorities. The latter are deceived and often allow themselves to follow the false clues pointed out to them, abandoning perhaps a better one which they have already discovered. But how, it may be asked, is it possible to avoid such unlucky errors? The rules so often recommended to investigating officers must here be repeated. Always insist upon obtaining the ratio sciendi, or the reason for the knowledge. Let this rule never be neglected, and one will find in nearly every case of this kind that the person listened to is only resting his statements upon imaginary facts, and it will not unfrequently happen that one will obtain the confession, "It was a card reader who told me." It would be useless to give here a complete account of the theory of card reading, the rules varying greatly according to time and place. Every card reader has, perhaps, his or her own particular method of arranging the cards and telling their meaning. Yet it is remarkable that the signification of the different cards is everywhere and always the same. Whoever cares to take every opportunity of getting information on this subject will never notice very great differences. The person who asks for the revelation is always the Queen of Hearts, if a woman, the Knave of Hearts if a man. The Ace of Spades signifies hope, the Queen of Diamonds is a bad friend, etc. Only a small number of cards are of importance to us. We give them all because it often suffices to name offhand the proper card in order to unmask the witness in these doubtful cases. A lady of good education who had been the victim of a theft said to the author one day at the end of the interview, in answer to the remark that it would be difficult to convict the thief, "Yet I had great hopes." These words provoked his attention, and he replied, "The 7 of Hearts was on top then?" The 7 of Hearts signifies good news when it is on top. The lady replied in confusion, "Yes, but how did you know it?" Hearts, Ace, success in all enterprises. King, an elderly person favorable to the inquirer. Queen or Knave, according to the sex of the inquirer, herself or himself, his wife or her husband, his or her lover. 10. Happiness in love, health, etc. 9. Success in near enterprises, but take care. 8. Concord, peace, happiness, marriage, birth. 7. Good news. Diamonds, Ace, mourning, grief, quarrels, losses. King, an elderly person who is injuring the inquirer without knowing it. Queen, a doubtful and false female friend. Knave, a false and deceitful male friend. 10. Small hope of love or happiness, etc. 9. Idle gossiping, evil reputation, suspected by the police. 8. Separation from a person loved. 7. Society of false friends. Clubs, Ace, illness, death, prison. King, priest or lawyer. Queen or Knave, hostile and dangerous persons. 10. Misfortune in all undertakings. 9. Losses to which one is exposed. 8. Loss of honor or goods, theft. 7. Bad news. Spades, Ace, hope, a journey. King, a good friend. Queen or Knave, well-disposed persons who bring misfortune by their want of tact and prattling, etc. 10. According to the circumstances, means happy marriage or divorce. 9. Great honors in sight. 8. Reconciliation with an enemy. 7. Good society, hotel, conversation. The significance of the card also appears from its position. Other methods of fortune-telling, including the points system, drawing in sand or earth, need only be referred to here. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.P. Gillman. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Superstition, continued. Section 4. Treasure Finding, Dreams, and Chiromancy. We now come to those practices in which superstition is used for the purpose of emptying the pockets of credulous people. With the advance of civilization, such cases have become rarer than formerly. Indeed, in Western countries they are seldom met with. But in India we hear of most surprising stories, the common folk and even the higher classes often believing the most absurd tales. In a recent case, a pretended sannyasi so impressed an old couple with the belief that, aided by certain ceremonies, for which of course they had to pay, he could produce a large fortune in money and jewels by digging in the corner of one of the rooms of their house, that they parted with nearly all their savings before they were drawn from his clutches. Quite recently, a case was reported from the Bombay Presidency, in which another of these holy gentlemen played his game so well that he managed to make off with a large quantity of jewels belonging to a worthy, and it was supposed an enlightened, Rajah. The jewels were placed in a box, the box was locked, and the key given to the Rajah, who was informed that if mantrams were said over the box, the deity would enter it and would triple or quadruple the jewels. Ceremonies were performed during many days, much money being paid to the sannyasi for his services. One fine day the sannyasi disappeared, the box was opened, and was found to be empty. It was afterwards discovered that the box had been opened with a false key, and the jewels had been sent to the nearest large town within a few days after the holy man had commenced his operations. He had continued, drawing money the while, until he saw that the patience of his dupe was becoming exhausted, when he disappeared. This man had, moreover, confederates in the place, to impress the Rajah with his holiness and bona fides, so that the latter would be more easily disposed to believe in his miracle-working powers. The various methods used in such cases are so numerous that it would be impossible to describe them. One or two of the artifices used may, however, be briefly stated, to give an idea of how these cheats go to work. For example, we have the bewitching of cattle, the only object of which is to ease the purse of the owner. In treasure finding, or the transformation of valueless articles, generally charcoal or rags, into gold or banknotes, the trick consists in obtaining from the person who is being deceived a loan of some object of value, which is immediately made away with. They demand, for example, that all the money in the house be placed in a box. The whole is then covered over with charcoal. Of course, there's not enough charcoal, and while more is being brought, the money disappears. The chest or box is sealed up with all sorts of magic rites, accompanied with the express recommendation that it is to remain closed and is not to be touched during a considerable lapse of time, 7 weeks, 99 days, or until the night of the new moon. Then all the coal will be transformed into gold. This is the usual way of proceeding, the details, of course, varying continually. The search for treasure does not differ much. Usually, a stranger turns up in the village toddy shop, and by chance begins to speak of hidden treasure. If he can judiciously lead the others up to the subject so that they appear to have started it, and not he, so much the better. He, for his part, gives out that the thing is theoretically acceptable. They go on talking until one of his hearers lets out that there is also a man in the village who believes in it. The stranger waits until he can gather the name, and if possible the position, of this believer in hidden treasure, and such people are to be found everywhere. Such time elapses, and then the accomplice of the stranger appears on the scene. It is the former and not the latter who repairs to the believer and obtains great influence over him, because he, not having been seen by many people in the village, can more easily relate, in a mysterious and detailed manner, a number of facts about his victim. He passes insensibly to the question of treasure finding. The practiced magician then commences, with the aid of enchantments of all kinds, to fix upon the place where digging is to commence. He has, of course, examined this place previously, and he provokes much astonishment when he is able to say that at a quarter of an hour's walk from the house, and at about 100 paces from the crossroads, there are 2 mango trees, and between these 2 mango trees there is a little bush. At that spot they must dig. Everything is exactly as he has indicated. They dig, and find there an old chatty, closed up and very heavy, which the cheat has taken care to place there beforehand. He absolutely forbids the pot to be opened until the specified moment. But, in the meantime, all the money and silver that can be found must be placed upon the chatty, and it must be reburied. The riot sometimes sells everything he possesses in order to obtain sufficient silver to place on the chatty, and the whole is then carefully buried. Of course, the thief makes off with the money that very night. When such a case happens, all that the authorities can do is to make it as widely known as possible so as to prevent the recurrence of such cheating, and at the same time bring about the discovery of the cheat. To prepare a note for circulation among the police is not enough. The occurrence must be published in full detail in the native press if it is to be made as widely known as possible. Sir E. C. Cox, Baronet, Bombay Police, recounts some of the Indian methods of performing the confidence trick, generally carried out by working upon the credulity and superstition of the lower classes. He has often met, he says, men carrying about vessels of sacred water from the Ganges, 1,000 miles from that venerable stream, who retailed precious draughts to the faithful at the most fanciful prices. So efficacious, they assured their purchasers, were the virtues of the holy fluid, that however much was expended in the course of the day was miraculously renewed by Mother Ganga during the night. Certainly the jars of the vendors were always full in the morning. He describes the common trick of doubling rupees. A golden road to the attainment of affluence is to be found in the trade of doubling rupees. A professor of this Rosicrucian mystery repairs to an out-of-the-way village and offers to double as much money as anyone will lend him for a night. The Chevalier d'Industrie has, of course, engaging manners and a flow of cheery conversation, which soon ingratiate him with the credulous rustics. At first there is a little hesitation in coming forward. Then perhaps a woman in her husband's absence consents to risk a rupee out of the scanty household stock. The next morning it is returned to her, with an additional coin of the same value. This creates some sensation, and a number of people come forward with 1 or 2 more rupees, all of which bear fruit in the same way. After a few days our friend is out of pocket by perhaps 50 rupees, but his reputation is now immense. People crowd to him, and even the careful village moneylender thinks that this is an opportunity not to be lost. Nearly 200 rupees are handed over to this universal benefactor in confident hopes of their duplication. But the next morning there is lamentation, for the wonderful stranger is gone, and the rupees with him. In the Mazagon Police Court, Bombay, the following curious case was heard. Complainant was a resident of Panwell Taluk in the Colaba Collectorate. In February 1905, the second accused requested him to find out a magician who, by virtue of his occult powers, could discover a hidden treasure. He added that if the complainant did so, he would be able to secure a share in the treasure. Next day, as if by accident, the first accused turned up, and, stating that he had been starving for 3 days, begged for food. Complainant offered to employ him as a laborer on 5 annas a day. This the first accused indignantly rejected, on the ground that he had not fallen so low as to trouble himself with manual labor, when he was endowed with extraordinary powers, by which he could kill a man in a moment, and discover treasure without particular exertion. Remembering the offer the second accused had made to him on the previous day, the complainant told him that a man wanted to employ his art in a lucrative scheme. Explanations followed, and the complainant introduced the first accused to the second, who took him to the house of Govind Limbaji, the complainant, in Gurgaon. It was in evidence that Govind was the master of the second accused. Govind wanted to put to the proof the powers of the first accused, and directed him first to kill a tree for him. The first accused called for a cock, but as there was some difficulty in procuring the bird, the pseudo-magician offered to kill a man offhand instead. Selecting the second accused as the victim of his powers, he called for camphor, red powder, lemons, and incense-burning sticks, the usual paraphernalia required by Indians who profess to practice black magic. Reciting incantations in some unknown gibberish, he apparently worked in such a fashion as to throw the second accused into a strong fit of shivering and agony, and to prostrate him at last on the ground as if he was dead. Govind manifested alarm at such a terrible catastrophe, but the first accused quieted his fears by confessing that he could resuscitate him at will. Counter-charms were then worked by him to nullify the effects of the fatality, when the dead man slowly began to revive, and ultimately became alive again. Govind accepted the first accused for a master of magic, well versed in his art, and he declared that he was a fit and proper person to unearth the buried treasure. But to accomplish this object, the magician asked for from 400 to 500 rupees at the lowest estimate. Govind said he had not such a large amount with him. Complainant was subsequently induced to pay a part of the money on consideration of his going shares in the business with him. One of the first accused's many requirements for his purpose was a number of poultry to feed, as he said, 2 obstinate devils, who, unmindful of his spells, appeared to have been bent upon causing obstruction in committing mischief. More money was required for one reason or other, and when the complainant was at his wit's end how to get it, the accomplices suggested to him to raise funds from some of his Bombay acquaintances. Acting in accordance with this advice, the poor man went to one Moroba Bikaji, who, by dint of questioning, brought the whole fraud to light. The matter was reported to the police, and the accused were arrested in due course. In such cases, moreover, we must not forget the accomplice. Knowing that for the moment he is doing nothing criminal or even reprehensible in merely talking about treasure-seeking, he often does not take sufficient care to hide himself. He has probably spoken in his own dialect, and, for want of another subject to open the conversation, has dilated upon his travels and adventures. He may have described towns or localities, or made allusions to his former trade or profession. In a word, it may be very easily possible to obtain such data as may enable him to be discovered as well as the actual thief, who has, in most cases, not come upon the scene until a long time afterwards. The interpretation of dreams and chiromancy are not so unimportant as might at first thought appear. Both may indeed engender among certain persons ideas so fixed that they strongly believe in them, and as by chance prediction is sometimes borne out on certain points by facts, such people end by building up proofs based on mere suspicion calculated to deceive the most experienced investigating officer. The author once had to deal with a case in which a peasant woman had had her hand examined and had been informed that she would one day be poisoned. This idea preoccupied her day and night. She sought out a second fortune-teller, who, unfortunately, told her that she was menaced by a danger coming from her husband. These 2 predictions were in agreement. She would be poisoned by her husband, with whom she lived on good terms. A long time afterwards, this woman was attacked by pains in the stomach of no consequence, but her imagination, emotion, and fear combined to make her so ill that it was found necessary to call in a doctor, who diagnosed traces of vegetable poisoning. It is possible that the doctor had not made his inquiries with much skill, and as he questioned her on the supposition that it was really a case of poisoning, the woman replied yes to all the questions put in that sense, and in consequence her husband was arrested. It was only after some time, when the woman had been removed to the hospital of the nearest city, that it was ascertained that she was suffering from gastric hysteria, and her husband's innocence was established beyond all doubt. Her state, which was in no way simulated, characteristically improved when the impossibility of her having been poisoned was pointed out to her. When the investigating officer has to deal with a case in which he believes divination to have played a role, he is at a great advantage if he is aware of the methods employed. At all events, he will very quickly obtain the confidence of the person deceived if he shows him that he also has some knowledge of the subject, and does not need to call in a third party to help him. It must not be forgotten that a person taken in by divination shows by that very fact that he or she believes that there is something important and worthy of belief in divination, and if the investigating officer understands nothing at all about it, there is a regrettable gap in his knowledge. Often the person interrogated judges of the science and capabilities of the investigating officer by placing himself in his position. He thinks and believes that if the investigating officer doesn't know that, he can't know much else. To acquire this knowledge is not difficult. If the interpreter of dreams is to be examined, all that is necessary is to buy for a few pence one of his Egyptian dream books, taking care at the same time to find out of what country the accused is a native. These books vary somewhat, and the employment of one more than another is a matter to be considered. But when all is said, what they contain is very similar. It is otherwise with chiromancy, which, since Artemidor, Cardanus, Porta, V. Hagen, Praetorius, Goclenius, etc., has not varied in its chief points. This fixity has been considered by Paracelsus to be a proof of its truth. According to him, chiromancy is not a mere chimera, and he makes it rest upon sure and certain foundations. In spite of the widespread practice of chiromancy, it is not easy to get accurate information on the subject, and one generally has to fall back upon tradition and hearsay, although in recent times there have been numberless pretenders to the art. The most information on this subject is to be found in Wlislocki's book, which has served as a guide to the author. According to him, the line A, in figure 39, at the wrist denote riches and honor. If the line B touches the line A, the person will obtain them by marriage, or at least through a person of the opposite sex. The eminence of the thumb at C, when furrowed with little lines, signifies illness, misery, an unhappy marriage, and a premature death. If the folds at the joint of the thumb are furrowed, that signifies misfortune. Happiness may be hoped for when the line B ends in the line A, and when the eminence C is smooth and rounded. When B and D join, the greatest happiness may be looked for. If the line E cuts the line D, the happiness will be destroyed by envious people. When the line E is missing altogether, its absence signifies a long life full of happiness and prosperity, and a happy marriage, especially when the eminence under the middle finger is large. When furrowed with little folds, this eminence denotes marriage in the near future. If the line F cuts the lines B and D, one's unhappy lot can only be attributed to oneself, for one is false, avaricious, and mean. If the line F does not come up to the line D, or joins it at the line E, the owner of the hand will die a violent death. If the space under F does not contain any folds, the death will be by drowning. If, on the contrary, the space is filled with wrinkles, fire will be the cause of death. If the line F reaches the line D, and if the fourth and little fingers are covered with wrinkles and folds at the joints, the person in question will live in good health to an advanced age. Thin and long fingers denote much illness. Short fat fingers signify health. Happy is the person in whose hand the line A joins the line B and the line B the line D. E should be missing altogether. F should reach to D, and the surface C should be smooth and rounded. The different beliefs attaching to the fingers, their size and length, white marks on the nails, etc., denote only happiness or misfortune and do not interest us here. There is still a strange and widespread belief that by means of a drop of blood placed upon a nail, one may find out where to find a lost or stolen article. Wlislocki relates that for this purpose the Transylvanian gypsies let 3 drops of blood from the middle finger of the left hand drop upon the middle nail of the right hand. A youth should then interpret the shapes taken by the drops of blood and say what he sees. It is curious that as long ago as the year 1490, Galer von Kaiserberg said, "What of those prophets who predict and recover stolen goods? They make figures on a nail rubbed with oil, and a young virgin girl, or stainless child, looks at the nail and says what is to be seen. Some look at the nail, placing above it some St. Gumper leaves sprinkled with oil. Then a little boy looks attentively, says what he sees there, and denounces the thief." Section 5. Superstitions regarding oaths. Here again, superstition has not yet disappeared, and it is the more dangerous because many people, on taking an oath, would conform to the truth if they did not believe that they possessed a means by which they can take a false oath with impunity. And today, people have still many such means. One can, for instance, take a false oath without fear if one be resting the eyes upon a hoopoe, a holy bird with a hooked bill and cinnamon crest. A pewit will do. It is always lucky in court. If one has upon one's person a bone of one's own dead child, or if one folds the thumb, especially Jews who swear upon the Torah or Pentateuch. Others are safe when they place the left hand upon the hip, or spit before and after taking the oath, or when they place several little stones in the mouth, or a gold coin under the tongue. Other methods are to wrench off a trouser button by turning it round while being sworn, or to have some mistletoe leaves in one's boot beneath the sole of the foot, or to carry on the person a morsel of sacramental bread, etc. In some parts it is a judicial custom to open the window when a peasant takes an oath. It is thought that then the devil can come in and fetch away the soul of a false witness. He cannot come in through a closed window. Footnote. The same custom is said to prevail in the Upper Alps, but is otherwise explained. There the devil does not come in by the door or window, but down the chimney. He gets out best, however, through the window, the pains of which do not hurt him, but so that he may not injure the pains when he takes the soul of the man with him, the window is opened for him. Old servants of the courts in the country to this day do not fail in certain cases to throw the window open and so prevent perjury. End footnote. A number of other superstitions used in court have to do with the dead. They are Slavonic by origin and are widely spread. The cloth with which the chin of a dead person was bound must be taken into court when one has to appear there, and so long as the knots in the cloth remain tied, the law cannot harm one. It is equally efficacious to carry in one's boot the cord with which the feet of a dead person were bound, so that one's adversary cannot get the better of one. It is also well to wipe one's face before the judge with a cloth that has belonged to a dead person. The best thing to do is to inquire of the poor people in the district in which one is working what are the usual superstitious practices to be found there. If one then suspects that a witness is perjuring himself, one may be in a position to find out whether he is carrying some such article of protection. In India, especially among the Lambadis and Sinhalese, oaths made by members of criminal tribes are held to be most binding, and it is said that formerly a practice of ordeal by fire was prevalent to prove innocence. Instances of this of late years have occurred, proving the existence of the custom. F.S. Mullally, Notes on Criminal Classes of the Madras Presidency. In a case that was being tried in the Calcutta High Court the other day, counsel for the defendant suggested that if the plaintiff would hold his son's hand and swear that the tender in dispute was duly made, he would not contest the suit. The plaintiff, after consulting his attorney, suggested that if the defendant would swear by Ganges water that the tender was not duly made, he would give up his claim. The defendant agreed to this. The attorney said that personally he was opposed to such nonsense, but as the plaintiff and defendant desired it, if his lordship would allow it, he had nothing further to say. Thereupon some Ganges water was procured, and the defendant entered the witness box, poured some of the water into the hollow of his right hand, and said that the tender was not duly made. Such procedure is legalized by the Indian Oaths Act, 1873, sections 8 to 11. Omens are of the greatest importance among the criminal classes of India, and many a crime is postponed when they are unfavorable. Mullally has summarized the customs of many of the criminal tribes and discussed this superstition in his Notes on Criminal Cases. He gives the following list of favorable and unfavorable signs believed in by most criminal classes. 1. A crow flying across their path from left to right is good. 2. A snake seen moving across their path from left to right is good. 3. An antelope bounding from left to right is good. 4. A crow flying from right to left is indicative of great success. 5. A child pulling the cloth of one of the party before he sets out is bad. 6. A jackal seen crossing their path from left to right is bad. 7. An owl hooting to the left is very unpropitious. The investigating officer should not neglect these questions. The belief in superstition is today much more widespread than is ordinarily believed, and many an error may be avoided by paying a little attention to this weakness of humanity. We will conclude this chapter with a list of the lucky and unlucky hours referred to on page 390. They are universally known among Hindus, and great care is exercised not to transact any important business during the Rahu Kalam. In fact, such a list will be found publicly suspended in registration offices in the Madras Presidency. Rahu and Kulikai Kalams. Rahu Kalam, inauspicious times. From 4:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. on Sunday. From 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Monday. From 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Tuesday. From 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. on Wednesday. From 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Thursday. From 10:30 a.m. to 12 noon on Friday. And from 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Saturday. Kulikai Kalam, auspicious times. From 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. on Sunday. From 1:30 p.m. to 3 p.m. on Monday. From 12 noon to 1:30 p.m. on Tuesday. From 10:30 a.m. to 12 noon on Wednesday. From 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Thursday. From 7:30 a.m. to 9 a.m. on Friday. From 6 a.m. to 7:30 a.m. on Saturday. End of section 13. Recording by J.P. Gillman.
Section 14 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 11. Construction and Use of Weapons. Some knowledge of weapons, especially firearms, their construction, use, and effects, will be advantageous to many investigating officers in India, just because, in this country, their employment is so much restricted, and acquaintance with their peculiarities consequently limited. The operation of the Arms Act at once reduces to small proportions the numbers legitimately entitled to carry firearms, and undoubtedly, like all repressive legislation, increases the amount of secret and illicit use. The many cases of injury by the deliberate use of firearms, and also the large number of accidents arising from their reckless and ignorant manipulation, combined with the difficulty of discriminating between deliberate shooting, a rash and negligent act, Section 304A, IPC, and pure accident, show how very necessary knowledge, even if elementary, of dangerous weapons must be to those in authority. Undoubtedly the best and most complete textbook will not teach much to one who has never in his life handled a gun, and one may be a very distinguished lawyer without knowing how to load a rifle. Thus, the best plan will be to get some sportsman or other expert to show and explain the working of a few guns and pistols. Of course, nothing can take the place of early familiarity with firearms, the practical knowledge thus gained being completed by a study of the best recent treatises on the subject. Thus fortified, the investigating officer in any given criminal matter will perhaps be able to offer a better opinion than so-called experts, such as gunsmiths, who understand well enough how to adjust the different parts of a weapon or to mend an old gun, but who know nothing of ballistics, of the technicalities of shooting, or of the other scientific notions involved. The following pages, compiled from various works on the subject, as well as personal experience, are intended merely as a vade-mecum to refresh the memory. Section 1. Firearms. The investigating officer is in a more complicated position than the soldier or the sportsman. The latter are satisfied with acquaintance with weapons of one, or at most 2 or 3 types, while the former must know all types of all ages. One has only to look at a collection of arms, as at the India Museum or the Government Museum, Madras, to comprehend that a criminal act may be committed as easily with a musket of the 15th century as with the latest American model. Indeed, accidents are much more likely to occur with old weapons than with new. Through weakness, bad working, or the mere ignorance of the person using them, it is more easy to make a mistake than with the handier, better fitted, and more familiar modern implement. Just consider the 91 movements which, in 1615, Waltansen, in his War on Horseback, considered necessary preliminaries for firing a shot, with the 3 or 4 sufficient in a Remington, Winchester, or Mannlicher. Other motives sometimes operate. Thus, a servant, wishing to commit suicide, selected from his master's collection of arms an old matchlock. This weapon, having an enormous caliber, appeared to him most likely to ensure rapid death. If his intention had been to kill someone else, he would probably, to command success, have selected the same instrument, Apart from the causes to be mentioned presently which lead generally to the use in country districts of old-fashioned weapons, enormous numbers of firearms of the most antiquated description are to be found in India, especially in native states. The Indians took readily to the use of the new instrument of war. Many of their pieces of cannon exist today, and like the Malik-i-Maidan and the Lamchari at Bijapur, weighing respectively 42 and 22 tons, command the respect of the most indifferent globe-trotter. The Banduk, the common Hindustani name for musket, was well known in the form of the matchlock early in the 16th century, and the name is said by Ewell, Hobson Jobson, sub verbo, to be a corruption of Venice. Many of these old weapons are magnificent specimens of art, in steel, ivory, and inlaying and damascening of every kind. Crook mentions, as a sort of comic opera development of the craze, that the Guico War of Baroda made a battery of gold guns manned by gunners with pink fleshlings. Things Indian, page 22. One of the editors remembers seeing a petty zemindar in the Nizam's dominions descending from the railway train. He was received on the platform by a mob of his retainers, whose appearance demanded no effort of the imagination to carry one back to the days and haunts of Rob Roy. The dress was the tartan cloth draped to form kilt and plaid, the daggers were of the best skeen-doo pattern, while the firearms were of the most motley description, some being matchlocks 6 feet and more in length, many flintlocks, the stocks being inlaid with silver and ivory in the most perfect designs. Many such ancient weapons were to be seen among the retinues of native chiefs at the coronation durbar at Delhi. Figures 40, 41, and 42 are drawings of 3 weapons selected almost at haphazard from those represented and described in Wilbraham Egerton's Handbook of Indian Arms, and exhibited in the India Museum. Figure 40, number 424, is a matchlock with tiger head muzzle. Figure 41, number 546, is a very remarkable weapon, a revolver gun matchlock with 4 chambers. Figure 42, number 733, is a flintlock gun, showing very clearly the mechanism of ignition. The official descriptions are as follows. Figure 40, number 424, matchlock, Toradar, barrel damascened with gold at the muzzle and breech, tiger head muzzle, stock decorated throughout with lacquered arabesques in gold on a black ground, and strengthened by side plates of steel richly damascened, butt straight and slender, capped with ivory. Gwalior, length 5 feet 7 inches. Figure 41, number 546, matchlock revolver gun, 4 chambers. The barrel and chambers ornamented throughout with floral damascenings in silver, bearing here and there traces of gilding. Heavy wooden stock, a supply of matchcord is wound round the butt. Indoor. Length 5 feet 10 inches. Figure 42, number 733, flintlock gun. Banduk Jauhardar. Damascus barrel of splendid workmanship, with gold enrichments damascened at the mouth and breech. The latter inlaid also with Arabic inscriptions, ebony stock, attached to the barrel by 4 bands of enamelled gold, butt of the curved Afghan shape, inlaid with medallions and plaques of translucent enamels on gold. Hyderabad, Sindh. Length 5 feet 5 inches. In all countries, however, we find old-fashioned guns, what may be called family weapons, used not only for sport but for protection against robbers and wild beasts. When percussion guns were in vogue, the country people still used flintlocks, and when breech-loaders came in, percussion guns in turn became unfashionable, and therefore cheap, though still perfectly serviceable, and displaced the old flintlocks. It is the same everywhere. The common man who does not wish to spend too much money, especially when the object is not one of prime necessity, always buys the fashion that preceded the last. He thus obtains at a low price objects of good quality and quite useful, which have been discarded solely because something better, perhaps only more fashionable, has taken their place. It is the same with clothes, tools, machinery, carriages, books, and 1,000 other things. This fact is by no means unimportant. It will often help us to guess, from the arm found, the station in life of the owner, and conversely, knowing the person suspected, to conclude the nature of the weapon he would be likely to use. A. General considerations. As it is extremely improbable that an investigating officer will ever have to do with heavy guns or artillery, we confine our remarks to small arms. These are generally guns, rifles, pistols, revolvers, and magazine weapons. The constituent parts common to all these arms are the barrel, the stock, the plate, and the accessories. It is according to the differences presented by the 3 first mentioned that firearms are classified and named. If the barrel is long and the butt end of the stock transverse to it, so that, when fired, the weapon can be placed against the shoulder, it is called a gun or rifle. If the barrel be short and the stock curved down so that the weapon must be held in the hand when fired, it is a pistol or revolver. If the plate is so constructed that the weapon can be loaded only from the muzzle end of the barrel, we call it a muzzle loader. If, on the other hand, it is loaded at the plate end, we call it a breech loader. If the weapon has 1 or more short barrels loaded separately, it is an ordinary pistol. If, on the other hand, it has only 1 barrel and a turning cylinder permitting several shots to be fired in succession, it is a revolver. It is clear that in the most important weapon, the gun, the differences in the barrel and in the plate may be innumerable. Speaking generally, A. The barrel is the metal tube in which the charge is placed, ready for firing, and in which it is exploded. This tube must compress the gases developed during combustion and give the missile its proper direction. The barrel is now almost always of steel. Formerly we find it constructed of iron, and even bronze, copper, brass, and other metals. B. The stock is that part by which the weapon is held, and which supports the barrel. It not only enables us to hold and manipulate the arm, but to it also are fixed the plate, the rings surrounding the barrel, and other accessories. It is almost always of wood. In small pocket pistols and revolvers it may be of horn, ivory, vulcanite, and even metal. In Figure 42 the stock is of ebony, and the rings by which the barrel is attached to it are of gold. C. The plate contains or supports the apparatus for the discharge of the weapon. Whatever its shape, its object is by means of a gentle pressure to produce a violent and sudden blow, causing the ignition of the powder directly or indirectly through a morsel of fulminate. D. The accessories include all the parts of the weapon besides the 3 just named, as the sight, the muzzle, the barrel rings, the bed plate, the ramrod, the trigger guard, etc. These accessories vary in importance, but must not be wholly neglected. For example, it may be most relevant to an inquiry to know whether a gun be well or badly sighted. End of section 14. Section 15 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 11. Construction and Use of Weapons, continued. B. Different kinds of firearms. 1. Guns, including rifles. Guns may be classified from several points of view: single, double, or more-barreled, muzzle or breech loaders, rifles or shotguns. We shall classify them according to the projectile. The important point for us is to know the nature of the wound inflicted, and consequently the nature of the projectile employed. A. Shotguns. Shot includes all projectiles in the form of small balls, loaded into the barrel not singly but in quantities, and not compressed but simply retained by the wad. While bullets are cast in moulds, shot is obtained by allowing molten lead to fall through a sieve from a sufficient height into water. Visitors to London will remember the well-known shot tower on the Surrey side of Westminster Bridge. The melted lead in falling takes the form of drops, and enters the water as small round balls. To render the lead more liquid, from 1/3 to 1/2% of arsenic is generally added. This detail is not unimportant when the shot has remained some time in the human body. Intermediate between bullets and shot come buckshot. Here each shot is the size of a pea and is cast in a mould like a bullet, but in use several are loaded together like ordinary shot. Shot is generally manufactured according to numbers, each number indicating a specific size. The pellets are so small that no person could measure them without delicate scientific apparatus, so they are distinguished by the number of pellets per ounce weight. The following table may be accepted as a fair standard. Table giving the number of shot in 1 ounce of Newcastle chilled or soft shot. Size SSG, 11 pellets per ounce. Size AAA, 40 pellets per ounce. Size AA, 48 pellets per ounce. Size A, 36 pellets per ounce. Size BBB, 64 pellets per ounce. Size BB, 76 pellets per ounce. Size B, 88 pellets per ounce. Size 1, 104 pellets per ounce. Size 2, 122 pellets per ounce. Size 3, 140 pellets per ounce. Size 4, 172 pellets per ounce. Size 5, 218 pellets per ounce. Size 6, 270 pellets per ounce. Size 7, 340 pellets per ounce. Size 8, 450 pellets per ounce. Size 9, 580 pellets per ounce. Size 10, 850 pellets per ounce. There is shot much smaller than this. The size known as 12 contains 1,250 pellets per ounce, while D runs up to 2,600 pellets. These very small sizes are, however, in practice, used only by naturalists shooting small birds, so as to avoid injuring the plumage. Buckshot can be distinguished by the circular mark and the remains of the jet of molten metal, caused by the fact that the 2 halves of the mould do not fit with mathematical accuracy, and the necessity of a small opening for pouring in the liquid. From the difference between shot or buckshot and bullets arises the difference between shotguns and those carrying bullets, the former allowing of a lighter barrel than the latter. In sporting guns of good damascened steel, the muzzle of the barrel is sometimes as thin as paper, cutting like a razor, while the arm loses nothing in quality and is perfectly safe. If, however, the projectile be forcibly compressed or rammed down into the barrel, so as to close hermetically all passage to the gases of combustion until it leaves the barrel, the latter must offer a strong resistance to the expansion of the gas, and also probably to the pressure of the bullet. Hence the barrel must have an increased thickness. We may therefore fire a bullet from a shotgun, provided that the barrel is sufficiently thick, and that the caliber of the bullet is not greater than that of the barrel. But we cannot, of course, fire either so far or with such precision as with a rifle, the gun not being intended for this purpose. So, also, we may fire shot from every bullet gun, so long as the manipulation of the cartridges, in breech-loaders, presents no difficulties. With a non-rifled muzzle-loader, it is indifferent whether shot or bullet be used. If the barrel be rifled, we must be careful not to employ shot, as they destroy the rifling. The pellets rebound with great force from the edges, lands, of the rifling, leaving there a little lead called leading or metallic fouling. This must be removed by the armourer with a file, which alters the caliber and thus causes much inconvenience. If then shot has been fired from a rifled gun, there must be some special reason, as people do not usually set about destroying their guns just for fun. These remarks are intended to draw the investigating officer's attention to this point, that one can never be too careful in drawing a conclusion or making a guess as to the projectile employed from the suspected weapon, and vice versa, from a projectile found to the weapon probably employed. A too hasty conclusion can never be justified, and may lead to grave consequences. There are many reasons why a weapon may have been loaded improperly, that is, with projectiles other than those for which it is intended. Carelessness, ignorance, chance. The supply of proper projectiles may have run out, or through deliberate intent. Intent, again, may have different motives, the most important being a desire to mislead as to the character of the weapon employed. For example, a man wants it to be believed that a bullet has not been fired from a well-ascertained shotgun, say, the only firearm he is supposed to possess. He secretly gets hold of a rifle, of say 6 grooves. With this, he fires a bullet from a distance into a bank of sand or into the water. The bullet is uninjured, but the traces of the 6 lands of the rifling are distinctly visible. Or if he lives near a rifle butt, he can pick up plenty bullets that have missed their aim and show no other trace of usage but the marks of the rifling. He then loads this bullet, wrapped up in some moss, into the barrel of a shotgun. The weapon will not be injured, as the bullet does not touch it. He can then fire on a man, and, at a short distance or point blank, with deadly aim. When this bullet, with its marks of 6 riflings, is found in a corpse, it is unhappily too likely that suspicion will fall not on a shotgun, and consequently not on the guilty man. Further, let us suppose that shot has been discharged from a rifle. Usually 1 discharge is enough to produce leading. But if this leading is so slight that a little cleverness can destroy it with a wad extractor, then whatever traces may remain are at once destroyed by firing a bullet from the rifle. Further, if this sportsman knows the dodge of enclosing the shot in a small linen bag, which will not tear until it arrives at the muzzle, there will be no leading at all. Therefore, once more, be very careful in drawing conclusions. Naturally, when we find shot, we suppose it has been fired from a shotgun, and when we find a bullet, we conclude that it has been fired from a rifle of corresponding caliber and rifling. But we must never forget that the fact may be quite otherwise. and above all, we must not dismiss legitimate suspicions on the sole ground that the projectile does not fit the gun. We can now classify shotguns according to the nature of the barrel and the plate. A. The barrel. 1. The material of gun barrels. The material of the barrel is important to us from only one point of view. That is, in recognizing and describing the material, we may be able to discover the owner. It is unlikely that a young peasant should possess a gun with high-class damascened barrels. Minor matters may sometimes come in useful. The material of the barrel of a shotgun is of no importance as to its accuracy of fire, the cohesion of the grains of powder, the range, the liability to misfire, etc. A man may shoot very straight, at a long range, and with perfect certainty, with the most ordinary iron barrel, and get exactly opposite results with the best drawn steel barrel ever made. Of course we assume that both barrels are in good condition, not twisted, flattened, etc. As we shall see presently, the charge alone is, from this aspect, of importance. Do not then be led away by amateur experts who will tell you, "This shot was never fired by the famous damascened steel laminette. The shot would certainly have gone further or remained packed longer." Or again, "With a wretched iron gun it is absolutely impossible that in firing from such a long range the shot should not have been scattered." Such statements indicate only an absolute lack of judgment, for the material of the barrel has nothing to do with the accuracy of the firing. Some, indeed, suggest that the form of the inside of the barrel is important, and that for a good gun the bore should be conical, diminishing towards the muzzle, this narrowing, of course, being exactly proportioned. But this statement has never been established by proof. Another matter is the solidity of the barrel and its safety for the sportsman. It is easy to see that an ordinary iron barrel is much more subject to rust, to twisting, or to splitting at the muzzle. Also, and this is important, the more carefully the barrel has been made, the less the danger of its bursting and wounding the person firing. Further, if the original material is good, the weight can be reduced so that good barrels will be thinner than ordinary barrels, and consequently lighter in weight and easier to carry. But all this is not of much importance for criminal investigation, our hints on this point being only to facilitate the understanding of records, reports, descriptions, etc. The simplest material is iron or steel. Iron, owing to its weight, is employed only for low-class cheap guns. Solid steel is rarely employed for shotguns, as it must be bored, and boring costs money. All the qualities desiderated for a good gun barrel are to be found in steel manufactured by the Damascus process. Whether for gun barrels, sword blades, or knives, Damascus steel is invincible. It is produced by the welding together of thin plates of steel and soft iron alternately. If we thus weld together, by hammering on an anvil when hot, ribbons of steel and iron, we have ribbon damascene. If threads are used, we get ordinary damascene work. But if the threads of iron and steel are carefully plaited before welding, we obtain the highest quality. The price and the resisting power rise in proportion. In the manufacture of a barrel from Damascus steel, the ribbons or threads are rolled round a core of the same caliber as the barrel. They are then hot-hammered until thoroughly welded. The barrel is then polished and engraved with an acid, vinegar or aqua fortis. This attacks the steel more than the iron, so that a design is produced showing the positions of the iron and steel. These designs, assuming many different forms, with which we need not here trouble ourselves, have been imitated in many ways, the result being called damascening, an art not to be confounded, as it often is, with the process of manufacture. Webster, sub verbo, always a reliable authority, enumerates the following modes of ornamenting metal by the process of damascening. 1. That in which the design is formed by means of wires laid in so that they project. 2. That produced by engraving the design with deep-cut lines, inlaying gold wires, and rubbing them down level. 3. That in which the design is made by small holes, which are filled with gold and burnished. 4. That in which gold leaf is laid on a rough etched surface, to which it adheres in part, cuft work. 5. That in which the design is simply etched upon steel or iron, as in common gun barrels. And 6. That in which the pattern or watering is produced by a mixture of silver or other metal with the steel, with which it does not perfectly alloy. We need hardly point out that damask, as applied to silk, linen, and other stuffs, has a similar origin. We thus obtain a barrel not only thin and light, but offering special security to the sportsman. When an iron or steel barrel bursts, it splinters into pieces which scatter themselves far and wide, while a barrel of Damascus steel will tear up with a greater or less fissure, just like a piece of cloth, but will not fly into fragments. At least, such an occurrence is extremely rare. 2. Number of barrels. Single-barreled shotguns are not very common, but are still manufactured to be sold to country people at a low price. Old ones, however, are often found, inlaid with gold or richly damascened, which the owners would not willingly throw away. This we have seen to be common in India. The number of the barrels has no influence on the accuracy of fire. Double-barreled guns are most commonly used nowadays. 2 kinds of guns are important for the investigating officer to be acquainted with. They are single-barreled and not easily recognized at first sight, walking-stick guns and guns that take to pieces. They may occasionally be constructed to take a bullet, but are usually shotguns. Walking-stick guns are often very remarkable. The barrel is made and painted so as to resemble a bamboo. The handle is usually crutch-shaped and contains all the firing apparatus, which may be taken off and carried in the pocket, or even folded up in the handle itself. Figure 43 shows such a gun with a detachable butt. The investigating officer must keep a sharp lookout for a weapon of this kind during a house search, or in describing the articles found on an accused. Every article bearing any resemblance to a walking-stick gun must be carefully examined. Every stick, even the most innocent in appearance, must be taken in the hand to test its weight, for a walking-stick gun is always naturally heavier than an ordinary stick of similar appearance. The sound made by a walking-stick gun, even when put down gently on the ground, is characteristically different from that of an ordinary walking-stick, even if the latter be heavily ferruled. There can be no doubt that many crimes are committed with this traitorous weapon. If further it be used with smokeless and noiseless powder, we may believe anything of its powers. Guns which can be taken to pieces are as important, and in certain cases even more important, than walking-stick guns. These weapons are often constructed with the greatest skill. A simple form is shown in Figure 44. When we consider the ingenious mechanism of many of these weapons, we can appreciate the remark of an old forest guard. a clever poacher carries his gun in his waistcoat pocket. Hence we must never allow ourselves to be led away by the assurance of witnesses that the suspected person certainly carried no gun, or, after a search, no trace of a gun could be found. The author recollects a case in which a gamekeeper had been killed by poachers, where the only object found on the search was a piece of a gun barrel about 5½ inches long, with the furrow of a screw running through the wall of the barrel. It was concealed in a pot in the kitchen. Although this had naturally attracted attention, no other portions of the weapon were brought to light at that time, although a subsequent and more careful search disclosed them all to be in the house. Pieces were found in a truss of hay, in a horse collar, behind the crucifix, in a crack in a large lump of salt, and in a split in a rafter. The accused believed that his house was continually kept under observation, and therefore had not dared to seek an out-of-doors hiding-place. In India, the roof thatch would prove a fertile hunting ground. B. Explosive action. Guns may also differ according to the mode in which the explosive agent is set in action. By this we understand the apparatus by which the gunpowder placed in the gun is ignited. The object is to procure the result with the greatest rapidity, facility, and certainty. We can well understand that it has been a long and weary way from the original system, where the powder in the barrel was set directly on fire by a piece of red-hot carbon, or a wick, the matchlock, see Figure 41, to our up-to-date breech-loading magazine rifle. Keeping in view the two elements of apparatus of ignition and method of loading, we shall now classify guns as muzzle-loaders and breech-loaders. 1. Muzzle-loaders. In muzzle-loaders, the charge is introduced by the muzzle of the barrel and poured or rammed into the breech chamber, where the powder is ignited. The arrangement is exactly the same as in a cartridge, and can be seen in Figure 47, by imagining the detonator removed and the cartridge case to represent the walls of the gun barrel. First comes the powder, then the thick wads by which the powder is firmly rammed home, to prevent, as explained, supra, the escape of the gases of ignition. Then the shot or bullet. In the case of shot, a thin wad is added to prevent the pellets falling out. The investigating officer will rarely have to do with a matchlock, but flintlocks are fairly common. In a gun of this class there is on one side of the plate a scooped-out projection, the pan, bassinet, in which a little powder is placed. A hole pierced through the barrel allows this powder to communicate with that in the barrel. To keep the powder in the pan there is an elbow-shaped cover, kept down by a spring, the perpendicular part of which is faced with steel. Opposite this is the hammer, holding a piece of flint. When the hammer falls, the flint strikes the metal, which rises, uncovering the powder, and at the same moment the same stroke produces a spark, which ignites the powder in the pan, this, in turn, igniting that in the barrel. The details of the mechanism are shown very clearly in Figure 42. The flintlock was an extraordinary advance on the matchlock and other old-fashioned devices, but had its own drawbacks. It often missed fire, the powder in the pan either not igniting or not igniting the charge, a flash in the pan. Damp and rain were also great enemies. Keep your powder dry. If then an investigating officer suspects a flintlock to have been used, he must consider the points just enumerated. For example, was it raining at the time and moment when the shot was fired? There is also an appreciable interval between the firing and the ignition in the barrel. Hence, a person not accustomed to a flintlock always fires behind the object aimed at when the latter is moving. The flintlock betrays more readily than any other firearm that it has been recently fired. The smoke of the powder leaves distinct traces in the pan, the channel, and the neighbouring parts. The marks made by the flint on the steel are shining and not oxidized, and the marks on the flint, whence small pieces have been chipped off in firing, are, when recent, easily recognized. Of course, other things being equal, one can shoot with a flintlock just as safely and as far as with any other make. More frequently we come across the percussion gun. This originated in the discovery, towards the end of the 18th century, of substances, chlorates, fulminates, etc., igniting not by a spark, but by a blow or shock. It was only a step to place this substance in the pan instead of the powder, and to allow the hammer to fall directly upon it, without the intervention of flint or steel. The progress was easy to the percussion cap, wherein the fulminate is placed in a capsule or cap of copper, fitting on to a projection or nipple, which takes the place of the pan and on which the hammer falls directly. This species of gun was long considered absolutely perfect, and such weapons, of the best quality, are still in very common use in country districts. They would not be employed, except with some special motive, by regular sportsmen, amateur or professional. Hence, when the question is of a percussion gun of unknown ownership, the first conclusion will be that it belongs to a peasant. The questions, to whom does this gun belong? With what kind of gun was this man killed? Are of frequent importance. And in looking for an answer we must take into account the make of a gun and its accessories. For instance, if a muzzle-loading percussion gun has been used, we must, in making a search, look out for accessories peculiar to this weapon. For example, the small tool used to place the caps quickly and easily upon the nipple, and consequently useless with a breech-loader. Also, if we find a ramrod plug, wads, shot-bags, powder horns, and such like, we know they belong to a muzzle-loader. These accessories are often of a very primitive make. Figure 45 shows a powder flask and shot-bag taken from a mopla in the outbreak at Mangere in March 1896, in which 93 moplas were killed. If the investigating officer knows nothing about firearms and has to carry out a search of this kind, he should take care to have with him some trustworthy person who does know. Such persons, it is true, are not rare, and confidence may often, not always, be reposed in them. But we cannot too often repeat that the investigating officer must not wait for the time of trouble to arise. He must, like the soldier, be in time of peace, always prepared for war. 2. Breech-loaders. Breech-loading guns are today in general use. By this title are designated all firearms in which, by a special mechanism, the barrel can be opened and loaded from the rear, that is, the end nearest the butt. After introducing the charge, the weapon is closed. Although firearms of this description form the modern model, their invention is by no means recent. Museums show specimens as old as the 16th century, many constructed with wonderful ingenuity. It was long before they became popular, mainly on account of the complication, inherent weakness, and difficulty of procuring a hermetic seal, as compared with the simplicity and strength of the muzzle-loader. An impetus was, however, given to inventors when rifling came into vogue, on account of the slowness of the process of loading when the bullet had to be forced into the grooves of the rifling. The most important development was the system Le Faucheux, wherein the barrels are hinged and swing to or from the false breech. In one guise or another, this forms the foundation of almost all the modern breech-loading shotguns. But though Lefaucheux brought out his gun in 1832, it was invented 130 years before by an unknown master armourer, whose work can be seen in the Dresden Museum. The action is clearly shown in Figure 46, which is a quite modern weapon. The ends of the barrels are thrown up, showing one cartridge in position, the other about to be inserted. The first military breech-loader was the needle gun, invented by Dreyse in 1838, adopted by Prussia in 1841, and in use during the War of 1870. The various species of military rifles since invented are legion. In shotguns there are 3 systems of percussion: pinfire, rimfire, central fire. In the pinfire, the original invention of Lefaucheux, a pin passes through the cartridge perpendicular to the axis, fitting into a small recess in the barrel. The hammer falls on the pin, which causes the cap to explode. Rimfire is practically unknown in common use. Central fire cartridges, introduced by Lancaster, are now almost universally employed. Here the cap is in the center of the cartridge case behind, so that the axis of the cap coincides with that of the cartridge. A small pointed projection on the hammer strikes and explodes the cap. Figure 47 shows such a cartridge, actual size, while Figure 48 gives the same in section. In each, the cap or detonator is seen in the center of the back plate. In the latter, next to the cap, comes the powder, then the wads, then the shot, and finally a thin wad to keep the shot in place. End of section 15. Section 16 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers, and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 11. Construction and Use of Weapons, continued. B. Bullet guns. As we have just illustrated a shot cartridge, it will be convenient to insert here figures, exact size, of bullet cartridges. Figure 49 is that of a Winchester central fire repeating rifle. Figure 50, that of a Colt automatic revolver. Guns of this class generally have a single steel barrel. Sometimes they are double-barreled, and occasionally we find a gun with one barrel smooth for shot and another rifled for bullet. For us, the most important point is the mode of loading, as many muzzle-loading rifles are to be found. It is at times necessary to distinguish between shots fired from a muzzle-loader and from a breech-loader, respectively. Here we must remember the way in which muzzle-loaders are charged. The powder is first poured down the barrel. The mouth of the barrel is then covered with a well-greased piece of cloth called a patch, on which the bullet is placed, pressed down, and finally rammed home. Hence, only certain projectiles can be used. The long, slender bullets of modern small bores cannot well be treated in this way. Round balls or short cylindrical bullets with conoidal ends are generally employed. A round bullet is the almost certain mark of a muzzle-loader. Besides, the bullet almost always bears marks of having been thrust down the barrel, especially when a too small bullet has been used, which rebounds from side to side. Of course, such marks must not be confounded with any caused by the bullet in its flight striking a hard object. Marks are also left by the patch, but this happens on the contrary when the bullet fits very tightly. Hence the patch is compressed between the bullet and the rifling, the result being visible on the bullet. The marks of the rifling, that is, of the lands, are not impressed accurately, and are even wanting where the patch has been folded. In looking at such a bullet, uninjured by hitting a hard object, the impression is at once given that it has not been in direct contact with the rifling. A more accurate description is impossible. The effect must be seen, and whoever has with his eyes compared a bullet thus fired from a muzzle-loader with one fired with no intervening envelope from a breech-loader will never forget the difference. Again, it frequently occurs if the bullet be of soft lead, that is, without any alloy of tin, zinc, antimony, etc., that the complete design of the patch is imprinted on the metal. On examining the projectile carefully with a good magnifying glass, we can frequently find such accurate traces of the cloth as to be able to identify the material employed. A poacher was suspected of having killed a gamekeeper. No bullets similar to that found in the body were discovered in his house, but he was in possession of several rags, apparently designed for patches, of a kind of sackcloth or gunny, evidently torn from an old flour sack. The projectile found in the corpse and these rags were subjected to microscopical examination. A sufficiently large imprint was found on the bullet, and taking into account the special arrangement of the threads, their thickness, and their number in a given square unit, the experts were able to state that the bullet in question must, when fired, have been wrapped in a patch exactly similar to those found in the poacher's house. The importance of the patch thus used with a bullet, and of the paper of the wad used with shot, is well recognized by criminal experts. Indeed, it can hardly be exaggerated, for they frequently lead to startling conclusions, as when a man wraps up a bullet in a fragment of his mistress's pocket-handkerchief, or uses one of his love letters as a wad. Hence these must be looked for with great care, but as usual we must not jump too hastily at conclusions, for the criminal may have laid himself out to deceive us and transfer the blame to innocent shoulders. In every case the presence of a patch proves the use of a muzzle-loader, always supposing the patch has not been put there for the express purpose of deceiving the investigating officer. But if no patch be found, no conclusion can be drawn, for it may have been destroyed or lost. Besides, when the bullet fits loosely in the barrel, a patch need not be used. The projectile may be wrapped in paper, moss, dry leaves, etc. The constituent parts of a bullet gun, barrel, stock, etc., are essentially the same as for a shotgun. The most important variation from our point of view is in the rifling of the barrel. The barrel is naturally thicker than for a shotgun, the ball having to be more tightly compressed by it. The cavity traversed by the ball is the chamber or caliber. The walls of the chamber are the thickness. If, for example, the thickness of the barrel be 3 millimeters, the caliber or diameter across the lands 10 millimeters, the total diameter will be 16 millimeters, 3 plus 10 plus 3, or 0.625 inches. Rifling seems to have been originally introduced merely with the object of diminishing the fouling of the barrel and facilitating cleaning. The powder on burning leaves a black, slimy residue, which dries quickly and forms a sort of crust. This crust lessens the caliber of the barrel, rendering the introduction of the bullet more difficult. When there is rifling, this residue gets into the grooves, leaving a free passage to the bullet. Hence, the early rifling consisted of straight grooves, each exactly parallel to the axis of the barrel. But soon a twisting or spiral direction round the axis was given to the groove. One result of this was to retain the bullet longer in the barrel, whereby resulted more complete combustion of the powder with increased force. But the great advantage was that the spiral imparted to the bullet a rotation or spin round its own axis, which spin was preserved by the bullet on leaving the barrel. Hence, according to the well-known principle of gyroscopic stability, whereby a rotating or spinning body retains its axis of spin, perfectly and simply illustrated by the ordinary humming top, the ball, on leaving the barrel, preserves its axis of spin, and goes straight in its trajectory, equalizing in all directions its tendencies to erratic flight, just as the top spins upright on its point until friction and wind pressure gradually destroy the rotatory spin. The hollow portions of the rifling are the grooves. The projecting portions between the grooves are the lands. The number of the grooves varies, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc. So also does the form. A common form is that known as concentric. See the sectional figure 51, where the breadth of the groove AB is equal to that of the land CD. Again, the corners may be rounded off, giving the sectional figure as a waved line, as in the Metford system. The depth of the rifling varies. If the grooves are too shallow, they do not produce the proper effect. If too deep, they are not filled by the lead, and the gases of combustion escape. The spiral or twist of the rifling is the pitch, just as in a screw. The pitch may be measured by the angle made by the groove with a line parallel to the axis of the barrel, or more easily in practice by the length of such a line intercepted between two twists of the same groove, that is, the distance parallel to the barrel in which the groove makes one complete circuit of the barrel. Thus, in the Martini Henry, there are 7 grooves, and each makes one turn in 22 inches. As the length of the barrel is 33.2 inches, the rifling makes 1½ turns in the length. If, as we look along the chamber from behind, the spiral starts from the left and rises towards the right, then we have right pitch. That is, the spiral runs clockwise, as in an ordinary corkscrew. If it starts from the right and rises to the left, the spiral runs counterclockwise. The famous French chassepot was rifled on this principle. In every case, the matter of prime importance for the investigating officer, when either a rifle or a projectile comes into his possession, is to examine carefully everything appertaining to the pitch, number, and shape of the rifling. For such an examination will enable him at once to draw conclusions as to the projectile or rifle employed, and may later on provide absolute proof when the missing arm or projectile is discovered. A. Muzzle loaders. A common problem for an investigating officer is to know whether a certain specified gun has a long and accurate range. We have already seen that in shotguns the quality of the shooting depends only on the charge. If the gun be properly loaded and in good condition, one cannot help shooting well, always supposing that one can shoot at all. It is different with bullet guns. With them, the first consideration is the construction of the barrel, which can generally be easily estimated without even firing off the weapon. If all the little exterior details have been carefully executed, we shall not risk much in concluding that the barrel itself has been carefully constructed. This, indeed, is an a posteriori argument, but correct nonetheless, for the gunsmith would not expend money and labour on the accessories to a rubbishy barrel. Conversely, if the stock be of a common wood, if the sights are badly fixed, the plate rough and unpolished, we may readily guess that the barrel is a poor one also. But a barrel may be first class when it comes from the hands of the gunsmith, and may be ruined by the ignorance of the owner, fouling, age, or luck. It should therefore receive at least a cursory inspection. When the weapon is a muzzle-loader, only the end of the barrel can be examined, for one can see through it only if the breech be removed. Perhaps there is no gunsmith handy, and besides, in a preliminary inquiry, nothing must be done which might change or modify the condition of the weapon. If the investigating officer is provided, as he ought to be, with a barrel reflector, it will be of considerable help to him. If not, he must have recourse to the old device of sergeants and corporals when troops were still armed with muzzle-loaders. Take a strip of stout white paper about 8 inches long, and in width slightly less than the diameter of the chamber. Placing the butt of the gun on the ground with the muzzle towards a window, we can slip the paper into the barrel, and getting the latter at the proper inclination, the light is reflected from the paper against the upper part of the chamber. We can thus see clearly if the grooves are clean or rusty, if they are sharp or show signs of usage, if there be powder crust or particles of lead. In short, we can say if the barrel is in a condition for good shooting. Of course, in this way, we can examine only the upper end of the barrel, but there is no reason why the other parts should be in a different condition. What destroys a rifle barrel is when, using it frequently, we neglect to clean it. If the muzzle end be dirty or show marks of use, the rest will be in the same condition. The barrel of a rifle rarely becomes twisted or warped through the stock becoming damp. The walls are too thick for this kind of deterioration. We must always take the greatest precautions when a gun connected with any offence falls into our hands. A muzzle-loading rifle generally gives most trouble, owing to the difficulty of drawing the charge, while the handling of the accessories of a rifle are more delicate than of a shotgun. Hence we shall give a few hints on this subject. First of all, it is indispensable to ascertain whether or not the weapon has passed through the hands of strangers since the offence was committed. That is it still in the same condition? All the information available on this point must be carefully recorded before proceeding to describe the weapon itself. This description should be accurate and minute, even in the case where someone has touched or handled the arm previously, either for amusement or with an object. And the ordinary rule of conduct must be followed. Write a full description before touching the weapon. Only then can it be taken in the hand, and even then we must be careful to do nothing which would permanently alter the condition of the rifle, unless there be some absolute necessity. We can see an investigating officer hastily picking up a gun just found, cocking it with an expert hand, not observing that the exploded cap has fallen among the grass, blowing down the barrel to see if it is unloaded, and finally inserting his little finger in the muzzle to see if the weapon has been recently fired. He has learned a lot, not perhaps altogether without importance, but on the other hand, there are a crowd of questions which must remain forever unanswered, owing to the bungling of the investigating officer. In every case, when a gun is taken in hand for examination, whether because examination cannot be longer deferred, or because the critical moment has arrived, all our movements should be slow and deliberate. All details must be recorded, and all legal formalities strictly observed. Not only duty and conscience, but ordinary good sense tells us this. Quickness may gain time, but will only create difficulties for the future. Having thus taken up the weapon carefully, we complete the description by noting any new detail hitherto overlooked. Anything abnormal on the underside may be noted. Dew, spots of blood, traces of rust, or other dirt, etc. Then we cock the gun, being careful to hold the plate over a plain, smooth, clean surface, so as to catch anything that may fall. At the same time we expressly call the attention of all present to what we are doing. In his young days the author attributed to ridiculous and antiquated pedantry the manner in which his venerated chief and teacher was wont to proceed, when thus in public examining a gun. But he now finds it the only method. He would commence thus: "I cock this gun which has been discharged. As you see, gentlemen, it moves easily and silently to half cock. It can be pushed a little further, and there sticks fast. Meantime I find upon the nipple, which is very rusty, a copper cap, of which the side walls have burst in 5 irregular pieces. As far as can be seen at the moment, for we shall defer for a little a more minute examination, it appears that a morsel of the cap has flown off. We find, besides, that the cap is covered with recent verdigris, both on the sides and on the flat top. I request you, gentlemen, to carefully observe and confirm this peculiarity, for we may draw therefrom the conclusion that some time has elapsed since the gun was fired. For if the cap had received its coating of verdigris before firing, the blow of the hammer and the explosion would have caused the disappearance at least of the verdigris on the top of the cap. The experts will be able to calculate for us the time necessary for the formation of this verdigris, but to facilitate their task and render their reply more certain, we shall note that verdigris covers about 1/3 of the upper portion of the cap. As to the sides, we shall say that the largest of the 5 pieces has verdigris on about 1/4 of its surface, and the others on approximately 1/2. Are we agreed on this point, gentlemen? For when the cap leaves our hands to pass into those of the experts, everything may change. This point being important, we shall direct attention to the exterior circumstances in which we have found the weapon, for these circumstances may have influenced the formation of verdigris. We observe, then, that the granary where the gun was found is not well protected from the rain, as witness the holes in the roof, and further, the ammoniacal vapours coming from the stable below have left very significant traces. These are circumstances which, together with the action of the gases of gunpowder and fulminate of mercury, set loose by the explosion, are favourable to the formation of verdigris on the cap. We now place the cap on one side, wrapped up in paper, sealed, and properly ticketed. But as it is indispensable to know whether, when, and with what a shot has been fired, we examine the barrel. Introduce into the muzzle a piece of twisted paper. It is blackened, hence we conclude the gun has been recently fired. We preserve this piece of paper also. Now we draw the second charge, using for the purpose the wad extractor of the gun itself. Thus we take out a paper wad, we unfold it carefully, and see that it is a piece of a newspaper, which paper we do not yet know, but we find on it intimation of a death bearing a certain date. This also is recorded and preserved. Now we carefully extract the shot. We find small shot and buckshot mixed. As shot is easily lost, we count it at once. There are X small pellets and Y buckshot. Then comes the second wad, which must be very carefully extracted, as some shot frequently adhere to it. In fact, in unfolding it, 2 small pellets roll out, which we put with the others, correcting the total number. This second wad is also a piece of newspaper, the Pioneer. Putting the 2 pieces together, they are seen to come from the same leaf. On the second we find, written in pencil, a sum in addition. The figures are well formed, even elegant, and the handwriting firm. It is that of an educated man. We come now to the powder, which is loosened by the aid of the wad extractor, and poured out on a sheet of paper. Powder grains vary greatly in size. The size here is medium. The grains are angular, the color dull. There are no white points on the surface, hence it is not damp. The grains are hard. The powder has been well mixed. It does not discolor the paper and is therefore of a good make. We thus have before us, gentlemen, a good powder, in sufficient quantity, and as carefully loaded as can be done with paper wads. Proceeding thus, we can in a short time obtain everything necessary to enlighten us. Besides, we have prepared the way for the experts. For experts in firearms, see ante, pages 226 to 230. Further, nothing has been destroyed, and the examination can be repeated if necessary. But how many reports do we not see like the following? The weapon was handed over to experts to be unloaded. They report that it was loaded with a quantity of shot. Great care and special skill are necessary in drawing a bullet, well rammed home, from a muzzle-loader. As the bullet has to be bored straight by means of a bullet extractor, an instrument like a corkscrew, and as it should be injured as little as possible, the best thing is to call in a gunsmith, who will of course perform the operation in the presence of the investigating officer. But if we must have the ball immediately, we can only do the best we can with the implements at hand. But above all, we must not draw too soon, that is, before the extractor has got a good grip, for nothing destroys a bullet more. If we have not a proper extractor, we can use an ordinary gimlet, welded by the nearest blacksmith to a long iron handle. If all these expedients fail, and we are still determined to have the ball, for example, if a shot has been fired from a double-barreled gun, and we desire to draw conclusions from the second charge as to the first, the gun must be taken to pieces at the breech. This can be done by any gunsmith, almost by any blacksmith. The bullet can then be pushed out with a stick, and undamaged. In taking the gun to pieces, care must be observed not to discharge the gun. Further, the end of the stick, with which the bullet is pushed out, should have a hemispherical depression, so as not to flatten the projectile, or at least not to flatten it more than was done by the ramrod in loading, a detail often useful to know. If we wish to discover the owner of a muzzle-loader, it is always a good thing to have it taken to pieces. From a breech-loader, owing to the construction of the weapon, we do not learn much by taking it to pieces. To clean a muzzle-loader properly, it must be taken to pieces. Then something may be left or disarranged, which may furnish a starting point for further inquiry. We can also look for the mark of the factory or gunsmith. In taking a gun to pieces, particular attention should be paid to the tube underneath in which the end of the ramrod rests. This is constantly being exposed to the outside world, and foreign matter can be easily deposited in it. The author once found therein a scrap of paper containing several lines of writing. True, they turned out to be useless, but another case might bring better luck. B. Breech-loading rifles. No class of firearm has undergone greater transformation than the breech-loading rifle. It would be impossible within our limits to give even a summary of the changes since, say, the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, and for the purpose of this work it would be useless. Military weapons and ammunition are not allowed to be sold at all in India, even to those allowed to carry arms. And in special cases the strictest regulations are in force. Hence, if a crime is committed by such a weapon, the offender is either a soldier or someone who is in illicit possession of the arm, as in the case of the many outrages on the northwest frontier. In such a case, the ordinary investigating officer will have no concern, or if perchance it should come under his cognizance, he will have a whole army of military and medical experts to fall back upon. Footnote: Dr. Gross enumerates over 100 different systems, besides etceteras. The description of the military rifles in use today in Europe fills 80 pages of the War Office Textbook of Small Arms. End of footnote. It may be remarked, however, that such guns occasionally come into the hands of innocent purchasers who buy them cheap without anticipating the impossibility of procuring proper ammunition. When this occurs, any catastrophe may happen. End of section 16. Section 17 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Criminal Investigation, a Practical Handbook for Magistrates, Police Officers and Lawyers, Volume 2, by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 11, Construction and Use of Weapons, continued. 2. Pistols. These weapons are not now much used, being superseded by revolvers and magazine pistols, even for duels and suicides, which till recently brought investigating officers in contact with them. 3. Revolvers. This weapon, in our days the commonest used by criminals, is by no means a new invention, but owing to difficulties of construction and ignition, cannot be said to have come into general use until the introduction of the well-known Colt in 1835. Since that day, revolvers have changed less in construction than any other firearm. To elucidate our remarks, we here give an illustration of a Colt revolver ready for firing, Figure 54, and another, also of a Colt of today, showing the revolving mechanism, Figure 55. At present, only two systems, differing little in essentials, are in use, needle fire and central fire. The mechanism is the same as for breech-loading guns. The central fire is most in vogue because it closes the breech more hermetically and is more convenient, the hammer lying behind the cylinder. The many variations introduced to facilitate loading and unloading have no influence on the quality, the precision, or the range of the weapon. Everything depends on the construction of the revolver itself. But as the question, "What effect can this revolver produce?" is one we have constantly to answer, we shall furnish a few details. The author has himself heard an otherwise intelligent gunsmith declare, as a judicial expert, "With this revolver I should allow anyone to fire at me at 15 paces as often as he liked," because it was an old, small, pinfire weapon. At the same time he declared that another revolver was a most dangerous weapon, no matter at what range, only because it was a new central firearm of large caliber. The two statements were equally incorrect. A shabby-looking revolver may be a first-class instrument, while another of most formidable aspect may be quite harmless. In fact, with a revolver you may shoot very well with one shot, while with the next the bullet hardly quits the barrel. This is explained by the construction of the weapon. Every revolver comprises the butt or handle, the hammer, the trigger, the frame, of which the barrel forms part, and the revolving chamber. The last is clearly seen in Figure 55. It is a cylindrical piece of steel, with 5, 6, or more chambers arranged concentrically round the central axis, which is pierced and traversed by a spindle, also used as an unloader. Passing through the front frame, through the cylinder, and finally entering a recess in the back frame. Thus the cylinder is kept firmly in position. As it revolves, each chamber in succession is brought behind the barrel, through which the bullet from the cartridge passes on pulling the trigger. At the same time, the cylinder revolves automatically, and another chamber is brought up to the barrel. The ammunition is, almost without exception, central fire bullet cartridges. It is clear from this description that the bullet must, so to speak, jump from the chamber into the barrel, which causes a certain loss of the explosive gas and therefore of power. The amount of this loss will depend on the care and accuracy with which the weapon is constructed. The axis of each chamber, when in position, should be an exact prolongation of that of the barrel, and the calibers of the two must be exactly the same. In fact, the nearer the two together approach to a single barrel, the greater the efficiency. Hence the inefficiency, often the danger, of a cheap revolver. It is evident that one or more of the chambers may be more efficient than the others. Hence it is not enough to look at a revolver, or even fire a single shot from it, to estimate its real value as a shooting implement. We must also, in any given case, endeavour to determine from which chamber the shot has been fired. The usual way is, a revolver is found with one chamber discharged, the others loaded. The intelligent constable who finds it unloads the 5 barrels for the sake of safety, and removes the empty cartridge for the sake of symmetry. Hence, the investigating officer has a revolver, 5 loaded cartridges, an empty cartridge case, all carefully preserved. An expert then examines minutely the weapon, and reports that, of the 6 chambers, only 4 fit the barrel, and could give a good result in shooting. The sole question in the inquiry may be, does the weapon shoot well or badly? And now no one can tell from which chamber the shot in question was fired. We must therefore ascertain which chamber was used, and in testing the weapon must employ the same chamber. To experiment with the others would be just as if, to test a particular weapon, we used another very like it. One consideration must be remembered in appreciating a revolver, that is, the ammunition. A manufacturer of sporting cartridges knows that if he turns out rubbish, he will lose his customers and his reputation. The sportsman knows a good cartridge from a bad, but the purchaser of a revolver, more often than not, is supremely ignorant. He buys a revolver for fun, to shoot at bottles or chatties, or to defend himself from robbers or dacoits, or to commit a crime. If in the first case the shooting be bad, he puts it down to his own inefficiency or bad luck. In the second case, he is glad he has not hurt his assailant more grievously. In the third, he will take good care not to complain to the manufacturer. Of course, there are many gunsmiths who supply only ammunition of excellent quality, and in India, where the trade is carried on under strict supervision by licensed dealers, there is less likelihood of bad ammunition being put on the market. Account must also be taken of the age of the cartridge. If the bullet is firmly fixed in the brass cartridge case, if the cartridge, well greased, has been kept in a dry but not too hot receptacle, the cartridge may remain in good condition for several years. If otherwise, the fulminate will decompose rapidly. This indeed may occur even when the cartridge has been well cared for. This is spontaneous decomposition, or gradual decomposition. Another point is often important. We are sometimes asked if more or less accurate shooting is possible in a bad light, at night, in a dark wood, etc. One aid in solving this problem is to know whether the person firing is accustomed to shoot in the American style. We usually fire by pressing the trigger with the index or first finger. The American employs the middle or second finger for this purpose, extending the first finger along the barrel. This permits him to aim approximately using his finger as a guide. We can aim more easily in this way when we can only see vaguely or hear persons speaking whom we cannot see. If one tries to shoot thus in the dark or with the eyes closed on a person speaking, one will see that a very good aim can be taken. C. Ammunition. Ammunition is not less important, and often more important, than the weapon itself. It is evident that for a long range and great accuracy, the gunpowder, other things being equal, should be completely consumed, and thus develop all its strength. For this, the projectile must be rammed close to the powder, so as to retain it in the barrel as long as possible, and thus ensure complete combustion. Take a rifle. If the bullet be too small for the barrel, the gas escapes all around it without producing any effect, and the bullet itself is hastily expelled from the barrel along with a large quantity of unconsumed powder. But if the bullet fits tightly in the rifling, the gas cannot escape. It produces its full effect, and the powder is completely and uniformly consumed. Take now a shotgun. Totally different considerations apply. Here the place of the bullet is taken by the wad, between the powder and the shot. This is true whether the weapon be a breech-loader or muzzle-loader. But the case of the breech-loader need not trouble us. Then we use cartridges, and the manufacturer takes care that the wad is all right. It is different with muzzle-loaders. The owner uses, as a wad, all sorts of things: paper, tow, rags, moss, straw, hay, leather. There are also sold felt wads, well enough made, but commonly used for any caliber of barrel, irrespective of fit. In an inquiry, therefore, one of the very first questions to ask is, what wad was used? 1. Powder. Gunpowder has varied little in its constituents since it was first known in Europe about 1300 A.D. It is composed of saltpeter, sulphur, and carbon. It owes its expanding force to the sudden development of gas, containing from 56 to 64% of carbonic acid. It explodes when raised by a sudden blow to a temperature of 250 degrees to 320 degrees centigrade, for 82 degrees to 608 degrees Fahrenheit. And the temperature created at that moment is from 2,500 degrees to 3,000 degrees centigrade, 4,532 degrees to 5,432 degrees Fahrenheit. These particulars may at times prove useful. The gases liberated are carbonic acid, azote, carbon oxide, with traces of sulfuric acid, hydrogen carbonates, and nitrate compounds. The residue is composed of sulfate and carbonate of potassium, sulfurate of potassium, and a little unburnt sulfur and carbon. An important point, as when fire has been produced by a train of gunpowder, is that in the open air a grain of powder can ignite another at a distance of 8 to 10 times its own diameter. Good powder can be recognized by the following points. It has a uniform slate-gray color without white spots. It does not stain. It does not crumble easily between the fingers. Damp has a great influence on gunpowder, so that, when desiring to test its effects, we must always register the degree of humidity. Experiments with mortars have shown that, when perfectly dry, powder will project a missile 280 yards. The same powder, with 14% of humidity, will project it barely 30 yards. 2. The projectile. For the sportsman or the soldier this is simple enough. He has to do with his favourite shot or his country's bullet. Far otherwise is it with the investigating officer when a wound or murder is under inquiry. Apart from all the legitimate projectiles, he has a host of illegitimate. Scraps of lead, pieces of iron, metal buttons, nails, stones, earth, clay, wads of all kinds, and even the ramrod itself. The only thing to be done in such a case is to experiment, experiment, experiment. With reference to legitimate bullets, the principal point is to consider the effect produced by various makes. For example, the smashing effect of the bullet of the needle gun or chassepot type, compared with the non-stop effect of the modern hard, small caliber bullet. This is dealt with in Chapter 16, in the section dealing with wounds by firearms. D. Objects hit by a projectile. It sometimes becomes important to examine not only the object directly aimed at, but all the objects which may have been touched by the projectile or projectiles. The quest is often simple enough. Suppose one has fired in the open air at a man with shot. It is easy to look for traces of the pellets which have not hit the victim in any place where there are trees, rocks, or buildings. Scratches on trees are easily recognized at once. If the shot has struck the tree directly, the hole of entrance will be contracted. On stones or rocks there are star-like marks, as if made with a lead pencil. Leaves, twigs, ears of corn, etc., should also be examined. If we know the respective positions of the shooter and the wounded man, the inquiry is much simplified. We take up our position where the former stood, and look in the direction of the latter. We can thus judge the probable extent of the cone of dispersion of the shot, and make our search and take our measurements accordingly. Then we can establish the force of the shot, and deduce the range, charge, etc. We can also thus determine the cone of dispersion, and hence see whether the person hit was in the middle or on the edge of the cone. This is most important when the problem of intention or accident comes in. When it is a question of the position of the person hit, and complainant and accused often give different stories, a comparison of the effects on the wounded man with those produced on the surrounding trees, etc., may often settle the matter. Further, the projectile found in the body of the victim may be compared with that recovered from neighbouring trees, etc. If all the shot are the same, it proves nothing. But if the pellets are mixed, of various sizes, and appear to come from the same discharge, and if the accused possesses shot mixed in the same proportions, that will be at least one proof against him. With bullets it is different. The bullet most frequently is lodged in the body, and seldom leaves marks on other objects. But it is otherwise if the bullet has missed its aim, or if, after a first unsuccessful shot, a second has been fired. In these cases, the direction and range of the bullet may lead to important conclusions. Take the following case. A policeman endeavoured to arrest in a solitary inn a man notorious for his feats of housebreaking and horse-stealing. He was apparently going quietly, but suddenly, when the constable was off his guard, rushed from the room and fired on the constable from the passage. The latter replied, and there was a regular skirmish. The constable fell, and the robber fled, seriously wounded. The innkeeper and his servant took refuge in the kitchen at the first alarm, and the subsequent proceedings did not interest them. To reconstitute the scene with absolute accuracy, nothing was needed beyond an examination of the marks left by the bullets. Even the nature of the robber's wound could be told. He had evidently opened the door with his bloody right hand, and a broken silver finger ring had fallen at the spot. Behind this, one of the constable's bullets was embedded in the wall. Clearly, the robber had raised his right hand to fire when the hand was hit by a bullet, which, breaking the ring and traversing the lower part of the arm, lodged in the wall, where, when found, it was enveloped in morsels of cloth similar to that of the sleeve of the robber's coat. Plates of glass pierced by a bullet are frequently objects of careful inquiry, for in many cases of assassination the murderer fires through a window on his victim seated quietly within. Given his choice, he will not fire through an open window. The risk of being heard or recognized is so much greater. A plate of glass pierced by a bullet should always be carefully preserved. This can easily be accomplished by first pasting on the glass a sheet of strong paper of the same size. The paste may be ordinary flour and warm water. If the glass be much damaged, a second person may press with the palms of his hands on the side opposite to that on which the paper is to be applied. If any pieces fall, they should be at once replaced and pasted on. If there are many fragments, they must be pieced together like mosaic, a tedious job, but worth all the trouble. Care must be taken not to remove any foreign bodies or marks on the glass, as traces of smoke, dirty fingerprints, etc. For example, the criminal, in inspecting the interior of the room from outside, may have rested his hand on the glass. When the whole is thoroughly dry, the plate may be removed from the frame, either by cutting all round with a glazier's diamond, or picking out the putty, an easy task. With regard to the hole made by the bullet, we may say generally that the greater the velocity, the cleaner the hole. A weak shot from a bad weapon produces almost the same effect as a shot fired close. It crushes the glass without making a clean-cut opening. A feeble shot acts indeed like a stone thrown by the hand, and a shot fired close splinters up the glass by the force of the explosion of the powder. But when the velocity is high, we may find a clean, round hole, quite without cracks or starring. If the velocity be medium, the result is as shown in Figure 57. Here the bullet on striking has produced the star-like cracks, and then, proceeding on, has broken off the triangular points of glass between each two cracks. To ascertain on which side glass has been hit, we must look for the tiny splinters, leaving little shell-shaped grooves on the edge of the opening, caused by the ball on leaving the glass, carrying away the last scales, so to speak, which it has touched. The fracture of the glass being, as mineralogists term it, conchoidal, the side of the glass where these small fractures are found will be that by which the bullet departs. These scales or splinters can also show the direction of the shot. If the latter has been at right angles to the plate, the former are arranged pretty evenly round the opening. If the shot be fired at an angle, for example, from the right, then there will be more splintering on the left, and vice versa. So accurate is this result that the acuteness of the angle can be safely calculated from it. Footnote: in the Criminal Museum at Graz are a series of framed window panes shot through by students with various missiles and under various circumstances. On each is a card recording weapon, missile, charge, direction of aim, distance, angle, direction of wind, etc., so that comparisons can be made with known data. End of footnote. Sometimes it is important to decide which of several injuries to a pane of glass occurred first, as when several shots have been fired of which only one has taken effect. An example will best show how this can, under favourable circumstances, be accomplished. A horse galloping through a street cast his shoe with great force against a plate glass shop window. On the glass could be distinguished 3 star-like centres with radiating spurs, the distances between them corresponding almost exactly with the distances between the 3 caulkins of the shoe. See Figure 58, A, B, C. The fractures radiating from A run unbroken in all directions. Of those radiating from B, 3 are unobstructed, while 2 are stopped by those from A. Of those from C, only 2 are unobstructed, the others being stopped by the rays from A and B. Hence it is clear that the shoe struck the glass first at A, then at B, and finally at C. When a shot is fired at a person through a pane of glass, we have one of the rare cases where, given 2 points, we can calculate the third. Suppose, Figure 59, that a shot has been fired through the window B of a house at a person at A. If the hole in the glass be B, the person firing must have been somewhere in the line A-B-C. It is only then necessary to walk up the slope with a gun at the shoulder until the muzzle comes in line with C-B-A. End of section 17. Section 18 of Criminal Investigation, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bev Stevens. Criminal Investigation, a practical handbook for magistrates, police officers, and lawyers. Volume 2 by Hans Gross. Translated by John Adam and John Collyer Adam. Chapter 11, Construction and Use of Weapons, continued. Section 2, Cutting and Stabbing Weapons. A. General Considerations. This subject need not be dealt with at any length, for such weapons are well enough known to us all. It will suffice at the most to recall some of the technical nomenclature in order to assist, in his description of a weapon, an investigating officer or magistrate who may have forgotten it. Here also every weapon ought to be given the name generally adopted. The word weapon, taken in the broadest acceptation of the word, includes all objects which may, perhaps only momentarily, serve for attack or defense, though not absolutely destined for this employment. For example, a hammer, a piece of iron pertaining to a carriage, an ox yoke, a drill, or in India, such agricultural implements as mamooties, kodalies, aruvals, and the like, together with the universal rice pounder, the use of which is generally quite inoffensive, may very well be termed formidable weapons if used for attack. It will be out of the question, however, to deal in detail with such instruments in view of the infinite number of articles which may be made use of. It would be absolutely impossible to exhaust the material and indicate the nature, employment, and effect of all weapons selected in this way. But there is one point to which our attention should be drawn. There are certainly many more wounds made with articles of this kind than are produced by real weapons, and it is of the greatest importance to thoroughly establish with what instrument a wound has been made, for the nature of the instrument is often the only indication of who the accused is, of his intention, the effect produced by the instrument, and finally of the whole manner in which the crime has been carried out. If the wounded person is unable to designate the instrument employed by his assailant, and the witnesses have not seen that instrument, the examination of the wound alone will not permit of the doctor pronouncing a very definite conclusion. If he be prudent and conscientious, he will not venture to speak in other than a general way. He will only be able to say, for example, "There is no reason why such and such an instrument may not have been employed." It is to quite other people recourse must be had in order to discover by deduction the nature of the article, and these people are those who, by their position in life and trade, have to deal with tools and implements analogous to the instrument employed. Such persons must therefore be called in. As a rule, one has always some general indications: the condition of the wounded man, the place of the crime, the manner of attack, the shape of the wound, and the effect produced thereby, the blood stains, all serve in nearly every case to lessen the circle in which the instrument must be sought. To these must be subsequently added, in order to still further narrow our limits, the depositions of the witnesses and the other results of the inquiry, so that one finally ought to know pretty well in which direction research should be directed. Let us suppose someone has been wounded. The medical man can only tell us one thing, namely, that the weapon employed must have been blunt, heavy, and not of great size. This is little enough. The post-mortem and a minute examination of the part of the skull which has been struck allow of the supposition that this instrument has been fixed to a handle, for the wound is a glancing one. A stone wrapped in a cloth could not therefore have been employed. Further, the thickness of the skull proves that the blow must have been delivered with violence. It is not improbable, therefore, that the weapon used was a hammer. But what investigating officer knows the innumerable kinds of hammer, essentially different from one another, in use among blacksmiths, joiners, stonemasons, tinsmiths, and other artisans? Perhaps the man best able to furnish the information on this subject is again an intelligent villager, accustomed himself to carry all these articles to be repaired in the artisan's workshop, and consequently having had occasion to see them. The village blacksmith is also a good man to consult. If the wound presents a characteristic aspect, this man will always be able to say that the artisan possesses tools like that seemingly employed in the case in question. Suppose that the edges of the wound are not clean cut, leading to the supposition that it has been made not with a flat, but with a convex surface. If we do not ourselves know it, our villager will be able to tell us that such a hammer is employed by cobblers and by tinsmiths. If there be a second wound proceeding from a blunt-edged instrument, about 2 inches long, our man will eliminate the tinsmith and only indicate the cobbler, whose hammer carries on the opposite side a blunted edge. We will then send for a cobbler and all his hammers and compare the latter with the wound. Of course, all cases are not so simple as this imaginary one, but good results may certainly be obtained if one does not recoil before the necessary trouble of interrogating a sufficient number of persons. It will be very difficult in most cases to exhibit the wound itself. It must therefore be photographed as large and as faithfully as possible, taking the precaution at the same time of getting a medico-legal man to prepare, for subsequent use, the portion of the skin struck. The photograph, the prepared skin, and the piece of bone will always help a person questioned to give some useful information. A very natural precaution, and one often neglected, is to procure an instrument analogous to that with which the wound appears to have been made. Even when a man of the trade, that is to say, one who is in the habit of using instruments of this kind, makes a definite affirmation that, in the case in question, such or such a weapon must have produced the wound, and even when medical jurisprudence pronounce the thing possible, a similar instrument must be procured and compared with the wound. One may know an article very well and have often seen it, but it may appear to have quite another aspect when examined with a definite purpose, especially when, considering it as the cause, It is compared with the effect produced. B. Cutting and stabbing weapons, properly so called. Probably every investigating officer has a very good idea of modern European weapons, so that it will not be necessary to do more than give a short definition of some of the most common. Arms which have only an historical interest may be passed over in silence. 1. Sword arms. Under this heading are comprised all weapons which are carried in a sheath or scabbard and suspended to a belt, and whose length is such that they reach from the hip to or near to the ground. A. The sabre is curved slightly, common sabre, or considerably, Turkish sabre. It has a sharp point and 2 cutting edges for about 1/4 of its length, and has frequently a longitudinal groove, the object of which is to diminish its weight. B. The sword is quite straight and has 2 cutting edges. It is used for piercing or slashing. C. The yataghan, or Afghan sword, is a short, nearly straight sabre. It has 2 cutting edges for 1/4 of its length, and may be employed as a piercing instrument. D. The cutlass was formerly of the same shape as the sabre. Today it is more like a hunting knife. It is quite straight and has a simple handle and guard. 2. Arms in the form of a knife. A. A knife, properly so called, has a back and 1 cutting edge. B. A dagger or poignard has no back but 2, 3, or even 4 cutting edges, so that the cross-section of the blade is lozenge-shaped. The edges of a 2-edged dagger may, in exceptional cases, be undulating in shape. This peculiarity has no influence on the aspect of a wound. 3. Arms in the shape of a lance or spear. It rarely happens that we come across wounds made by arms in the shape of a lance or spear, but such is possible, especially in Europe, consequent upon an affray between military and civilians. Army lances have almost always heads with 4 sharp edges, and the wounds produced by them correspond in shape thereto. The only other weapon of this description which need be referred to is the bayonet. Bayonets used formerly to be straight with 4 edges. This form was replaced by a kind of yataghan, slightly curved, which was in turn superseded by the modern bayonet, which is short and like a knife. Wounds produced by bayonets are fairly frequent and have their own characteristics, which should be known. No opportunity should be let slip of examining wounds which one knows to have been produced by a bayonet. 4. Indian weapons. The usual weapons employed in crimes committed in India are of an agricultural nature, such as aruvals, kodalis, mamooties, etc. But the warlike hillsmen and the dacoits and robbers of the plains invariably possess spears, battle axes, and daggers, specially made for the purposes of crime. The Indian mountain tribes usually carry weapons for close quarters. According to Balfour, Cyclopedia of India, the babudi, the strong, is the Afghan knife, for cut or thrust. It is straight-backed, broad near the handle, and fining to a point. The kukri of the Gurkha has a short handle and an incurvated, sickle-shaped blade, widening at the middle and drawing to a point. The Mopla knife has also a short, incurvated blade. The Burmese da is a short, straight weapon, handy for every purpose at home and in battle abroad. Adya Kati is the sword of the Coorg mountaineers. For the cutting blow is the Abasi, a heavy broad blade with an outward curve, and suitable for a mounted soldier. The Shamshir, or Talwar, has a slight curve and a side guard. The Shahbaka has a basket guard. The arangi is for cut and thrust. The kirch also is a straight sword. The gauntleted hata, or safe, is a long weapon used in athletic exhibitions. Balfour states that at present the club form of weapons, the gurs, or mace, the bladed mace, the tabar, or battle-axe, are rarely seen. But judging from the number of specimens of these which have recently found their way to the Madras Criminal Museum, we think he must be mistaken. As to daggers, their form is most varied. Figures 68 to 71 are 4 representative specimens. For descriptions of other blades, see Balfour's Cyclopedia, Volume 1, page 162. Spears as instruments of crime do not appear to be so popular as tangis and tabars. In the Deccan and Kandesh, 3 kinds are to be found: the bala for horsemen, the barchi for a footman, and the halda, or broad hunting spear. By the courtesy of the Inspector General of Police of the Madras Presidency, we are enabled to reproduce a number of instruments, each of which has played a part in some crime. Indeed, the majority of them have been used in the commission of 1 or even more murders. Figure 62 is a battle-axe, or kodalakuti, called in Hindustani a tabar. It is about 4 feet in length. Figure 63, tangi, from the Ganjam district, nearly 4 feet in length. Figure 64, a similar weapon coming from Jaipur. Figure 65 is also over 4 feet in length. As will be seen, it is studded with sharp metal points and looks a most deadly weapon. Figure 66, a tapal, or postal runner's spear, from the Tinnevelly district. Attached to it can be seen the jingling ring. With this spear a man was stabbed in the chest. Figure 67, knife with which 4 persons were killed. Figure 68, dagger used in an affray in the Chingleput district. Figures 69, 70, and 71. Daggers with which murders have been committed. Figures 72 and 73. Implements used by toddy drawers. Figure 74. Kodali, from the Tinnevelly district. Figure 75. Aruval, used by a famous Tinnevelly dacoit. Figure 76. Rangoon Aruval, employed in a dacoity in Madura. Figure 77. Madras Aruval. End of section 18.